The end of work. The decline of the global labor force and the dawn of the post-market era. Jeremy Rifkin. Foreword. Robert L. Heilbronner. Economists have always been uneasy about what machinery does for us and to us. On the one hand, machines are the very embodiment of the investment that drives a capitalist economy. On the other hand, most of the time when a machine moves in, a worker moves out, sometimes many workers. Economists have always granted that a machine may displace a few workers here and there, but in the end, they have maintained, productivity will be vastly augmented, and as a consequence, the national income. But who gets the income? In 1819 the famous economist David Ricardo wrote that the amount of employment in an economy was of no consequence, as long as rent and profits, out of which flowed its new investment, were undiminished. Indeed, replied Simon de Sismondi, a well-known Swiss critic of the times. Wealth is everything, men are absolutely nothing? What? In truth then, there is nothing more to wish for than that the king, remaining alone on the island, by constantly turning a crank, might produce, through automata, all the output of England. Jeremy Rifkin's mind-opening book is about a world in which corporations have taken the place of kings, turning cranks that set into motion the mechanical, electrical, and electronic automata that provide the goods and services of the nation. This is by no means a recent development. If we could look down over the man-machine history of the United States, or for that matter, any modern nation, we would see that for 200 years there has been a great migration of workers leaving jobs that technology had taken away, looking for others that it was creating. As the curtain rises on this drama, at the beginning of the 19th century, machines were not highly visible. North, south, east and west, farming was the quintessential occupation, largely manual, helped along with hoes and spades, horse-drawn plows, carts, and the like. Then, around the middle of the century, things began to change. Cyrus McCormick invented the reaper, John Deere the steel plow, the tractor appeared. As a consequence, by the three-quarter mark of the century, the proportion of the national labor force in agriculture had decreased from around three-quarters to half, by 1900 to a third, by 1940 to a fifth, today to about 3%. What happened to those whose jobs were taken over by machines? They moved to other fields, in which technology was creating new places for work. In 1810 a mere 75,000 persons worked in the infant man factories that made pig iron and lumber and the like. 50 years later, over 1,500,000, by 1910, over 8 million, by 1960, twice that. In terms of percentages, the industrial labor force grew by leaps and bounds until it offered work to some 35% of the total labor force. The figures did not, however, climb indefinitely. Technology was not only opening up jobs in the new automobile plants, home appliance factories, and power plants, but also trimming them down as the assembly line followed the lathe, as drills and presses increased their speeds, and as remarkable new calculators began to simplify the work of foremen. Between 1960 and 1990, output of manufactured goods of all kinds continued to rise, but the number of jobs needed to create that flow of production fell by half. We are almost finished with our drama. During all the time that labor was moving into, and then out of the factory, a third great sector was offering growing possibilities for employment. This was the expanding range of service employments: teachers and lawyers, nurses and doctors, maids and babysitters, government officials and traffic cops, file clerks, typists, custodians, salespeople. It is impossible to estimate with any degree of accuracy the number of service employees in the early 19th century, but by 1870 there were perhaps 3 million in the diverse branches of this sector, and by the 1990s nearly 90 million. Service employment thus saved this and other modem economies from absolutely devastating unemployment. As with manufacturing, technology in the service sector created with one hand and took away with the other. The sector grew on the back of the typewriter and the telephone, shrank under the impact of the Xerox machine and the mail order catalog. But it was the computer, of course, that brings the drama to a close, threatening to allow the corporation to sit on its island, turning its crank while the automata go to work. That is the historic transformation about which Jeremy Rifkin is writing. His book is rich in detail, absorbing in its real-life relevance, and large in scope, spelling out the global, as well as the national implications of the change in the reach and impact of technology in our time. If he is right and his range and depth of research strongly suggests that he is right, we are pushing the relationship of machines and work beyond the uneasy accommodation of the last 200 years into a new relationship about whose configuration we can say little except that it will have to be markedly different from that of the past. Rifkin explores some of the obvious changes that will be forced upon us by this emerging relationship, changes that range from the dislocations and dysfunctions that will assuredly accompany a studied indifference to the problem, through reconfigurations in the patterns of work life as dramatic as those that separate today's work years and work days from those in Dickens' time, to possibilities for the creation of a new employment offering sector that I will allow him to describe. This is a book that ought to become the center of a long-lasting and deep probing conversation for the nation. I would describe it as an indispensable introduction to a problem that we will be living with for the rest of our own and our children's lives. Robert L. Heilbroner is the author of many books and articles in economics, most recently Visions of the Future, to be published by Oxford University Press in early 1995. Introduction. Global unemployment has now reached its highest level since the Great Depression of the 1930s. More than 800 million human beings are now unemployed or underemployed in the world. That figure is likely to rise sharply between now and the turn of the century as millions of new entrants into the workforce find themselves without jobs, many victims of a technology revolution that is fast replacing human beings with machines in virtually every sector and industry of the global economy. After years of wishful forecasts and false starts, the new computer and communications technologies are finally making their long-anticipated impact on the workplace and the economy, throwing the world community into the grip of a third great industrial revolution. Already, millions of workers have been permanently eliminated from the economic process, and whole job categories have shrunk, been restructured, or disappeared. The information age has arrived. In the years ahead, new, more sophisticated software technologies are going to bring civilization ever closer to a near workerless world. In the agricultural, manufacturing, and service sectors, machines are quickly replacing human labor and promise an economy of near automated production by the mid-decades of the 21st century. The wholesale substitution of machines for workers is going to force every nation to rethink the role of human beings in the social process. Redefining opportunities and responsibilities for millions of people in a society absent of mass formal employment is likely to be the single most pressing social issue of the coming century. While the public continues to hear talk of better economic times ahead, working people everywhere remain perplexed over what appears to be a jobless recovery. Every day, transnational corporations announce that they are becoming more globally competitive. We are told that profits are steadily rising. Yet, at the same time, companies are announcing massive layoffs. In the single month of January 1994, America's largest employers laid off more than 108,000 workers. Most of the cutbacks came in service industries, where corporate restructuring and the introduction of new labor-saving technologies are resulting in greater productivity, larger profits, and fewer jobs. 2. We are entering a new phase in world history, one in which fewer and fewer workers will be needed to produce the goods and services for the global population. The end of work examines the technological innovations and market-directed forces that are moving us to the edge of a near workerless world. We will explore the promises and perils of the Third Industrial Revolution and begin to address the complex problems that will accompany the transition into a post-market era. In Section I, The Two Faces of Technology, we will present an overview of the current technology revolution with an eye toward understanding its effect on employment and the global economy. To better assess both the impacts and potential outcomes of the Third Industrial Revolution, We will examine the two competing visions of technological progress that have spurred the drive to an automated society and ask how each is likely to influence the ultimate course society takes as it makes its way into the high-tech global village. To provide some background on the current technology and employment debate, we will turn our attention in Section 2, the Third Industrial Revolution, to a look at how the early innovations in automation affected the livelihoods of African American workers and trade unionists. Their experience could be a harbinger of what lies ahead for millions of service and white-collar workers as well as a growing number of middle-class management and professional employees around the world. We will end the section with an analysis of the revolutionary changes being made in corporate organizational structures and management practices to accommodate the new high technologies of the 21st century. In the past, when new technologies have replaced workers in a given sector, new sectors have always emerged to absorb the displaced laborers. Today, all three of the traditional sectors of the economy, agriculture, manufacturing, and service, are experiencing technological displacement, forcing millions onto the unemployment rolls. The only new sector emerging is the knowledge sector, made up of a small elite of entrepreneurs, scientists, technicians, computer programmers, professionals, educators, and consultants. While this sector is growing, it is not expected to absorb more than a fraction of the hundreds of millions who will be eliminated in the next several decades in the wake of revolutionary advances in the information and communication sciences. In Section 3, The Decline of the Global Labor Force, we will explore in depth the vast technological and organizational changes taking place in the agricultural, manufacturing, and service sectors that are greatly reducing the number of workers needed to produce the world's goods and services. The restructuring of production practices and the permanent replacement of machines for human laborers has begun to take a tragic toll on the lives of millions of workers. In Section 4, The Price of Progress, we will look closely at how the Third Industrial Revolution is affecting the global labor force. The information and communications technologies and global market forces are fast polarizing the world's population into two irreconcilable and potentially warring forces: a new cosmopolitan elite of symbolic analysts who control the technologies and the forces of production, and the growing numbers of permanently displaced workers who have little hope and even fewer prospects for meaningful employment in the new high-tech global economy. We will assess the impact of the new technology revolution on both industrialized and developing nations. We will pay particular attention to the disturbing relationship between increased technological unemployment and the rising incidence of crime and violence around the world. Just outside the new high-tech global village lie a growing number of destitute and desperate human beings, many of whom are turning to a life of crime and creating a vast new criminal subculture. The new outlaw culture is beginning to pose a very real and serious threat to the ability of central governments to maintain order and provide security for their citizens. We will look at this new phenomenon in detail and at how the United States and other countries are attempting to cope with its societal implications and consequences. The Third Industrial Revolution is a powerful force for good and evil. The new information and telecommunication technologies have the potential to both liberate and destabilize civilization in the coming century. Whether the new technologies free us for a life of increasing leisure or result in massive unemployment and a potential global depression will depend in large part on how each nation addresses the question of productivity advances. In the final section, The Dawn of the Post-Market Era, we will explore several practical steps for coping with productivity advances in an effort to mitigate the effects of mass technological displacement while reaping the rewards of the high technology revolution. For the whole of the modern era, people's worth has been measured by the market value of their labor. Now that the commodity value of human labor is becoming increasingly tangential and irrelevant in an ever more automated world, new ways of defining human worth and social relationships will need to be explored. We will conclude the book with the formulation of a new post-market paradigm and discuss the possible ways of making the transition from a market-oriented vision of the world to a new third sector perspective. PARTI. The Two Faces of Technology. 1. The End of Work. From the beginning, civilization has been structured, in large part, around the concept of work. From the Paleolithic hunter/gatherer and Neolithic farmer to the medieval craftsman and assembly line worker of the current century, work has been an integral part of daily existence. Now, for the first time, human labor is being systematically eliminated from the production process. Within less than a century, mass work in the market sector is likely to be phased out in virtually all of the industrialized nations of the world. A new generation of sophisticated information and communication technologies is being hurried into a wide variety of work situations. Intelligent machines are replacing human beings in countless tasks, forcing millions of blue and white-collar workers into unemployment lines, or worse still, bread lines. Our corporate leaders and mainstream economists tell us that the rising unemployment figures represent short-term adjustments to powerful market-driven forces that are speeding the global economy into a third industrial revolution. They hold out the promise of an exciting new world of high-tech automated production, booming global commerce, and unprecedented material abundance. Millions of working people remain skeptical. Every week more employees learn they are being let go. In offices and factories around the world, people wait, in fear, hoping to be spared one more day. Like a deadly epidemic inexorably working its way through the marketplace, the strange, seemingly inexplicable new economic disease spreads, destroying lives and destabilizing whole communities in its wake. In the United States, corporations are eliminating more than 2 million jobs annually. One in Los Angeles, the First Interstate Bank Corp., the nation's 13th largest bank holding company, recently restructured its operations, eliminating 9,000 jobs, more than 25% of its workforce. In Columbus, Indiana, Arvin Industries streamlined its automotive components factory and gave out pink slips to nearly 10% of its employees. In Denbury, Connecticut, Union Carbide re-engineered its production, administration, and distribution systems to trim excess fat and save $575 million in costs by 1995. In the process, more than 13,900 workers, nearly 22% of its labor force, were cut from the company payroll. The company is expected to cut an additional 25% of its employees before it finishes reinventing itself in the next 2 years. Hundreds of other companies have also announced layoffs. GTE recently cut 17,000 employees. 9X Corp said it was eliminating 16,800 workers. Pacific Telesis has ripped more than 10,000. Most of the cuts, reports the Wall Street Journal, are facilitated, one way or another, by new software programs, better computer networks and more powerful hardware that allow companies to do more work with fewer workers. 3. While some new jobs are being created in the U.S. economy, they are in the low-paying sectors and generally temporary employment. In April of 1994, 2/3 of the new jobs created in the country were at the bottom of the wage pyramid. Meanwhile, the outplacement firm of Challenger, Gray, and Christmas reported that in the first quarter of 1994, layoffs from big corporations were running 13% over 1993, with industry analysts predicting even steeper cuts in payrolls in the coming months and years. 4. The loss of well-paying jobs is not unique to the American economy. In Germany, Siemens, the electronics and engineering giant, has flattened its corporate management structure, cut costs by 20 to 30% in just 3 years, and eliminated more than 16,000 employees around the world. In Sweden, the $7.9 billion Stockholm-based food cooperative, ICA, re-engineered its operations, installing a state-of-the-art computer inventory system. The new labor-saving technology allowed the food company to shut down 1/3 of its warehouses and distribution centers, cutting its overall costs in half. In the process, ICA was able to eliminate more than 5,000 employees, or 30% of its wholesale workforce, in just 3 years, while revenues grew by more than 15%. In Japan, the telecommunications company NTT announced its intentions to cut 10,000 employees in 1993, and said that, as part of its restructuring program, staff would eventually be cut by 30,000 minus 15% of its workforce. 5. The ranks of the unemployed and underemployed are growing daily in North America, Europe, and Japan. Even developing nations are facing increasing technological unemployment as transnational companies build state-of-the-art high-tech production facilities all over the world, letting go millions of laborers who can no longer compete with the cost efficiency, quality control, and speed of delivery achieved by automated manufacturing. In more and more countries the news is filled with talk about lean production, re-engineering, total quality management, post-Fordism, decruding, and downsizing. Everywhere men and women are worried about their future. The young are beginning to vent their frustration and rage in increasing antisocial behavior. Older workers, caught between a prosperous past and a bleak future, seem resigned, feeling increasingly trapped by social forces over which they have little or no control. Throughout the world there is a sense of momentous change taking place, change so vast in scale that we are barely able to fathom its ultimate impact. Life as we know it is being altered in fundamental ways. Substituting software for employees. While earlier industrial technologies replaced the physical power of human labor, substituting machines for body and brawn, the new computer-based technologies promise a replacement of the human mind itself, substituting thinking machines for human beings across the entire gamut of economic activity. The implications are profound and far-reaching. To begin with, more than 75% of the labor force in most industrial nations engage in work that is little more than simple repetitive tasks. Automated machinery, robots, and increasingly sophisticated computers can perform many if not most of these jobs. In the United States alone, that means that in the years ahead more than go million jobs in a labor force of 124 million are potentially vulnerable to replacement by machines. With current surveys showing that less than 5% of companies around the world have even begun to make the transition to the new machine culture, massive unemployment of a kind never before experienced seems all but inevitable in the coming decades. 6. Reflecting on the significance of the transition taking place, the distinguished Nobel laureate economist Vasily Leontief has warned that with the introduction of increasingly sophisticated computers, the role of humans as the most important factor of production is bound to diminish in the same way. 6. That the role of horses in agricultural production was first diminished and then eliminated by the introduction of tractors. 7. Caught in the throes of increasing global competition and rising costs of labor, multinational corporations seem determined to hasten the transition from human workers to machine surrogates. Their revolutionary ardor has been fanned, of late, by compelling bottom-line considerations. In Europe, where rising labor costs are blamed for a stagnating economy and a loss of competitiveness in world markets, companies are hurrying to replace their workforce with the new information and telecommunication technologies. In the United States, labor costs in the past 8 years have more than tripled relative to the cost of capital equipment. Although real wages have failed to keep up with inflation and in fact have been dropping, employment benefits, especially healthcare costs, have been rising sharply. Anxious to cut costs and improve profit margins, companies have been substituting machines for human labor at an accelerating rate. Typical is Lincoln Electric, a manufacturer of industrial motors in Cleveland, which announced plans to increase its capital expenditures in 1993 by 30% over its 1992 level. Lincoln's assistant to the CEO, Richard Sobo, reflects the thinking of many others in the business community when he says, "We tend to make a capital investment before hiring a new worker." 8. Although corporations spent more than $1 trillion in the 1980s on computers, robots, and other automated equipment, it has been only in the past few years that these massive expenditures have begun to pay off in terms of increased productivity, reduced labor costs, and greater profits. As long as management attempted to graft the new technologies onto traditional organizational structures and processes, the state-of-the-art computer and information tools were stymied, unable to perform effectively and to their full capacity. Recently, however, corporations have begun to restructure the workplace to make it compatible with the high-tech machine culture. Re-engineering. Re-engineering is sweeping through the corporate community, making true believers out of even the most recalcitrant CEOs. Companies are quickly restructuring their organizations to make them computer-friendly. In the process, they are eliminating layers of traditional management, compressing job categories, creating work teams, training employees in multilevel skills, shortening and simplifying production and distribution processes, and streamlining administration. The results have been impressive. In the United States, overall productivity jumped 2.8% in 1992, the largest rise in 2 decades. The giant strides in productivity have meant wholesale reductions in the workforce. Michael Hammer, a former MIT professor and prime mover in the restructuring of the workplace, says that re-engineering typically results in the loss of more than 40% of the jobs in a company and can lead to as much as a 75% reduction in a given company's workforce. Middle management is particularly vulnerable to job loss from re-engineering. Hammer estimates that up to 80% of those engaged in middle management tasks are susceptible to elimination. Low across the entire U.S. economy, corporate re-engineering could eliminate between 1 million and 2.5 million jobs a year for the foreseeable future, according to the Wall Street Journal. 11 By the time the first stage of re-engineering runs its course, some studies predict a loss of up to 25 million jobs in a private sector labor force that currently totals around 90 million workers. In Europe and Asia, where corporate restructuring and technology displacement is beginning to have an equally profound impact, industry analysts expect comparable job losses in the years ahead. Business consultants like John C. Skerritt worry about the economic and social consequences of re-engineering. We can see many ways that jobs can be destroyed, says Skerritt, but we can't see where they will be created. Others, like John Sculley, formerly of Apple Computer, believe that the reorganization of work could be as massive and destabilizing as the advent of the Industrial Revolution. This may be the biggest social issue of the next 20 years, says Sculley. 12 Hans Olaf Henkel, the CEO of IBM Deutschland, warns, there is a revolution underway. 13. Nowhere is the effect of the computer revolution and re-engineering of the workplace more pronounced than in the manufacturing sector. 147 years after Karl Marx urged the workers of the world to unite, Jacques Attali, a French minister and technology consultant to Socialist President Frank OIS Mitterrand, confidently proclaimed the end of the era of the working man and woman. Machines are the new proletariat, proclaimed Attali. The working class is being given its walking papers. 14. The quickening pace of automation is fast moving the global economy to the day of the workerless factory. Between 1981 and 1991, more than 1.8 million manufacturing jobs disappeared in the US. 15 In Germany, manufacturers have been shedding workers even faster, eliminating more than 500,000 jobs in a single 12-month period between early 1992 and 1993. 16. The decline in manufacturing jobs is part of a long-term trend that has seen the increasing replacement of human beings by machines at the workplace. In the 1950s, 33% of all U.S. workers were employed in manufacturing. By the 1960s, the number of manufacturing jobs had dropped to 30%, and by the 1980s to 20%. Today, less than 17% of the workforce is engaged in blue-collar work. Management consultant Peter Drucker estimates that employment in manufacturing is going to continue dropping to less than 12% of the U.S. workforce in the next decade. 17 For most of the 1980s it was fashionable to blame the loss of manufacturing jobs in the United States on foreign competition and cheap labor markets abroad. Recently, however, economists have begun to revise their views in light of new in-depth studies of the U.S. manufacturing sector. Noted economists Paul R. Krugman of MIT and Robert L. Lawrence of Harvard University suggest, on the basis of extensive data, that the concern, widely voiced during the 1950s and 1960s, that industrial workers would lose their jobs because of automation, is closer to the truth than the current preoccupation with the presumed loss of manufacturing jobs because of foreign competition. 18. Although the number of blue-collar workers continues to decline, manufacturing productivity is soaring. In the United States, annual productivity, which was growing at slightly over 1% per year in the early 1980s, has climbed to over 3% in the wake of the new advances in computer automation and the restructuring of the workplace. From 1979 to 1992, productivity increased by 35% in the manufacturing sector while the workforce shrank by 15%. 19. William Wimpesinger, past president of the International Association of Machinists, a union whose membership has shrunk nearly in half as a result of advances in automation, cites a study by the International Metalworkers Federation in Geneva forecasting that within 30 years, as little as 2% of the world's current labor force will be needed to produce all the goods necessary for total demand. 20. Yonji Masuda, a principal architect of the Japanese plan to become the first fully computerized information-based society, says that in the near future, complete automation of entire plants will come into being, and during the next 20 to 30 years there will probably emerge factories that require no manual labor at all. 21. While the industrial worker is being phased out of the economic process, many economists and elected officials continue to hold out hope that the service sector and white-collar work will be able to absorb the millions of unemployed laborers in search of work. Their hopes are likely to be dashed. Automation and re-engineering are already replacing human labor across a wide swath of service-related fields. The new thinking machines are capable of performing many of the mental tasks now performed by human beings, and at greater speeds. Anderson Consulting Company, one of the world's largest corporate restructuring firms, estimates that in just one service industry, commercial banking, and thrift institutions, re-engineering will mean a loss of 30 to 40% of the jobs over the next 7 years. That translates into nearly 700,000 jobs eliminated. 22. Over the past 10 years more than 3 million white-collar jobs were eliminated in the United States. Some of these losses, no doubt, were casualties of increased international competition. But as David Chibuk and Jeffrey Young observed in Forbes, technology helped in a big way to make them redundant. Even as the economy rebounded in 1992 with a respectable 2.6% growth rate, more than 500,000 additional clerical and technical jobs simply disappeared. 23. Rapid advances in computer technology, including parallel processing and artificial intelligence, are likely to make large numbers of white-collar workers redundant by the early decades of the next century. Many policy analysts acknowledge that large businesses are shedding record numbers of workers but argue that small companies are taking up the slack by hiring on more people. David Birch, a research associate at MIT, was among the first to suggest that new economic growth in the high-tech era is being led by very small firms, companies with under 100 employees. At one point Birch opined that more than 88% of all the new job creation was taking place in small businesses, many of whom were on the cutting edge of the new technology revolution. His data was cited by conservative economists during the Reagan-Bush era as proof positive that new technology innovations were creating as many jobs as were being lost to technological displacement. More recent studies, however, have exploded the myth that small businesses are powerful engines of job growth in the high-tech era. Political economist Bennett Harrison, of the H.J. Heinz III School of Public Policy and Management at Carnegie Mellon University, using statistics garnered from a wide variety of sources, including the International Labor Organization of the United Nations and the U.S. Bureau of the Census, says that in the United States the proportion of Americans working for small companies and for individual establishments has barely changed at all since at least the early 1960s. The same holds true, according to Harrison, for both Japan and West Germany, the other two major economic superpowers. 24. The fact is that while less than 1% of all U.S. companies employ 500 or more workers, these big firms still employed more than 41% of all the workers in the private sector at the end of the last decade. And it is these corporate giants that are re-engineering their operations and letting go a record number of employees. 25. The current wave of job cuts takes on even greater political significance in light of the tendency among economists continually to revise upward the notion of what is an acceptable level of unemployment. As with so many other things in life, we often adjust our expectations for the future, on the basis of the shifting present circumstances we find ourselves in. In the case of jobs, economists have come to play a dangerous game of accommodation with steadily rising unemployment figures, sweeping under the rug the implications of an historical curve that is leading inexorably to a world with fewer and fewer workers. A survey of the past half-century of economic activity discloses a disturbing trend. In the 1950s, the average unemployment for the decade stood at 4.5%. In the 1960s, unemployment rose to an average of 4.8%. In the 1970s, it rose again to 6.2%, and in the 1980s it increased again, averaging 7.3% for the decade. In the first 3 years of the 1990s, unemployment has averaged 6.6%. 26. As the percentage of unemployed workers edged ever higher over the post-war period, economists have changed their assumptions of what constitutes full employment. In the 1950s, 3% unemployment was widely regarded as full employment. By the 1960s, the Kennedy and Johnson administrations were touting 4% as a full employment goal. In the 1980s, many mainstream economists considered 5 or even 5.5% unemployment as near full employment. 27 Now, in the mid-one goes, a growing number of economists and business leaders are once again revising their ideas on what they regard as natural levels of unemployment. While they are reluctant to use the term full employment, many Wall Street analysts argue that unemployment levels should not dip below 6%, lest the economy risk a new era of inflation. 28. The steady upward climb in unemployment, in each decade, becomes even more troubling when we add the growing number of part-time workers who are in search of full-time employment and the number of discouraged workers who are no longer looking for a job. In 1993, more than 8.7 million people were unemployed, 6.1 million were working part-time but wanted full-time employment, and more than a million were so discouraged they stopped looking for a job altogether. In total, nearly 16 million American workers, or 13% of the labor force, were unemployed or underemployed in 1993. 29. The point that needs to be emphasized is that, even allowing for short-term dips in the unemployment rate, the long-term trend is toward ever higher rates of unemployment. The introduction of more sophisticated technologies, with the accompanying gains in productivity, means that the global economy can produce more and more goods and services employing an ever smaller percentage of the available workforce. A world without workers. When the first wave of automation hit the industrial sector in the late 1950s and early 1960s, labor leaders, civil rights activists, and a chorus of social critics were quick to sound the alarm. Their concerns, however, were little shared by business leaders at the time, who continued to believe that increases in productivity brought about by the new automated technology would only enhance economic growth and promote increased employment and purchasing power. Today, however, a small but growing number of business executives are beginning to worry about where the new high-technology revolution is leading us. Percy Barnevik is the chief executive officer of ASEA Brown Boveri, a $29 billion a year Swiss-Swedish builder of electric generators and transportation systems, and one of the largest engineering firms in the world. Like other global companies, ABB has recently re-engineered its operations, cutting nearly 50,000 workers from the payroll, while increasing turnover 60% in the same time period. Barnevik asks, where will all these unemployed people go? He predicts that the proportion of Europe's labor force employed in manufacturing and business services will decline from 35% today to 25% in 10 years from now, with a further decline to 15% 20 years down the road. Barnevik is deeply pessimistic about Europe's future. If anybody tells me, wait 2 or 3 years and there will be a hell of a demand for labor, I say, tell me where? What jobs? In what cities? Which companies? When I add it all together, I find a clear risk that the 10% unemployed or underemployed today could easily become 20 to 25% 30. Peter Drucker, whose many books and articles over the years have helped facilitate the new economic reality, says quite bluntly that the disappearance of labor as a key factor of production is going to emerge as the critical unfinished business of capitalist society. 31. For some, particularly the scientists, engineers, and employers, a world without work will signal the beginning of a new era in history in which human beings are liberated, at long last, from a life of backbreaking toil and mindless repetitive tasks. For others, the workerless society conjures up the notion of a grim future of mass unemployment and global destitution, punctuated by increasing social unrest and upheaval. On one point virtually all of the contending parties agree. We are, indeed, entering into a new period in history in which machines increasingly replace human beings in the process of making and moving goods and providing services. This realization led the editors of Newsweek to ponder the unthinkable in a recent issue dedicated to technological unemployment. What if there were really no more jobs? Asked Newsweek. 32. The idea of a society not based on work is so utterly alien to any notion we have about how to organize large numbers of people into a social whole, that we are faced with the prospect of having to rethink the very basis of the social contract. Most workers feel completely unprepared to cope with the enormity of the transition taking place. The rash of current technological breakthroughs and economic restructuring initiatives seem to have descended on us with little warning. Suddenly, all over the world, men and women are asking if there is a role for them in the new future unfolding across the global economy. Workers with years of education, skills, and experience face the very real prospect of being made redundant by the new forces of automation and information. What just a few short years ago was a rather esoteric debate among intellectuals and a small number of social writers around the role of technology in society is now the topic of heated conversation among millions of working people. They wonder if they will be the next to be replaced by the new thinking machines. In a 1994 survey conducted by the New York Times, 2 out of every 5 American workers expressed worry that they might be laid off, required to work reduced hours, or be forced to take pay cuts during the next 2 years. 77% of the respondents said they personally knew of someone who had lost his or her job in the last few years, while 67% said that joblessness was having a substantial effect on their communities. 33. In Europe, fear over rising unemployment is leading to widespread social unrest and the emergence of neo-fascist political movements. Frightened, angry voters have expressed their frustration at the ballot box, boosting the electoral fortunes of extreme right-wing parties in Germany, Italy, and Russia. In Japan, rising concern over unemployment is forcing the major political parties to address the jobs issue for the first time in decades. We are being swept up into a powerful new technology revolution that offers the promise of a great social transformation, unlike any in history. The new high-technology revolution could mean fewer hours of work and greater benefits for millions. For the first time in modern history, large numbers of human beings could be liberated from long hours of labor in the formal marketplace, to be free to pursue leisure time activities. The same technological forces could, however, as easily lead to growing unemployment and a global depression. Whether a utopian or dystopian future awaits us depends, to a great measure, on how the productivity gains of the information age are distributed. A fair and equitable distribution of the productivity gains would require a shortening of the work week around the world and a concerted effort by central governments to provide alternative employment in the third sector, the social economy, for those whose labor is no longer required in the marketplace. If, however, the dramatic productivity gains of the high-tech revolution are not shared, but rather used primarily to enhance corporate profit, to the exclusive benefit of stockholders, top corporate managers, and the emerging elite of high-tech knowledge workers, chances are that the growing gap between the haves and the have-nots will lead to social and political upheaval on a global scale. All around us today, we see the introduction of breathtaking new technologies capable of extraordinary feats. We have been led to believe that the marvels of modem technology would be our salvation. Millions placed their hopes for a better tomorrow on the liberating potential of the computer revolution. Yet the economic fortunes of most working people continue to deteriorate amid the embarrassment of technological riches. In every industrial country, people are beginning to ask why the age-old dream of abundance and leisure, so anticipated by generations of hard-working human beings, seems further away now, at the dawn of the information age, than at any time in the past half-century. The answer lies in understanding a little-known but important economic concept that has long dominated the thinking of both business and government leaders around the world. 2. Trickle-down technology and market realities. For more than a century, the conventional economic wisdom has been that new technologies boost productivity, lower the costs of production, and increase the supply of cheap goods, which, in turn, stimulates purchasing power, expands markets, and generates more jobs. This central proposition has provided the operating rationale for economic policy in every industrial nation in the world. Its logic is now leading to unprecedented levels of technological unemployment, a precipitous decline in consumer purchasing power, and the specter of a worldwide depression of incalculable magnitude and duration. The notion that the dramatic benefits brought on by advances in technology and improvements in productivity eventually filter down to the mass of workers in the form of cheaper goods, greater purchasing power, and more jobs is essentially a theory of trickle-down technology. While technology enthusiasts, economists, and business leaders rarely use the term trickle-down to describe technology's impact on markets and employment, their economic assumptions are tantamount to an implicit acceptance of the idea. The trickle-down technology argument dates back to the writings of the early 19th century French economist Jean-Baptiste Say, who was among the first to argue that supply creates its own demand. According to Say, one/product is no sooner created than it, from that instant, affords a market for other products to the full extent of its own value. The creation of one product immediately opens up a vent for other products. Later in the century, Say's ideas on markets, known as Say's law, were taken up by neoclassical economists who argued that new labor-saving technologies increase productivity, allowing suppliers to produce more goods at a cheaper cost per unit. The increased supply of cheaper goods, according to the neoclassical argument, creates its own demand. In other words, falling prices resulting from productivity advances stimulate consumer demand for the goods being produced. Greater demand in turn stimulates additional production, fueling demand again, in a never-ending cycle of expanding production and consumption. The increased volume of goods being sold will assure that any initial loss of employment brought about by technological improvements will quickly be compensated by additional hiring to meet the expanded production levels. In addition, lower prices resulting from technological innovation and rising productivity will mean consumers have extra money left over to buy other products, further stimulating productivity and increased employment in other parts of the economy. A corollary to the trickle-down argument states that even if workers are displaced by new technologies, the problem of unemployment will eventually resolve itself. The growing number of unemployed will eventually bid down wages. Cheaper wages will entice employers to hire additional workers rather than purchase more expensive capital equipment, thereby moderating the impact of technology on employment. 2. The idea that technological innovation stimulates perpetual growth and employment has met with stiff opposition over the years. In his first volume of Capital, published in 1867, Karl Marx argued that producers continually attempt to reduce labor costs and gain greater control over the means of production by substituting capital equipment for workers wherever and whenever possible. The capitalists profit not only from greater productivity, reduced costs, and greater control over the workplace, but also secondarily by creating a vast reserve army of unemployed workers whose labor power is readily available for exploitation somewhere else in the economy. Marx predicted that the increasing automation of production would eventually eliminate the worker altogether. The German philosopher looked ahead to what he euphemistically referred to as the last metamorphosis of labor, when an automatic system of machinery finally replaced human beings in the economic process. Marx foresaw a steady progression of increasingly sophisticated machine substitutes for human labor and argued that each new technological breakthrough transforms the worker's operations more and more into mechanical operations, so that at a certain point the mechanism can step into his place. Thus we can see directly how a particular form of labor is transferred from the worker to capital in the form of the machine, and his own labor power devalued as a result of this transposition. Hence we have the struggle of the worker against machinery. What used to be the activity of the worker's labor becomes that of the machine. 3. Marx believed that the ongoing effort by producers to continue to replace human labor with machines would prove self-defeating in the end. By directly eliminating human labor from the production process and by creating a reserve army of unemployed workers whose wages could be bid down lower and lower, the capitalists were inadvertently digging their own grave, as there would be fewer and fewer consumers with sufficient purchasing power to buy their products. Many orthodox economists agreed, in part, with Marx's analysis. They were willing to admit that productivity gains and the substitution of machines for human beings created a reserve army of the unemployed. Unlike Marx, however, many conceived technology displacement as a necessary evil required to advance the overall prosperity of the economy. By releasing workers, the capitalists were providing a cheap labor pool that could be taken up by new industries which in turn would use the surplus labor to increase their own profits. The profits would then be reinvested in new labor-saving technology that would once again displace labor, reduce unit costs, and increase sales, creating a perpetual upward cycle of economic growth and prosperity. John Bates Clark, founder of the American Economic Association, observed that a supply of unemployed labor is always at hand, and it is neither possible or normal that it should be altogether absent. The well-being of workers requires that progress should go on, and it cannot do so without causing temporary displacement of laborers. 4. Another American economist, William Liserson, echoed Clark's enthusiasm, suggesting that the army of the unemployed is no more unemployed than are firemen who wait in firehouses for the alarm to sound, or the reserve police force ready to meet the next call. 5. The Roaring Twenties. The question of whether modern machine technology creates job growth and prosperity or unemployment, recession, and even depression was put to the test in the 1920s. As today, a fundamental restructuring of work and a spate of new labor-saving technologies were altering the economic landscape. The Ford assembly line and the General Motors organizational revolution radically changed the way companies produce goods and services. The internal combustion engine and the automobile were quickening the pace of transportation. Electricity provided a cheap and abundant supply of energy to drive the production process. Productivity had been rising steadily since the turn of the century. In 1912, 4,664 worker hours were required to build a car. By the mid-1920s one could be built in less than 813 worker hours. 6 similar productivity gains were realized in many other industries. Between 1920 and 1927, productivity in American industry rose by 40%. In manufacturing, output per man-hour rose by an astounding 5.6% a year between 1919 and 1929. At the same time, more than 2.5 million jobs disappeared. In the manufacturing sector alone, more than 825,000 blue-collar workers were let go. 7. In 1925, the Senate Committee on Education and Labor, chaired by Robert Wagner, held hearings on the increasing numbers of working people being displaced by new technologies and rising productivity. The committee found that most of the workers who lost their jobs because of technology improvements remained unemployed for an extended period, and when they did find work, it was generally at a lower wage level. As productivity soared in the 1920s and a growing number of workers were handed pink slips, sales dropped off dramatically. The press began to run stories about buyers' strikes and limited markets. Faced with a glut of overproduction and not enough buyers, the business community began to marshal its public relation resources to rally the consumer public. The National Association of Manufacturers called on the public to end the buyers' strike. In New York, businessmen organized the Prosperity Bureau and urged consumers to buy now and put the money back to work, reminding the public that your purchases keep America employed. Local chambers of commerce took up the banner and spread the corporate message across the country. 9. The business community hoped that by convincing those still working to buy more and save less, they could empty their warehouses and shelves and keep the American economy going. Their crusade to turn American workers into mass consumers became known as the Gospel of Consumption. The Gospel of Mass Consumption. The term consumption has both English and French roots. In its original form, to consume meant to destroy, to pillage, to subdue, to exhaust. It is a word steeped in violence and until the present century had only negative connotations. As late as the 1920s, the word was still being used to refer to the most deadly disease of the day, tuberculosis. Today the average American is consuming twice as much as he or she did at the end of World War XI. 10. The metamorphosis of consumption from vice to virtue is one of the most important yet least examined phenomena of the 20th century. The mass consumption phenomenon did not occur spontaneously, nor was it the inevitable byproduct of an insatiable human nature. Quite the contrary. Economists at the turn of the century noted that most working people were content to earn just enough income to provide for their basic needs and a few luxuries, after which they preferred increased leisure time over additional work hours and extra income. According to economists of the day like Stanley Trevor and John Bates Clark, as people's income and affluence increase, a diminishing utility of returns sets in, making each increment in wealth less desirable. The fact that people preferred to trade additional hours of work for additional hours of leisure time became a critical concern and a bane to businessmen whose inventories of goods were quickly piling up on factory floors and in warehouses across the nation. With an increasing number of workers being displaced by new labor-saving technologies and with production soaring, the business community desperately searched for new ways to reorient the psychology of existing wage earners, to draw them into what Edward Cowdrick, an industrial relations consultant of the time, called the New Economic Gospel of Consumption LL. Converting Americans from a psychology of thrift to one of spendthrift proved a daunting task. The Protestant work ethic, which had so dominated the American frontier ethos, was deeply ingrained. Parsimony and savings were cornerstones of the American way of life, part of the early Yankee tradition that had served as a guidepost for generations of Americans as well as an anchor for newly arrived immigrants determined to make a better life for their children's generation. For most Americans, the virtue of self-sacrifice continued to hold sway over the lure of immediate gratification in the marketplace. The American business community set out to radically change the psychology that had built a nation to turn American workers from investors in the future to spenders in the present. Early on, business leaders realized that in order to make people want things they had never previously desired, they had to create the dissatisfied consumer. Charles Kettering of General Motors was among the first to preach the new gospel of consumption. GM had already begun to introduce annual model changes in its automobiles and launched a vigorous advertising campaign designed to make consumers discontent with the car they already owned. The key to economic prosperity, said Kettering, is the organized creation of dissatisfaction. The economist John Kenneth Galbraith put it more succinctly years later, observing that the new mission of business was to create the wants it seeks to satisfy. 12. The long-standing emphasis on production, which had so preoccupied economists earlier in the century, was suddenly matched by a newfound interest in consumption. A new subfield of economics, consumption economics, emerged in the 1920s as more and more economists turned their intellectual attention to the consumer. Marketing, which had previously played a peripheral role in business affairs, took on a new importance. The producer culture was being converted overnight to the consumer culture. 13. The new interest in marketing reflected a growing awareness on the part of the business community of the central importance of the consumer in maintaining the economy. Historian Frederick Lewis Allen summed up the emerging consciousness: business had learned as never before the importance of the ultimate consumer. Unless he could be persuaded to buy and buy lavishly, the whole stream of six-cylinder cars, super heterodynes, cigarettes, rouge compacts, and electric ice boxes would be dammed up at its outlets. 14. It was not long before advertisers began to shift their sales pitches from utilitarian arguments and descriptive information to emotional appeals to status and social differentiation. The common man and woman were invited to emulate the rich, to take on the trappings of wealth and prosperity previously reserved for the business aristocracy and social elite. Fashion became the watchword of the day as companies and industries sought to identify their products with the vogue and the chic. Consumption economists like Hazel Kyrk were quick to point out the commercial advantages of turning a nation of working people into status-conscious consumers. Growth, she declared, required a new level of consumer buying. Luxuries for the well-off, she argued, had to be turned into necessities for the poorer classes. Overproduction and technological employment could be mitigated, even eliminated, if only the working class could be re-educated toward the dynamic consumption of luxuries. 15. Transforming the American worker into a status-conscious consumer was a radical undertaking. Most Americans were still making most of their own goods at home. Advertisers used every available means and opportunity to denigrate homemade products and to promote the store-bought and factory-made items. The young were particularly targeted. Advertising messages were designed to make them feel ashamed of wearing or using homemade products. Increasingly, the battle lines were drawn around the issue of being modern or old-fashioned. Fear of being left behind proved a powerful motivating force in stimulating purchasing power. Labor historian Harry Braverman captured the commercial spirit of the times, remarking that the source of status is no longer the ability to make things but simply the ability to purchase them. 16. New concepts of marketing and advertising, which had been slowly gaining ground for several decades, took off in the 1920s, reflecting the business community's growing determination to empty its warehouses and increase the pace of consumption to match the ever-accelerating productivity. Brand names, once an oddity, became a permanent feature of the American economy. After the Civil War, the only brand name product one was likely to see in the local general store was Baker's chocolate. Even as late as 1900, most general stores sold staples like sugar, vinegar, flour, nails, and pins unmarked and unlabeled from barrels and bins. Manufacturers anxious to move their products and impatient with the slow pace of jobbers and wholesalers began to sell directly to the public under brand labels. Many of the products were novel and required changing the lifestyles and eating habits of consumers. Author Susan Strasser recounts the many marketing problems encountered by companies trying to sell products that never before existed and create needs that people had never before perceived. People who never before bought cornflakes were taught to need them. Those formerly content to buy oats scooped from the grocer's bin were informed about why they should prefer Quaker oats in a box. At the same time, they learned how packaged breakfast cereals fit modern urban lifestyles, suiting people seeking convenience. 17. Many companies sought new ways to reorient their products to increase sales. Coca-Cola was originally marketed as a headache remedy. It was repositioned as a popular beverage. Asa Candler, who bought the patent on the process from an Atlanta pharmacist, reasoned that the chronic sufferer from headaches may have but one a week. Many persons have only one a year. There was one dreadful malady, though, that everybody suffered from daily, which during 6 or 8 months of the year would be treated and relieved, only to develop again within less than an hour. That malady was thirst. 18. In 1919 the American Sugar Refining Company introduced Domino Golden Syrup, a new product that could be produced throughout the year. Up until then, most Americans used molasses, which was produced in the fall season and used on pancakes during the winter pancake season. Finding it difficult to convince consumers to eat pancakes all year round, Domino came up with an alternative use for its new syrup. It began to sell the product to soda fountains, where it was marketed as the Domino Syrup Nut Sundae and sold during the hot summer months. 19. Companies also experimented with a number of direct marketing schemes to promote their products and increase sales. Premiums and other giveaways were commonplace by the mid-1920s. Many major manufacturers of household products also relied heavily on coupons and ran extensive advertising campaigns in local newspapers. Nothing, however, proved more successful in reorienting the buying habits of American wage earners than the notion of consumer credit. Buying on installment was seductive, and for many became addictive. In less than a decade, a nation of hard-working, frugal Americans were made over into a hedonist culture in search of ever new avenues of instant gratification. At the time of the great stock market crash, 60% of the radios, automobiles, and furniture sold in the United States were purchased on installment credit. 20. Many factors converged in the 1920s to help create a psychology of mass consumption. Perhaps the most enduring of the changes that took place in that decade of transition was the emergence of the suburb. Here was a new kind of domicile, designed in part to emulate the leisurely country life of the rich and famous. Economist Walter Pitkin predicted that the suburban homeowner would become the ideal consumer. 21. In the 1920s, more than 7 million middle-class families migrated to the suburbs. 22. Many viewed the transition from city to suburb as a rite of passage, a declaration of having arrived in American society. Suburban homeownership conferred a new kind of status, one reflected in the aristocratic-sounding names of the streets and subdivisions: Country Club Lane, Green Acre Estates. The suburban home became as much a display as a dwelling. Keeping up with the Joneses became a preoccupation, and for many a suburban homeowner, a near obsession. Advertisers zeroed in on the new suburban aristocrats determined to fill their castles with an endless array of new products and services. By 1929, the mass psychology of consumerism had taken hold in America. The traditional American virtues of Yankee frugality and frontier self-sacrifice were fading. That year, President Herbert Hoover's Committee on Recent Economic Changes published a revealing report on the profound change in human psychology that had taken place in less than a decade. The report ended with a glowing prediction of what lay ahead for America. The survey has proved conclusively what has long been held theoretically to be true, that wants are insatiable, that one want satisfied makes way for another. The conclusion is that economically we have a boundless field before us, that there are new wants which will make way endlessly for newer wants as fast as they are satisfied. By advertising and other promotional devices, a measurable pull on production has been created. It would seem that we can go on with increasing activity. Our situation is fortunate, our momentum remarkable. 23. Just a few short months later, the stock market crashed, plunging the nation and the world into the darkest depression of the modem age. The Hoover Committee, like many of the politicians and business leaders of the day, was so fixated on the idea that supply creates demand that it was unable to see the negative dynamic that was careening the economy into a major depression. In order to compensate for the rising technological unemployment brought about by the introduction of new labor-saving technologies, American corporations poured millions of dollars into advertising and marketing campaigns, hoping to convince the still employed workforce to engage in an orgy of spending. Unfortunately, the income of wage earners was not rising fast enough to keep up with the increases in productivity and output. Most employers preferred to pocket the extra profit realized from productivity gains rather than pass the savings along to the workers in the form of higher wages. Henry Ford, to his credit, suggested that workers be paid enough to buy the products companies were producing. Otherwise, he asked, who would buy my cars? 24. His colleagues chose to ignore the advice. The business community remained convinced that it could continue to reap windfall profits, depress wages, and still prime the consumer pump sufficiently to absorb the overproduction. The pump, however, was running dry. The new advertising and marketing schemes did stimulate a new psychology of mass consumption. However, lacking sufficient income to purchase all of the new products flooding the market, American workers continued to buy on credit. Some critics at the time warned that goods are being put in hock faster than they can be produced. 25. The warnings went unheeded until it was too late. The business community had failed to understand that its very success was at the root of the growing economic crisis. By displacing workers with labor-saving technologies, American companies increased productivity, but at the expense of creating larger numbers of unemployed and underemployed workers who lacked the purchasing power to buy their goods. Even during the Depression years, productivity gains continued to result in labor displacement, greater unemployment, and a further depression of the economy. In a study of the manufacturing sector published in 1938, Frederick Mills found that while 51% of the decline in man-hours worked was directly related to a fall in production, a surprising 49% was tied to rising productivity and labor displacement. 26. The economic system seemed caught in a terrible and ironic contradiction from which there appeared no escape. Trapped by an ever-worsening depression, many companies continued to cut costs by substituting machines for workers, hoping to boost productivity only to add fuel to the fire. At the depth of the Depression, the British economist John Maynard Keynes published the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, which was to fundamentally alter the way governments regulate economic policy. In a prescient passage, he warned his readers of a new and dangerous phenomenon whose impact in the years ahead was likely to be profound. We are being afflicted with a new disease of which some readers may not yet have heard the name, but of which they will hear a great deal in the years to come, namely technological unemployment. This means unemployment due to our discovery of means of economizing the use of labor outrunning the pace at which we can find new uses for labor. 27. By the 1930s, many mainstream economists were suggesting that increased efficiency and rising productivity, brought on by labor-saving technology, was only exacerbating the economic plight of every industrial nation. Trade unionists, business leaders, economists, and government officials began looking for a way out of what many had come to see as the ultimate contradiction of capitalism. Organized labor began lobbying for a shorter work week as an equitable solution to the crisis, arguing that working people had a right to share in the productivity gains brought on by the new labor-saving technologies. By employing more people at fewer hours, labor leaders hoped to reduce unemployment, stimulate purchasing power, and revive the economy. Union members across the country joined together under the Share the Work banner. The Share the Work movement. In October of 1929, fewer than 1 million people were unemployed. By December 1931, more than 10 million Americans were without work. 6 months later, in June of 1932, the number of unemployed had climbed to 13 million. Unemployment peaked at more than 15 million at the height of the Depression, in March 1933. 28. A growing number of economists blamed the Depression on the technological revolution of the 1920s that had increased productivity and output faster than demand could be generated for goods and services. More than a half-century earlier, Frederick Engels wrote, "The ever-increasing perfectibility of modern machinery is turned into a compulsory law that forces the individual industrial capitalist always to improve his machinery, always to increase its productive force. But the extension of the markets cannot keep pace with the extension of production. The collision becomes inevitable." 29. Engels' views, once considered unduly pessimistic and even wrong-headed, were now being taken up by conventional economists and engineers. Dexter Kimball, the dean of the College of Engineering at Cornell University, like many others, came to see an inextricable relationship between new labor-saving, time-saving technologies, greater efficiency, and rising unemployment. For the first time, Kimball observed, a new and sharp question is raised concerning our manufacturing methods and equipment, and the fear is expressed that our industrial equipment is so efficient that permanent overproduction has occurred and that consequently technological unemployment has become a permanent factor. 30. Labor leaders at the time turned to the notion of matching productivity gains with a reduction in hours worked as a way of putting people back to work, increasing purchasing power, and jump-starting an idle economy. Although throughout the 1920s labor had argued that productivity gains should be shared with the workers in the form of reduced work hours, the argument for the shorter week had concentrated more on the psychological and social benefits of leisure rather than the economic benefits. Historian Benjamin Honeycutt notes that at the 1929 American Federation of Labor, AFL, convention, the Executive Council's final report on shorter hours made no mention of unemployment or higher wages, presenting instead a lengthy praise of worker leisure, describing it as necessary for rounded development of the body, mind, and spirit, the richness of life, social progress, and civilization itself. 31 By 1932 organized labor had shifted the argument for reduced hours from quality of life concerns to economic justice. Labor leaders viewed technological unemployment as a natural result of increased efficiency, economic surpluses, and limited markets. 32. They argued that if the nation were to avoid widespread and permanent unemployment, it was necessary for the business community to share the productivity gains with its workers in the form of reduced working hours. Redistribution of hours was increasingly seen as a survival issue. If new technologies increased productivity and led to fewer workers and overproduction, the only appropriate antidote was to reduce the number of hours worked so that everyone would have a job and enough income and purchasing power to absorb the increases in production. Bertrand Russell, the great English mathematician and philosopher, stated labor's case. There should not be 8 hours per day for some and 0 for others, but 4 hours per day for all. 33. On July 20, 1932, the AFL Executive Council, meeting in Atlantic City, drafted a statement calling on President Hoover to convene a conference of business and labor leaders for the purpose of implementing a 30-hour work week to create work opportunities for millions of idle men and women. 34. Anxious to stimulate consumer purchasing power, and seeing no other viable solution on the horizon, many business leaders reluctantly joined the campaign for a shorter work week. Major employers, including Kellogg's of Battle Creek, Sears, Roebuck, Standard Oil of New Jersey, and Hudson Motors, voluntarily cut their work weeks to 30 hours to keep people employed. 35. The Kellogg's decision was the most ambitious and innovative of the plans. W. K. Kellogg, the owner, reasoned that if we put in 4 6-hour shifts, instead of 3 8-hour shifts, this will give work and paychecks to the heads of 300 more families in Battle Creek. To ensure the adequate purchasing power of its employees, the company raised the minimum wage of its male workers to $4 per day, and increased hourly wages by 12.5%, which offset the loss of 2 hours of work each day. 36 Kellogg's management argued that its workers ought to be able to benefit from increases in productivity by enjoying higher wages and shorter work weeks. The company produced reports showing that reduced work schedules improved enthusiasm and efficiency on the job. In 1935, the company published a detailed study showing that after 5 years under the 6-hour day, burden or overhead unit cost was reduced by 25%, labor unit costs reduced by 10%, accidents reduced 41%, and 39% or more people were working at Kellogg's than in 1929-37. The company was proud of its accomplishments and eager to share its insights with others in the business community. This isn't just a theory with us. We have proved it with 5 years actual experience. We have found that, with the shorter working day, the efficiency and morale of our employees is so increased, the accident and insurance rates are so improved, and the unit cost of production is so lowered that we can afford to pay as much for 6 hours as we formerly paid for 8.38. The Kellogg philosophy extended well beyond notions of improved worker efficiency and reduced unemployment. President Lewis L. Brown spoke for the Kellogg family when he said that the goal of increased productivity should be not only profit, but also more leisure time for millions of American workers so they could renew their commitments to family and community and explore their own personal freedom. The company introduced a number of innovations at the plant and in the community to advance the leisure ethic, including the erection of a gymnasium and recreation hall, an outdoor athletic park, a recreation park, employee garden plots, daycare facilities, and a nature center to allow its employees to enjoy the beauty of the Michigan countryside. 39. A survey of 1,718 business executives conducted by the Industrial Conference Board found that by 1932 more than half of American industry had reduced the number of hours worked, in order to save jobs and promote consumer spending. 4. O. H. I. Harriman, president of the National Chamber of Commerce, spoke out in favor of spreading the work more equitably among American workers, saying, "It is better for all of us to be at work some of the time than for some of us to be at work all of the time while others are not at work at all." 41. On December 31, 1932, Senator Hugo L. Black of Alabama introduced a bill in the U.S. Senate calling for a 30-hour work week as the only practical and possible method of dealing with employment. Black addressed the nation on radio, urging Americans to support the 30-hour work week bill. He predicted that its passage would lead to the immediate re-employment of more than 6.5 million jobless Americans and benefit industry by increasing the purchasing power of millions of newly hired wage earners. 42 At congressional hearings held on the Black Bill in January and February of 1933, William Green of the AFL testified that he was firmly convinced that the shorter workday and the shorter work week must be applied generally and universally if we are to provide and create work opportunity for the millions of workmen who are idle and who are anxious to work. 43. Much to the surprise of the country, the Senate passed the Black Bill on April 6, 1933, by a vote of 53 to 30, mandating a 30-hour week for all businesses engaged in interstate and foreign commerce. The Senate vote electrified the public and sent shudders through Wall Street. Labor, a union publication, ran the banner headline, "Great Victory." Its editors, as incredulous as the rest of the country over what had transpired on the Senate floor, reflected on the importance of the event. They wrote, "10 years ago, such a bill would have been smothered in committee. Last week a tremendous majority of senators, progressives and conservatives alike, were in favor of it. This marks the most amazing change in public opinion in recent history." 44. The Black Bill went immediately to the House of Representatives, where William P. Connery, Jr., of Massachusetts, the chairman of the Labor Committee, predicted quick passage. The bill was voted out of committee with the recommendation that the House pass the legislation. The legislation seemed assured. Most Americans thought they were about to be the first labor force in the world to work a 30-hour week. The excitement in the country was to be short-lived. President Roosevelt, joined by the nation's business leaders, moved immediately to kill the legislation. While the administration acknowledged that a reduction in the number of hours worked would provide jobs in the short run and boost purchasing power, Roosevelt was concerned that it would have a negative long-term impact, slowing growth and hurting America's ability to effectively compete overseas. The business community, although in favor of voluntary short-term strategies to reduce the number of hours worked, was opposed to federal legislation that would institutionalize the 30-hour week and make it a permanent feature of the American economy. Roosevelt convinced the House Rules Committee to scuttle the Black-Connery bill in return for passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, which contained provisions allowing the government to set the length of the work week for targeted industries. Both Congress and organized labor capitulated, in large part, because the NIRA legislation guaranteed labor the right to organize and bargain collectively with management, a demand the unions had long sought in federal legislation. In essence, the demand for shorter hours was sacrificed in return for the right of labor to have the full protection of federal law in their efforts to organize the American workplace. Roosevelt later voiced regret that he did not get behind the Black-Connery 30-hour week bill and push it through Congress. 45. In 1937 he delivered an address to a special session of Congress convened to deal with the worsening employment picture that year. He asked his colleagues a question that is as timely and significant today as it was when he spoke before Congress more than a half-century ago. What does the country ultimately gain if we encourage businessmen to enlarge the capacity of American industry to produce unless we see that the income of our working population actually expands to create markets to absorb that increased production? 46. With the gospel of consumption crusade stalled by collapsing consumer credit, and the share the work movement stymied by congressional inaction, the country finally turned to the federal government to bail out the ailing economy. It came in the form of the New Deal and a new approach to solving the twin problems of widespread technological unemployment and ineffective consumer demand in America. The New Deal. Just months after being elected to office, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt enacted the first in a series of legislative programs designed to put America back to work. The National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, of 1933 committed the country to employing millions in an expanded public works program. Unveiling the new program to the American people, Roosevelt made it clear that our first purpose is to create employment as fast as we can. The New Deal administration saw its role as an employer of last resort, a kind of backup mechanism that could effectively jumpstart a weakened economy. Roosevelt emphasized government's new role, saying that the aim of this whole effort is to restore our rich domestic market by raising its vast consuming capacity. The pent-up demand of the people is very great, and if we can release it on so broad a front, we need not fear a lagging recovery. 47. The NIRA was followed by the Civil Works Administration in 1933 and 1934, which found jobs for more than 4 million unemployed workers. 48. In 1935 Roosevelt launched a still more ambitious job creation effort, the Works Progress Administration, or WPA. The aim of the WPA was to stimulate immediate consumer purchasing power by initiating what the Roosevelt administration called light projects, programs that were labor-intensive, cost little to implement, and could be completed quickly. The idea was to use more manpower than materials and machinery and to get paychecks in the hands of as many laborers as possible, as quickly as possible. By emphasizing work for unskilled and semi-skilled laborers, and purposely de-emphasizing large capital expenditure, the White House hoped to put money directly in the hands of the group most likely to spend it immediately in order to help stimulate retail business. 49. Harry Hopkins, who headed up the WPA effort for Roosevelt, argued persuasively that the first priority of the government was to get the national income up so that the underprivileged one-third of the American people can become consumers, and thus participate in the economy. To Hopkins and others in the Roosevelt Brain Trust, it had become all too apparent that the principal cause of the Depression lay in the fact that consumer incomes did not increase fast enough to take the goods off the market. 50. The government's task was to provide jobs, income, and increased purchasing power to restart the economic engine. In addition to the WPA, the Roosevelt administration launched the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, and built the Boulder and Grand Coulee dams as well as other electricity generating plants to boost government work rolls and bring cheap electrical power to rural communities and businesses. The National Youth Administration was set up in 1935 to train and employ the nation's youth. The Federal Theater Project and the Federal Writers Project put many of the nation's artists back to work. The Federal Housing Administration, FHA, was established and the Homeowners Loan Association set up to boost employment in the construction industry and assist financially stressed homeowners. Finally, the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1933 and the Soil Conservation Act of 1936 were passed to help farmers survive the Depression. To aid older Americans and stimulate consumer spending, the Roosevelt administration passed the Social Security Act of 1935. Unemployment compensation was established to ease the burden of workers temporarily laid off. The administration also passed the Fair Labor Standards Act to guarantee minimum wage standards and the National Labor Relations Act to help make it easier for unions to organize. It was believed that a strong union movement could more effectively bargain for improved wages and provide additional consumer purchasing power to grease the economy. The New Deal administration also sought to manipulate purchasing power by its tax policies. Some economists, like Mariner Ecclesiastes, fought hard for tax policies that would stimulate the economy by lowering the taxes on consumption, which represented nearly 60% of the federal tax revenues, and by raising the taxes on incomes, gifts, corporate profits, and estates. The idea was to take money from the wealthy, who are more likely to oversave it, and give more money to the middle, working class, and the poor, who were more likely to spend it, thus boosting sales and economic growth. 51. The New Deal was at best only a partial success. In 1940 the nation's unemployment still hovered at nearly 15%. Although the rate was considerably lower than in 1933, when it had reached a high of 24 to 9%, the economy continued in a depression. 52 Still, FDR's many reform programs established a new role for the federal government, one that has remained firmly entrenched in public policy ever since. Thereafter, government was to play a key part in regulating the economic activity of the country by attempting to assure adequate levels of employment and income to keep the economy from faltering. Despite the many new government programs pushed through during the 1930s in the United States and in other countries, the endemic weaknesses in the industrial system that had precipitated the worldwide economic crisis in the first place continued to plague the international economic community. It was only global war that saved the American economy. Within a year after the United States entered World War II, government expenditures climbed from $16.9 billion to more than $51.9 billion. By 1943, federal outlays on the war totaled more than $81.1 billion. Unemployment was cut in half in 1942, and in half again in 1943. 53. The post-war world. The war economy continued after VJ Day in the form of a vast military-industrial complex, a labyrinth of Pentagon-financed endeavors that came to dominate the American economy. By the late 1980s, over 20,000 major defense contracting corporations and an additional 100,000 subcontractors were working on Pentagon projects. 54. The military share of total goods consumption was more than 10% during the Reagan-Bush years. The military-industrial complex had swelled to such monstrous proportions that if it were a separate nation, it would rank as the world's 13th largest power. In the 1980s, the United States spent more than $2.3 trillion on military security. Nearly $46 out of every $100 of new capital went to the military economy. 55 Even with the addition of a permanent military-industrial complex, the post-war boom was threatened by continued technological unemployment in the 1950s and 1960s resulting from breakthroughs in automation. New products, especially television and consumer electronics, helped cushion the blow and provide jobs for workers displaced by machines in other industries. The service sector also grew significantly, in part to fill the vacuum left by millions of women leaving the home to work in the economy. Government spending continued to provide jobs as well, dampening the effect of technological unemployment. In 1929, government spending was only 12% of the gross national product. By 1975, total government spending was more than 33.2% of the nation's GNP. 56 The National Defense Highway Act of the 1950s, the most costly public works project in history, spawned a new highway and suburban culture and opened up new employment opportunities in every region of the country. The Great Society programs in the 1960s provided jobs for many of the nation's poor, again mitigating the negative impact of rising productivity and growing technological unemployment. The Cold War and the Vietnam War led to an accelerated flow of government dollars into defense industries, ensuring an expanding economy and employment for many who might otherwise have been displaced by new technologies. Finally, by the mid-1970s, more than 19% of all U.S. workers had jobs in the public sector, making the government the largest employer in the United States. 57. New realities. The new economic realities of the coming century make it far less likely that either the marketplace or public sector will once again be able to rescue the economy from increasing technological unemployment and weakened consumer demand. Information and telecommunication technologies threaten a loss of tens of millions of jobs in the years ahead and the steady decline of work in many industries and employment categories. The technological optimists counter that the new products and services of the high-technology revolution will generate additional employment, and point to the fact that earlier in the century the automobile made the horse and buggy obsolete but generated millions of new jobs in the process. Although it is true that many of the products and services of the information age are making older products and services obsolete, they require far fewer workers to produce and operate. Take, for example, the highly touted information superhighway, a revolutionary new form of two-way communications that can bring a range of information and services directly to the consumer, bypassing traditional channels of transportation and distribution. The new data superhighway will employ an increasing number of computer scientists, engineers, producers, writers, and entertainers to program, monitor, and run the networks. Nonetheless, their numbers will pale in contrast to the millions of employees in the wholesale and retail sectors whose jobs will be made redundant and irrelevant by the new medium. Dennis Kamat, formerly of the Department for Professional Employees of the AFL-CIO, cites still another equally compelling example, the emerging biotechnology industry, one of the new growth industries of the high-technology revolution. The Clinton administration, and especially Vice President Al Gore, often single out biotechnology as the kind of new industry that is creating whole new jobs, many of which were unimaginable just a decade ago. While the types of jobs may be new, the number of jobs are few because of the capital-intensive nature of the industry. The biotech industry has generated fewer than 97,000 jobs in the last 10 years. Kamat reminds us that double that number of jobs were eliminated through downsizing last year, 1993 alone. To reduce unemployment by a single percentage point, says Kamat, we would have to overnight create something like 11 biotech industries, a feat well beyond the current scientific, technological, and economic capacity of our society. 58 Many in the business community acknowledge that some of the new high-technology innovations and industries create far fewer jobs than they replace. They continue to believe, however, that the losses in the domestic market will be checked by an increase in foreign demand and the opening up of new markets abroad. Today's global corporations are engaged in a fierce battle to lower trade barriers and push into new untapped regions in search of markets for the expanding production of goods and services. They hope that new markets can be created at a fast enough pace to absorb the increased productive potential of the new technology revolution. Murray Wadenbaum, formerly chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers under President Reagan, among others, argues that new markets opening up in Asia and the Pacific will likely provide a wellspring of new consumer purchasing power for American-made goods. 59 Corporate efforts to create new markets, however, are being met with only marginal success for the simple reason that the same technological and economic forces at work in America are affecting much of the global economy. In Europe, Japan, and in a growing number of developing nations, re-engineering and automation are replacing human labor at an ever-accelerating rate, reducing effective demand in scores of countries. Faced with anemic markets, both at home and abroad, many companies have turned to new labor-saving technology as a way of cutting costs and squeezing more profits out of an ever-shrinking revenue base. American companies, being very cost-sensitive, are really trying to substitute machinery for labor rather than purchase more machinery and more labor, says David Weiss, chief economist for the consulting firm of DRS/McGraw-Hill. While U.S. companies spent more than $592 billion in 1993 on new capital, the Commerce Department reports that less than $120 billion went into the construction of new factories and buildings that require more workers. The rest went to upgrading the efficiency of existing facilities, allowing companies to produce the same output at less costs and with fewer workers. Of course, the savings proved to be only temporary. Fewer workers translates into less purchasing power for the economy as a whole, further shrinking potential markets and revenues. 60. With demand seriously weakened by rising unemployment and underemployment in most of the industrial world, the business community has turned to extending easy consumer credit in an effort to stimulate purchasing power. Installment buying, loans, and credit card purchases have become a way of life in many industrial countries. In the United States alone, private consumer debt increased 210% in the 1960s and 268% during the 1970s. Today it is more than $4 trillion. 61. According to a 1994 report from the Federal Reserve Board, middle-class families are paying nearly a quarter of their income to creditors, a substantially higher level than in previous periods of economic recovery. The disquieting figures led Reserve Board member Lawrence B. Lindsay to comment that what seems to be one of the best times financially for our country as a whole stands in contrast to what is arguably one of the riskiest times that large parts of the household sector have faced in many years. 62. The report went on to say that middle-class wage earners may be nearing the limits of their borrowing capacity. In the past, when a technology revolution threatened the wholesale loss of jobs in an economic sector, a new sector emerged to absorb the surplus labor. Earlier in the century, the fledgling manufacturing sector was able to absorb many of the millions of farmhands and farm owners who were displaced by the rapid mechanization of agriculture. Between the mid-1950s and the early 1980s, the fast-growing service sector was able to re-employ many of the blue-collar workers displaced by automation. Today, however, as all these sectors fall victim to rapid restructuring and automation, no significant new sector has developed to absorb the millions who are being displaced. The only new sector on the horizon is the knowledge sector, an elite group of industries and professional disciplines responsible for ushering in the new high-tech automated economy of the future. The new professionals, the so-called symbolic analysts or knowledge workers, come from the fields of science, engineering, management, consultancy, teaching, marketing, media, and entertainment. While their numbers will continue to grow, they will remain small compared to the number of workers displaced by the new generation of thinking machines. Retraining for what? The Clinton administration has pinned its hopes on retraining millions of Americans for high-tech jobs as the only viable means of reducing technological unemployment and improving the economic well-being of American workers. The White House is seeking more than $3.4 billion in federal funds to upgrade existing training programs and initiate new projects to retrain the more than 2 million Americans who lose their jobs each year. 63. Robert Rifk, the Secretary of Labor, has been barnstorming the country, garnering support for a massive retraining effort. In speech after speech, Rifk warns his audiences that the United States is entering a new, highly competitive global economy and that to succeed in the new economy, our workers must be better educated, highly skilled, and adaptable, as well as trained to world-class standards. 64. While the White House is pleading for more job retraining, a growing number of critics are beginning to ask the question, retraining for what? With the agricultural, manufacturing, and service sector all automating their operations and re-engineering millions of Americans out of their jobs, the question of where these displaced workers will find alternative employment, once they become retrained, becomes paramount. A 1993 study by the Department of Labor found that less than 20% of those who were retrained under federal programs for dislocated workers were able to find new jobs paying at least 80% of their former salary. 65 The few good jobs that are becoming available in the new high-tech global economy are in the knowledge sector. It is naive to believe that large numbers of unskilled and skilled blue and white-collar workers will be retrained to be physicists, computer scientists, high-level technicians, molecular biologists, business consultants, lawyers, accountants, and the like. To begin with, the gap in educational levels between those needing jobs and the kind of high-tech jobs available is so wide that no retraining program could hope to adequately upgrade the educational performance of workers to match the kind of limited professional employment opportunities that exist. Charles F. Albrecht, Jr., president of Drake Beam Morin Human Resource Consulting, says that a large majority of the people being displaced by the new information and telecommunication technologies will not have the skill bank or the capacity to be retrained. The hard reality, says Albrecht, is that the thought processes and initiatives that are necessary to manage these machines and make them work are beyond their grasp. 66. According to a study on adult literacy in America, sponsored by the Department of Education, upwards of 90 million Americans are so poorly educated that they cannot even write a brief letter explaining an error on a credit card, figure out a Saturday departure on a bus schedule, or use a calculator to determine the difference between a sale price and a regular price. 67. Currently, 1 out of every 3 adults in the United States is functionally, marginally, or completely illiterate. More than 20 million Americans are either unable to read or have less than a 5th grade reading level. An additional 35 million have less than a 9th grade reading level. As educator Jonathan Kozol points out, employment qualifications for all but a handful of domestic jobs begins at the 9th grade level 68. For these Americans, the hope of being retrained or schooled for a new job in the elite knowledge sector is painfully out of reach. And, even if re-education and retraining on a mass scale were implemented, not enough high-tech jobs will be available in the automated economy of the 21st century to absorb the vast numbers of dislocated workers. The shrinking public sector. For the past 60 years, increased government spending has been the only viable means to cheat the devil of ineffective demand, says economist Paul Samuelson. 69. Technological innovation, rising productivity, growing technological unemployment, and ineffective demand have characterized the American economy since the 1950s, forcing the federal government to adopt a strategy of deficit spending to create jobs, stimulate purchasing power, and boost economic growth. As a result, the federal budget has run in the red every single year but one since President Kennedy took office in 1960. 1.70 in 1960 the federal deficit exceeded $59 billion and the national debt stood at $914.3 billion. By 1991 the deficit was running over $300 billion and the debt was approaching a staggering $4 trillion. The deficit for 1993 exceeded $255 billion. The U.S. government currently borrows $1 for every $4 that it spends. Interest payments on the national debt are nearly $300 billion per year, or more than 20% of government spending. 71 increased federal deficits and an astronomical rise in the national debt have focused public attention on the need to cut spending. Concerns over deficit spending and mushrooming debt are being heard in other countries as well. All over the world, nations are beginning to cut their budgets in order to address the problem of deficits and national debts. In the United States, many of the cuts are occurring in defense. The military-industrial complex, which played a critical role in maintaining the economic prosperity of the country for more than half a century, is now being downsized in the aftermath of the Cold War. The dismantling has occurred suddenly, largely in response to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. In the 1980s the Pentagon budget was still growing by 5% a year, reaching a high of $371 billion in 1986. During the Reagan years, the number of Americans working in defense industries or employed directly in the armed forces totaled 6.7 million, or 5.6% of the labor force. In just the past 5 years, however, military spending has declined by 26% to $276 billion in expenditures in 1993. 72 between 1989 and 1993, more than 440,000 defense workers were laid off. An additional 300,000 uniformed employees of the armed services and more than 100,000 civilian defense employees have also been let go. It is estimated that by 1997 the Pentagon budget will have slipped to less than $234 billion or 3% of the gross domestic product. That represents the smallest portion of national output on defense since Pearl Harbor. A Federal Reserve study projects that defense cuts between 1987 and 1997 could result in an overall loss of 2.6 million jobs. 73 cuts in defense are being matched by significant cuts in other government programs. At the beginning of the 1980s, government employment accounted for 17.9% of total employment in the United States. By the end of the decade, it had declined to 16.4%. 74 The number of government employees is likely to be reduced even more in the remainder of the decade as federal, state, and local governments downsize their operations and automate their services. The Clinton administration has already announced its intention to re-engineer the government, utilizing many of the same management practices and new information technologies that have markedly increased productivity in the private sector. The goal, in the first round of restructuring, is to eliminate some 252,000 workers, or more than 12% of the current federal workforce. The plan also calls for the introduction of sophisticated new computer systems to streamline procurement practices and better serve constituent needs. The administration has placed particular emphasis on thinning the ranks of middle management personnel and hopes that the re-engineering effort will save the government and taxpayers more than $108 billion in the process. 75. Anxious not to be left behind, state and local governments have announced their own intention to hop aboard the re-engineering bandwagon, promising increased productivity and significant cuts in personnel in the years immediately ahead. Much of the current fervor to cut government spending and reduce the deficit comes from the conviction that deficit reduction will help lower interest rates, which will in turn spur new consumer spending and business investment. While lower interest rates will encourage some additional home construction and increased automobile sales, the effect is likely to be dampened by the increased unemployment and loss of purchasing power resulting from a slash in government spending. As to the prospect that lower interest rates will encourage business investment, a number of economists believe that job-creating investment is influenced more by market demand and profit prospects than by interest rates. 76. Low interest rates become increasingly irrelevant if there are insufficient customers to buy the products. A few economists continue to argue against the conventional wisdom, warning that further reductions in government spending are likely to throw the economy into even greater turmoil, from which it may not recover. They would agree with the recent study on long-term economic growth that concludes that there have been no extended periods of rapid economic growth in this century without rapid growth in government purchases. 77. Gar Alperovitz, economist and president of the National Center for Economic Alternatives, notes that although the U.S. deficit is currently running at about 4 to 8% of the gross national product, Britain ran up a deficit of 4.4% of its GNP in 1983, while Japan ran one of 5.6% in 1979. In the two world wars, the U.S. deficit rose precipitously, reaching a peak of 27.7% of GNP in 1919 and 39% of GNP by the end of World War II. Alperovitz's point is that the deficit is not to be feared as much as current political rhetoric would suggest. On the contrary, looking at recent wartime booms, he argues that a very substantial, rather than token, increase in the near-term deficit which stimulates strong growth can be recouped in the out years by increasing taxes when businesses are booming and people are working full-time jobs. Alperovitz acknowledges that while such a policy has many expert advocates, it has little political feasibility at the moment. 78. Despite mounting evidence of the destabilizing impacts of the new high-technology revolution, government leaders continue to champion the idea of trickle-down technology, believing, against all evidence to the contrary, that technological innovations, advances in productivity, and falling prices will generate sufficient demand and lead to the creation of more new jobs than are lost. During the Reagan-Bush era, supply-side economists like George Gilder and David Stockman were quick to embrace the concept of trickle-down technology, arguing that the key to growth lay in policies designed to stimulate production. In 1987, the National Academy of Sciences issued a report on the future of technology and employment, reiterating the trickle-down arguments. By reducing the costs of production and thereby lowering the price of a particular good in a competitive market, technological change frequently leads to increases in output demand. Greater output demand results in increased production, which requires more labor, offsetting the employment impacts of reductions in labor requirements per unit of output stemming from technological change. Even if the demand for a good whose production process has been transformed does not increase significantly when its price is lowered, benefits still accrue because consumers can use the savings from the price reductions to purchase other goods and services. In the aggregate, therefore, employment often expands. Historically, and, we believe, for the foreseeable future, reduction in labor requirements per unit of output resulting from new process technologies have been and will continue to be outweighed by the beneficial employment effects of the expansion in total output that generally occurs. 79. Although the Clinton administration does not openly use the term trickle-down technology, it continues to pursue an economic agenda based squarely on its underlying assumptions. Those assumptions are becoming increasingly suspect, even dangerous. In a world where technology advances promise to dramatically increase productivity and material output while marginalizing or eliminating millions of workers from the economic process, trickle-down technology appears naive, even foolish. Holding on to an old and outmoded economic paradigm in a new post-industrial, post-service era could prove disastrous for the global economy and for civilization in the 21st century. While the idea of trickle-down technology has dominated the thinking of business leaders and elected officials for the better part of a century, another very different perspective on the role of technology has captured the imagination of the public. If the market entrepreneurs have always viewed new technologies as a means to generate increased production, greater profit, and more work, the public has long entertained an alternative vision that one day technology will replace human labor and free them for a life of increasing leisure. Their inspiration has not been the dry writings of political economists but rather the millennial tracts of America's popular writers and essayists. Their vivid descriptions of a future techno-paradise, free of work and toil, has acted like a visionary magnet, drawing successive generations of pilgrims to what they hoped would be a new heaven on earth. Now, these two very different ideas about technology's relation to work are coming into increasing conflict with one another on the eve of the new high-technology revolution. The question is whether the technologies of the third industrial revolution will fulfill the economist's dream of endless production and profit or the public's dream of greater leisure. The answer to that question depends to a great extent on which of these two visions of humanity's future is compelling enough to enlist the energy, talent, and passion of the next generation. The vision of the entrepreneurs keeps us locked into a world of market relations and commercial considerations. The second vision, the one championed by many of America's best-known utopian thinkers, brings us into a new era in which the commercial forces of the marketplace are tempered by the communitarian forces of an enlightened society. Today, many people are at a loss to understand how the computer and the other new technologies of the information revolution that they had so hoped would free them have instead seemed to turn into mechanical monsters, depressing wages, subsuming jobs, and threatening livelihoods. American workers have long been made to believe that by being more and more productive, they would eventually free themselves from endless work. Now, for the first time, it is dawning on them that productivity gains often lead not to more leisure, but to unemployment lines. To understand how a dream of a better tomorrow could have overnight metamorphosed into a technological nightmare, it is necessary to revisit the utopian roots of America's other technological vision, the one that promised a future free from want and toil and from the unrelenting demands of the marketplace. 3. Visions of Techno-Paradise. Every society creates an idealized image of the future, a vision that serves as a beacon to direct the imagination and energy of its people. The ancient Jewish nation prayed for deliverance to a promised land of milk and honey. Later, Christian clerics held out the promise of eternal salvation in the heavenly kingdom. In the modern age, the idea of a future technological utopia has served as the guiding vision of industrial society. For more than a century, utopian dreamers and men and women of science and letters have looked to a future world where machines would replace human labor, creating a near-workerless society of abundance and leisure. Nowhere has the techno-utopian vision been more passionately embraced than in the United States. It was in the fertile intellectual soil of the young America that two great philosophical currents came together to create a unique new image of the future. The first of those currents focused on the heavens and eternal redemption, the second on the forces of nature and the pull of the market. From the first century of American nationhood, these two powerful philosophical orientations worked hand in hand to conquer a continent. With the official closing of the frontier in 1890, the millennial and utilitarian energies that had so distinguished the frontier character were redirected to a new frontier modem: science and technology. The new focus coincided with the vast economic changes after the Civil War that were turning America from a rural to an urban society and from an agricultural to an industrial economy. The last quarter of the 19th century saw the rapid development of a spate of new scientific discoveries that were to reshape the American landscape and consciousness. None proved more important than the harnessing of electricity. If the westward pioneers' great accomplishment lay in traversing a continent and converting a wilderness to a civilized plain, the new pioneers, the scientists and engineers, claimed to tame an even more primordial force of nature, electricity. 100 years after Ben Franklin first wrestled with the primitive forces of electricity, Alexander Graham Bell and his disciples successfully harnessed the powerful and enigmatic current and colonized it for the advancement of the new technological frontier. With electricity, distances could be traversed in an instant. Duration could be compressed to near simultaneity. The telegraph and telephone, the electric dynamo, the cinema, and, later, the radio, were bold extensions, providing human beings with godlike powers over time, space, and nature. In 1886, electricity lit up the first shop windows in New York department stores. The effect on the public was mesmerizing. The Electrical Review recalled the reaction of passers-by to the brilliant illumination. They clustered and fluttered about it as moths do about an oil lamp. The demand for the light spread apace until now, when as soon as the electric light appears in one part of a locality in an American city, it spreads from store to store and street to street. So powerful was the new medium that scientists and engineers of the day predicted that its widespread use would make the cities green, heal the breach between the classes, create a wealth of new goods, extend day into night, cure age-old diseases, and bring peace and harmony to the world. Their unguarded optimism reflected the tenor of the times. The United States was fast becoming a leader of the emergent Industrial Revolution. In small makeshift tool and die shops scattered across the country, tinkerers, many without formal education, were busy experimenting with countless mechanical and electrical contraptions, hoping to speed commerce and improve manufacturing performance. Machines, once a novelty, were becoming a ubiquitous and essential component of the new modern way of life. The machine, already a significant commercial force, was transformed into a cultural icon in the last quarter of the 19th century. The mechanical worldview had long since been enthroned as the essential cosmic metaphor by men of science. René Descartes, the French mathematician and philosopher, was the first to advance the radical idea of nature as a machine. In Descartes' utilitarian world, God, the benevolent and caring shepherd of Christendom, was replaced with God, the remote and cold technician who created and set in motion a machine-like universe that was orderly, predictable, and self-perpetuating. Descartes stripped nature of its aliveness, reducing both creation and creatures to mathematical and mechanical analogues. He even described animals as soulless automata whose movements were little different from those of the automated puppetry that danced upon the Strasbourg clock. Although a popular scientific metaphor, the mechanical worldview held little influence with the American public during the first 3/4 of the 19th century. Far more popular were organic metaphors that spoke to America's romanticized agricultural past, and religious metaphors that spoke to its long-anticipated millennial future. The transition from a rural to an industrial way of life provided the new social context for the flourishing of the mechanical view of the world. Technology became the new secular god, and American society soon came to refashion its own sense of self in the image of its powerful new tools. Scientists, educators, writers, politicians, and businessmen began to recast the human image and nature in mechanistic terms, thinking of the human body and all of creation as intricate machines whose operating principles and performance mirrored those of the most sophisticated machines of modern commerce. Many Americans no doubt shared the view of the English social critic Thomas Carlyle, who, nearly 100 years earlier, had written of the new machine culture. Were we required to characterize this age of ours by any single epithet, we should be tempted to call it, not an heroical, philosophical, or moral age, but above all others the mechanical age. It is the age of machinery in every outward and inward sense of that word. Men have grown mechanical in head and heart, as well as in hand, for the technological frame of reference became a permanent feature of American life, locking successive generations into a worldview that glorified the machine culture and made everything that was alive and part of the organic world appear technological in nature. In the New Age, human beings began thinking of themselves as tools, as mere instruments of production. The new self-image reinforced the modus operandi of an emerging industrial economy whose first order of business was to be productive. In less than a half a century, the technological vision had succeeded in converting the American masses from foot soldiers for the Lord to factors of production, and from sentient beings created in the likeness of God to tools fashioned in the image of machines. Engineering utopia. The proselytizers of the new technological vision of the world were popular science fiction writers of the day. Between 1883 and 1933, dozens of homegrown American authors pumped out dime store pulp novels extolling the virtues of a future kingdom on earth, a technological utopia of material pleasures and unlimited leisure. Overnight, a hungry populace embraced the new secular theology. The age-old Christian vision of eternal salvation was tempered by the new belief in an earthly paradise. The new gods were scientists and technicians who, by reason of their ingenuity and expertise, could work miracles and help issue in a millennial reign governed by rigorous mathematical calculation and scientific experimentation. In return for their hard work and unabiding faith in the principles of science and the miraculous powers of machine technology, the public could look forward to the day, in the not-too-distant future, when they could gain entrance to the new utopia, a technologically mediated world where their hopes and dreams would finally be realized. The leading apostle of the new technological kingdom was Edward Bellamy, whose book Looking Backward, 2000 to 1887, published in 1888, became a bestseller and single-handedly converted millions of Americans to the new gospel of technological salvation. Other popular science fiction writers included George Morrison and Robert Thurston, both civil engineers by profession. The carriage maker Charney Thomas and the prominent inventor King Camp Gillette were also among the more popular writers in the new science fiction genre. Many of the titles of the new books had a millennial ring, suggesting a close affiliation with the Christian evangelical tradition that had inspired two great religious awakenings in American history and helped provide the energy to colonize a great continent. Charles Woolridge's Perfecting the Earth, George Morrison's The New Epoch, Albert Merville's The Great Awakening, and Fred Clough's The Golden Age are among the more celebrated titles. Other titles were cast more in the commercial vein, suggesting a link with America's other great tradition of utilitarianism. They included Albert Howard's The Millionaire, Paul Devin's The Day of Prosperity, and Harold Loeb's Life in a Technocracy. 5. The technological utopians successfully melded the Christian notion of eternal salvation and the American utilitarian ethos into a new and powerful cultural synthesis. The idea that science and technology harnessed by a nation of dedicated and faithful laborers steeped in the modern work ethic would direct us into an earthly kingdom of great wealth and leisure continues to serve as a governing social and economic paradigm to the present day. The images of the future presented by the early science fiction writers remain compelling and surprisingly unaffected by the passage of nearly a century. Many of the writers envisioned the new earthly garden as a series of megalopolises, massive urban-suburban tracts that radiate out from a central core in large concentric circles covering up to 700 miles. In The Millionaire, Albert Howard divided the United States into 20 such megalopolises, each run by the all-potent power of electricity. 6. At the center of these great cities, hundreds of giant skyscrapers reach up into the heavens like so many cathedral towers. One visitor to Utopia tells of seeing a city of 36,000 buildings, marble palaces surrounded by wide avenues adorned with beautiful flowers and foliage. Can you imagine the endless beauty of a conception like this? He asked. 7. These grand megalopolises were viewed by their creators as social machines, methodically planned, rationally organized, and efficiently run to the betterment of all of their inhabitants. Like the mathematical principles they were constructed on, the megalopolises were neat and orderly. Their surroundings were clean, even antiseptic, befitting the synthetic nature of the new enclosed artificial environment. Electricity, the clean, silent, invisible source of all power, animates the social machine. An inhabitant of Utopia describes the conditions: our sanitary arrangements and laboratories are the best, and easily accessible, our roads are well paved, Smoke, cinders, and ashes are unknown because electricity is used now for all purposes for which formerly fires had to be built. Our buildings and furniture, made of lacquered aluminum and glass, are cleansed by delicately constructed machinery that operates automatically. The very germs of unclean matter are removed by the most powerful of disinfectants, electrified water, that is sprayed over our walls, and penetrates into every crack and crevice. Everything in the new technological utopia is brought under the watchful eye of science. Even the climate is technologically controlled by powerful machines. We have absolute control of the weather, says one utopian. 9. Production has been automated in the new utopias. In the Golden Age, Fred Clough describes a visit to a near-workerless factory. On the tour of inspection, the sights they visitors to Utopia saw were something wonderful to behold, acres of wonderful machinery running noiseless and doing perfect work. 10. In these future worlds nearly every calling is industrial. Children are trained in the practical arts from an early age and are groomed to be the scientists, engineers, and technicians of the new technological order. The technological utopians wrote about what everyday life would look like in the new Eden. Virtually all of their accounts include descriptions of the many new labor and time-saving machines that will free people for a life of increasing leisure. Of course, all are powered by the miracle of electricity. They correctly predicted electric clothes washers and dryers, vacuum cleaners, air conditioners, refrigerators, garbage disposals, even electric razors. Underground pneumatic tubes would connect factories, wholesalers, distributors, and customers and provide a 24-hour pipeline for shipping goods to every household and to the far corners of the megalopolises. The pneumatic underground, says one citizen of Utopia, is like a gigantic mill, into the hopper of which goods are being constantly poured by the trainload and shipload, to issue at the other end in packages of pounds and ounces, yards and inches, pints and gallons, corresponding to the infinitely complex personal needs of 500,000 people. 12. All of these inventions, claimed the new technological utopians, would mean freedom from all of the annoyances of housekeeping and work. The goal of the new order was to use increasingly sophisticated technologies to provide everything for comfort, economy, convenience, and freedom from care that a corporate intelligence could think of. 13. Most of the technological utopians thought their visions of the future would be realized in the United States and elsewhere within 100 years. They were convinced that science and technology would replace divine inspiration and intervention, creating a new secular theology more powerful than any conceived by the men of the church. In one of the novels, the protagonist declares, "Eternity is here. We are living in the midst of it." Another citizen of Utopia boldly proclaims, "Heaven will be on earth." 14. While the pulp novelists did much to spread the good word, converting countless readers to their technological vision, it was the staging of elaborate world fairs that most excited the masses of Americans. Several world fairs were held in the United States, beginning with the Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893 and culminating in the New York World's Fair in New York City in 1939–40. The fairs attracted millions of visitors to their gates. All of them played heavily on the themes advanced by the science fiction writers of the period. The cardinal message was that science and technology were continually pushing forward into new frontiers, taming the wild, domesticating the forces of nature, redirecting the talents of human beings, and reconditioning the culture to the demanding standards of the engineering credo. Corporate and government-sponsored exhibits gave people their first three-dimensional glimpse of the breathtaking technological future that awaited them. The sights and insights captivated several generations of Americans, making them true believers in the age of progress. During the Depression years of the 1930s, the fairs took on an even more important role. Concerned about growing unemployment and social unrest, fair organizers were anxious to rekindle the flagging spirits of the American public, and used the fairs to sell the idea that the new utopia was within reach. At the New York World's Fair, promoters chose the theme "The World of Tomorrow" to highlight the imminence of the new technological society. The many exhibits featured prototypes of new household products, streamlined forms of transportation, and new modes of communication, including television, which would soon be available in the marketplace. Their objective was to instill renewed hope in the fairgoers, excite their yearnings for a better tomorrow, and reinvigorate them with the spirit of technological progress that had served so well as a motivating tool and secular catechism for more than 2 generations. Printed on the archway overlooking the front gate of the New York World's Fair were the words "Science explores, technology executes, man conforms." For the price of admission, visitors could be dazzled by the technological vistas that lie ahead. Their faith and belief in science and technology would be rewarded with a future society of abundance, and leisure technology would be the new slaves, freeing humanity to play, loaf, or pursue a higher calling. 49. Anticipating the automation revolution of the 1950s and 1960s, Chrysler treated fairgoers to an experimental film entitled In June with Tomorrow, showing a Plymouth automobile assembling itself, done in animation and in 3D. The film showed dancing springs and valves, a crankshaft that fit itself into the engine block, and 4 tires that sashayed in singing "My Body Is in the Plant Somewhere" to the tune of "My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean." 15. Although designed to be humorous and entertaining, the clear message was that automation of the production line was soon to be a reality, changing forever the way we view work. For Americans in the early decades of the 20th century, the new vision of a technological utopia proved a powerful rallying cry. Immigrants and native-born alike were eager to join the march to the new promised land, the utopia that awaited them just over the scientific horizon. By the 1920s, Walter Lippmann was writing that the miracles of science seemed to be inexhaustible. The new Moses who would deliver the chosen people to the land of milk and honey would not be a man of God, but rather a man of science. It is not surprising, said Lippmann, that men of science should have acquired much of the intellectual authority which churchmen once exercised. Scientists do not, of course, speak of their discoveries as miracles. But to the common man they have much the same character. 16. The cult of efficiency. All of the technological utopians shared an obsession with the creative and redeeming power of efficiency, a once obscure English time value cloaked in religious significance that metamorphosed into a powerful new secular time value in the new machine culture. More efficient machines and more efficient use of time, they believed, would lead to a workerless future of vast material abundance and unlimited free time. The modern notion of efficiency emerged in the 19th century in the wake of experiments in the new scientific field of thermodynamics. Engineers, experimenting with power-driven machinery, began to use the term efficiency to measure energy flows and entropy losses. Efficiency came to mean the maximum yield that could be produced in the shortest time, expending the least amount of energy, labor, and capital in the process. The man most responsible for popularizing the notion of efficiency. 50. In the economic process was Frederick W. Taylor. His Principles of Scientific Management, published in 1895, became the standard reference for organizing the workplace and were soon used to organize much of the rest of society. Economic historian Daniel Bell says of him, "If any social upheaval can ever be attributed to one man, the logic of efficiency as a mode of life is due to Taylor." 17. Using a stopwatch, Taylor divided each worker's task into the smallest visibly identifiable operational components, then measured each to ascertain the best time attainable under optimal performance conditions. His studies calibrated worker performance to fractions of a second. By calculating the mean times and best times achieved in each component of the worker's job, Taylor could make recommendations on how to change the most minute aspects of performance in order to save precious seconds and even milliseconds. Scientific management, says Harry Braverman, is the organized study of work, the analysis of work into its simplest elements and the systematic improvement of the worker's performance of each of these elements. 18. Efficiency came to dominate the workplace and the life of modern society, in large part, because of its adaptability to both the machine and human culture. Here was a time value designed to measure the input/output ratio of energy and speeds in machines that could easily be applied to the work of human beings and the workings of all of society. Within its grasp, every force and activity became instrumental to utilitarian and productive goals. From now on, human beings and machines would be measured and assigned worth based on their relative efficiencies. In 1912 the editors of Harper's Magazine wrote, "Big things are happening in the development of this country." With the spreading of the movement toward greater efficiency, a new and highly improved era in national life has begun. 19. The efficiency craze swept America in the second and third decades of the 20th century. It was thought by many that by becoming more efficient, they could shorten the amount of personal labor required to perform a job and thereby gain more wealth and free time. Efficiency societies were established in offices, factories, schools, and civic institutions across the country. Reformers urged a more rational approach to the workings of the market, predicated on the principles of scientific management. Economists of the day began to think of the corporate mission as much in terms of advancing technological progress and the goals of efficiency as in making profits for the stockholders. Years later, John Kenneth, 51. Galbraith would crystallize the new bent toward technological proficiency and productive efficiency in his book The New Industrial State. He announced that power in the giant corporations had passed from the stockholders to the technostructure. Galbraith argued that the growing complexity of the modern corporation, coupled with the introduction of increasingly sophisticated technology, required specialized talent and a new breed of scientific-minded managers who could run the institutions more like the efficient machines they were becoming. 20 Progressives of the period called for the depoliticizing of government and the introduction of scientific management principles into local, state, and federal government programs. New regulatory agencies, including the Federal Communications Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, were created in the 1930s in an effort to shield what many reformers considered to be purely administrative matters from the manipulations and intrigues of traditional politics. Reformers hoped that a new generation of professional managers would replace political appointees throughout the administrative structure, making government more scientific and efficient. New professional schools were established to teach students how to apply the principles of scientific management to governance, with the aim of replacing the art of politics with the science of administration. At the local level, city planning became popular. Hundreds of cities created planning commissions and agencies to more efficiently coordinate commercial and residential development and operate municipal utilities and services. Many cities replaced mayors with city planners and commissioners, generally architects, engineers, and other specialists whose job was to substitute the old system of political patronage and pork barrel politics with swift, efficient management of services. The efficiency crusade reached into every area of American life, remaking society to the exacting temporal standards of the industrial machine culture. It wasn't long before popular magazines and journals began to turn the heat up on the American educational system, charging the nation's teachers and administrators with gross inefficiency and with wasting the potential productive contribution of the next generation of workers. The Saturday Evening Post warned that there is inefficiency in the business management of many schools such as would not be tolerated in the world of offices and shops. 22. In the summer of 1912, the Ladies' Home Journal ran a scathing article. 52. Entitled "Is the Public School a Failure?" Laying the blame for increased unemployment, starvation, incestuousness, and debauchery on inefficient methods of instruction that had failed to prepare the nation's youth to be productive, efficient citizens. 23. That same year, at the annual meeting of the nation's school superintendents, the attendees were told that the call for efficiency is felt everywhere throughout the length and breadth of the land, and the demand is becoming more insistent every day. They were admonished that the schools as well as other business institutions must submit to the test of efficiency. 24. The efficiency dogma was even carried into the most private parts of daily life. In 1912 the craze reached into the home with the publication of an article in Ladies' Home Journal entitled "The New Housekeeping." The author, Christine Frederick, informed housewives across America that it was time to make homemaking more efficient and productive. Frederick confided with her readers that she had been unknowingly wasting precious time by continuing to use inefficient approaches to housework. For years I never realized that I actually made 80 wrong motions in the washing alone, not counting others in the sorting, wiping, and laying away. 25. The author asked her readers, do we not waste time by walking in poorly arranged kitchens? Could not the housework train be dispatched from station to station, from task to task? 26. From democracy to technocracy. Engineering values invaded and remade American culture in the opening decades of the 20th century. The closing of the Western frontier and the opening of the technological frontier was greeted with excitement and anticipation by the nation's boys, who quickly traded in their toy pistols and cowboy hats for erector sets. The Erector Instruction Manual of 1915 claimed that erector is the only builder with girders that resemble the real structural material used in the great skyscrapers, offices, factories, and public buildings. The company invited the nation's youngsters to build derricks, machine shops, battleships, aeroplanes, duplicates of celebrated bridges, arches etc., that can be operated with the electric motor. 27. The cowboy, the hero of post-Civil War America, was now joined by a new hero, the civil engineer of the technological age. The 53. Engineer appeared as a hero in more than 100 silent movies as well as in scores of best-selling novels. Tom Swift novels, aimed at the nation's young boys, were full of references to the wizardry of science and the wonders of new technologies. By 1922, a national survey of 6,000 high school seniors showed over 31% of the boys choosing engineering as their occupational choice. 28. The engineer, equipped with the tools of efficiency, was the new empire builder. His majestic handiwork was everywhere. Great skyscrapers and mighty bridges and dams were being erected across the country. Author Cecilia Ticky writes, the engineer renewed the spiritual mission embedded for over 2.5 centuries in the national experience. He promised, so it seemed, to lead industrial America directly into the millennium. 29. The nation's love affair with engineering and the ideology of efficiency caught the attention of a number of social critics. H.L. Mencken quipped that the whole country was becoming engineers. The mattress manufacturers were becoming sleep engineers, beauticians had metamorphosed into appearance engineers, garbagemen now referred to themselves as sanitation engineers. 30. If fierce independence, daring, and common sense were the values most prized on the American frontier, organizational ability and efficiency were the new coveted values of an increasingly industrialized, urban America. By 1928 the nation was ready to elect its first engineer to the White House, Herbert Hoover. So effective was the mass conversion to the new engineering values that even when the Depression hit in 1929, Americans continued to defend the technological vision. They chose instead to vent their anger and fear against greedy businessmen who, in their mind, had undermined and thwarted the lofty aims and goals of the nation's new heroes, the engineers. Quite a few Americans agreed with the earlier criticism of economist and social theorist Thorstein Veblen, who, in 1921, penned a caustic frontal attack on the nation's businessmen. Veblen contended that commercial avarice and the irrationality of the marketplace were undermining the technological imperative and creating waste and inefficiencies on a monumental scale. He argued that only by entrusting the nation's economy to the professional engineers whose noble standards stood above pecuniary and parochial concerns could the economy be saved and the country transformed into a new Eden. Veblen believed that if the country's productive industry were competently organized as a systematic 54 whole, and was then managed by competent technicians with an eye to maximum production of goods and services instead of, as now, being mishandled by ignorant businessmen with an eye to maximum profits, the resulting output of goods and services would doubtless exceed the current output by several hundred per cent. 31. Veblen envisioned a country run by professional engineers who, using the most rigorous standards of efficiency, would root out inefficiencies and operate the country like a finely tuned mega-machine. Later, during the worst of the Depression, a group of would-be reformers calling themselves the technocrats took up Veblen's call, urging America to grant near-dictatorial power to the engineers. The technocrats were brazen in their disdain for popular democracy, arguing that all philosophical concepts of human democracy and political economy have, been found to be totally lacking and unable to contribute any factors of design for a continental technological control. 32. The proponents of technocracy favored rule by science rather than rule by man and advocated the establishment of a national body, a technate that would be empowered to marshal the nation's resources and make decisions governing production and distribution of goods and services with the aim of assuring maximum efficient use of natural, human, and machine capital. The technocrats came the closest of any political movement of the time in attempting to integrate the vision of a technological utopia directly into the political process. The leaders of the new movement asked the American people to transform their dream of a better tomorrow into a working reality in the here and now. In technocracy we see science banishing waste, unemployment, hunger, and insecurity of income forever. We see science replacing an economy of scarcity with an era of abundance. And we see functional competence displacing grotesque and wasteful incompetence, facts displacing guesswork, order displacing disorder, industrial planning displacing industrial chaos. 33. The technocracy movement captured the imagination of the country in 1932. The Literary Digest proclaimed that technocracy is all the rage. All over the country it is being talked about, explained, wondered at, praised, damned. 34. Its success was to be short-lived. Internal bickering among its leaders led to a splintering of the movement into warring factions. Then too, Hitler's meteoric rise to power and the Third Reich's fanatical obsession with technological efficiency gave many social thinkers, and not a few voters, second thoughts about the 55. Technocrats call for a technological dictatorship in the United States. The technological worldview suffered an even more critical setback in 1945 when U.S. airships dropped atomic bombs on Japanese cities. The entire world was abruptly forced to look at the dark side of the techno-utopian vision. The post-war generation was the first to live with the constant reminder of modem technology's awesome power to destroy as well as create the future. The launching of the Russian space satellite and the Cold War race into space in the 1950s and 60s provided the impetus for a rekindling of the technological vision. Youngsters all over the world began to emulate the new heroes of the space age. Little boys and girls dreamed of one day being astronauts at the controls of a spaceship, careening through the farthest reaches of the universe. When the Challenger crew plummeted to their death in a fiery crash, as millions of school children looked on in disbelief, the great promise of modem science and technology was put into doubt as never before, and with it some of the hopes and dreams of a generation that, up to then, had believed wholeheartedly in the vision of a future techno-paradise. Other technological mishaps in recent years have added to the general skepticism, muting the once boundless enthusiasm for the techno-utopian worldview. Nuclear power, long heralded as the answer to humanity's search for a source of cheap, efficient energy, turned menacing and threatening in the aftermath of the accident at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant and the catastrophic meltdown and explosion of the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl. The growing threat of global pollution has further weakened the technological vision, as people all over the world have become increasingly aware of the terrible environmental toll modem technologies have exacted in the name of progress. While the threats and disappointments attendant to modem technologies have mounted in recent years, tarnishing the once invincible image of a technologically mediated future, the dream that one day science and technology would free humanity from a life of hardship and toil and issue in an earthly kingdom of abundance and leisure remains alive and surprisingly vibrant among many in the younger generation. Our children dream of traveling at nanosecond speeds along powerful information superhighways, entering into the worlds of virtual reality and cyberspace, where they can transcend traditional earthly bounds and limitations and become masters of a technologically enclosed universe. For them, the techno-utopian dream is 56. As real and compelling as it was for their great-grandparents' generation more than 100 years ago when their thoughts first turned to visions of a technologically constructed future world of convenience and ease. Today, the century-old utopian dream of a future techno-paradise is within sight. The technologies of the information and communication revolution hold out the long-anticipated promise of a near-workerless world in the coming century. Ironically, the closer we seem to come to the technological fruition of the utopian dream, the more dystopian the future itself appears. That's because the forces of the marketplace continue to generate production and profit, with little thought of generating additional leisure for the millions of working people whose labor is being displaced. The high-tech information age is now on our doorsteps. Will its arrival lead to a dangerous replay of the operating assumptions of trickle-down technology, with continued emphasis on endless production, consumption, and work? Or will the high-tech revolution lead to the realization of the age-old utopian dream of substituting machines for human labor, finally freeing humanity to journey into a post-market era? This is the great issue at hand for a world struggling to make the transition into a new period of history. Part 2. The Third Industrial Revolution. 4. Crossing into the high-tech frontier. The transition to a near-workerless, information society is the third and final stage of a great shift in economic paradigms, marked by the transition from renewable to non-renewable sources of energy and from biological to mechanical sources of power. Over the long stretches of history, human survival was intimately tied to the fecundity of the soil and the changing seasons. Solar flow, climate, and ecological succession conditioned every economy on the Earth. The pace of economic activity was set by harnessing the energy of wind, water, animal, and human power. Several developments in the late medieval era set the basis for the wholesale conversion of economic life to machine power. In England, the opening up of new trade routes, a growing population, the emergence of cities, and a market economy increased the flow of economic activity, placing strains on the country's ecological carrying capacity. The cutting down of large swaths of trees to build ships for the Royal Navy and to provide potash, building materials, and heat for a growing population left forests bare, hastening an energy crisis for all of England. The energy shortage forced a shift to a new source of untapped energy: coal. At about the same time, an Englishman named Thomas Savery invented a steam-driven pump to flush excess water from underground mines. The coming together of coal and machines to produce steam marked the beginning of the modern economic era and the first leg in a long journey to replace human labor with mechanical power. In the first industrial revolution, steam power was used to mine 59, 60, or produce textiles and manufacture a wide range of goods that had previously been crafted by hand. The steamship replaced the sailing schooner, and the steam locomotive replaced horse-driven wagons, vastly improving the process of moving raw materials and finished goods. The steam engine was a new kind of work-slave, a machine whose physical prowess exceeded by a magnitude the power of both animals and human beings. The Second Industrial Revolution occurred between 1860 and World War I. Oil began to compete with coal, and electricity was effectively harnessed for the first time, creating a new source of energy to run motors, light up cities, and provide instant communication between people. As was the case with the steam revolution, oil, electricity, and the accompanying inventions of the Second Industrial Revolution continued to shift the burden of economic activity from man to machine. In mining, agriculture, transport, and manufacturing, inanimate sources of power combined with machines to augment, amplify, and eventually replace more and more human and animal tasks in the economic process. The Third Industrial Revolution emerged immediately after World War II, and is just now beginning to have a significant impact on the way society organizes its economic activity. Numerically controlled robots and advanced computers and software are invading the last remaining human sphere, the realm of the mind. Properly programmed, these new thinking machines are increasingly capable of performing conceptual, managerial, and administrative functions and of coordinating the flow of production, from extraction of raw materials to the marketing and distribution of final goods and services. Machines that think. Many computer scientists have come to regard their new mechanical creations in almost mythical terms. Edward Fredkin, a prominent computer scientist, goes so far as to claim that the new technology represents the third great event in the whole of cosmic history. Fredkin gushes, Event 1 is the creation of the universe. Event 2 is the appearance of life. And third, there's the appearance of artificial intelligence 1. The term artificial intelligence was coined at the first AI conference, held at Dartmouth College in 1956. Today, when scientists 61 talk of artificial intelligence, they generally mean the art of creating machines that perform functions which require intelligence when performed by people too. Although scientists, philosophers, and social critics often disagree as to what constitutes genuine intelligence as opposed to rote computation, there is no doubt that computers are taking on tasks of increasing complexity and, in the process, changing our concepts of self and society in fundamental ways. Although most computer scientists would hesitate to put artificial intelligence on the same par as the creation of the universe and the appearance of life on Earth, they are nearly unanimous in their belief that by sometime in the next century this powerful new technological force will be able to outthink the average human mind. The Japanese government has recently launched a 10-year research project to develop computers that can mimic the most subtle functions of the human brain. The ambitious effort, which has been dubbed the Real World Program, will attempt to develop what the Japanese call flexible information processing or soft logic, the kind of intuitive thinking that people use when they make decisions. 3. Using new computers equipped with massive parallel processing, neural networks, and optical signals, the Japanese hope to create a new generation of intelligent machines that can read text, understand complex speech, interpret facial gestures and expressions, and even anticipate behavior. Intelligent machines equipped with rudimentary speech recognition already exist. Companies like BBN Systems and Technologies of Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Dragon Systems of Newton, Massachusetts, have developed computers with vocabularies of up to 30,000 words. 4. Some of the new thinking machines can recognize casual speech, carry on meaningful conversations, and even solicit additional information upon which to make decisions, provide recommendations, and answer questions. There are currently more than 100 million computers in the world, and computer companies predict that more than 1 billion will be in use by the turn of the century. 5. Many computer scientists look to the day when intelligent machines will be sophisticated enough to evolve on their own, creating, in effect, their own consciousness without the need of constant human intervention. Daniel Hillis, of the Thinking Machines Corporation, says that the machines will get good enough at dealing with complexity that they can start dealing with their own complexity, and you'll get systems that evolve. 6. Nicholas Negroponte, of the MIT Media Lab, envisions a new generation of 62 computers so human in their behavior and intelligence that they are thought of more as companions and colleagues rather than mechanical aids. In his book The Architecture Machine, Negroponte writes, "Imagine a machine that can follow your design methodology and at the same time discern and assimilate your conversational idiosyncrasies. The same machine, after observing your behavior, could build a predictive model of your conversational performance. The dialogue would be so intimate, even exclusive, that only mutual persuasion and compromise would bring about ideas unrealizable by either conversant alone." 7. In the future, scientists hope to humanize their machines, creating lifelike computer-generated images of human faces that can converse with the user from a video display screen. By the end of the first half of the 21st century, scientists believe it will be possible to create life-size holographic images of computer-generated human beings capable of interacting with real human beings in real time and space. These three-dimensional images, says Raymond Kurzweil, CEO of Kurzweil Applied Intelligence, will be so lifelike that they will be indistinguishable from real people. 8. Several of the leading lights in the fast-evolving computer field view their creations less as machines in the old-fashioned sense of mechanical appendages and more as newly evolved intelligent beings worthy of respect and deference. Negroponte says that the partnership between human beings and computers is not one of master and slave but rather of two associates that have a potential and a desire for self-fulfillment. 9. Hillis personalizes his relationships with the computer even further, saying, "I would like to build a machine that can be proud of me." L0. The plugged-in species. The dream of creating a machine surrogate for human beings dates back to antiquity. More than 2,000 years ago, Hero of Alexandria described automata that could mimic animals, birds, and human beings. In the early industrial era, when notions of mechanism and machine principles captured the imagination of philosophers and craftsmen alike, the construction of automata became popular throughout Europe. Engineers built little mechanical boys who wrote 63 out poems and prose, petite mechanical maidens who danced to music, and animals of every kind and description performing wondrous feats. The toys, which became a favorite of princes and kings, were toured and put on exhibition throughout Europe. The most elaborate of the automata were the brainchildren of a brilliant and imaginative French engineer, Jacques de Vaucanson. In 1738 Vaucanson amazed his fellow countrymen with the introduction of a fully automated flutist. The mechanized miniature of a human being possessed lips that moved, a moving tongue that served as the airflow valve, and movable fingers whose leather tips opened and closed the stops of the flute. Voltaire was so taken by the sight of the lifelike, remarkable little creature that he dubbed Vaucanson Prometheus's rival. Vaucanson's greatest work was a mechanical duck, an automaton of such great versatility that it has not been surpassed in design to this day. The duck could drink puddle water with its bill, eat bits of grain, and within a special chamber, visible to admiring spectators, duplicate the process of digestion. Each of its wings contained 400 moving pieces and could open and close like that of a living duck. While many craftsmen toyed with lifelike automata, trying to mimic the physical characteristics and movements of sentient creatures, other machine enthusiasts wrestled with the idea of creating complex mechanisms that could mimic the human mind and even solve complex problems requiring intelligence. The first automatic calculating machine was invented by Blaise Pascal in 1642. His machine quickly became the talk of Europe and led Pascal to muse that the arithmetic machine produces effects which appear nearer to thought than all the actions of animals. The philosopher and inventor muted his enthusiasm by observing that his invention does nothing which would enable us to attribute will to it, as to the animals. 12. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz augmented Pascal's feat by adding multiplication to the calculating machine's repertoire. Then, in 1821, Charles Babbage wrote a paper entitled Observations on the Application of Machinery to the Computation of Mathematical Tables, which is still regarded as the first theoretical work on modem computation. Later, Babbage conceived of a new type of machine, an analytical engine, that could be programmed to solve logical or computational problems. Although Babbage's machines were never made fully operational, in part because the technology did not yet exist to fulfill his vision, his anticipation of the many salient features of 64. Modem computation was uncanny. Babbage included punch cards in his design and even a printer 50 years before typesetting machines and typewriters were invented. Babbage even included a storage unit for housing programs and developed a machine language not too dissimilar from those used in today's modem computers. 13 The first fully functional modem calculating machine was invented by William Burroughs in the late 19th century. Although Burroughs' machine was not programmable, its commercial success helped lay the groundwork for the introduction of computational machines in the business life of the nation. In 1890 the U.S. Census Bureau held a competition to FMD new, more innovative ways of tabulating the national census. The country, by that time, had become so big and the demographics so unwieldy that it took upwards of 7 or 8 years just to tabulate the data from the previous census. The winner of the competition was an engineer named Herman Hall Erith, who worked for the Census Bureau. The young inventor used punch cards similar to the ones envisioned by Babbage. He also created a key punch machine for encoding information and a card reader called a pin press. Hollerith's electromechanical information machine completed the 1890 census in less than 2.5 years, cutting the time required for tabulation of data by 2/3. The inventor set up his own firm, the Tabulating Machine Company, to market the amazing new machine. In 1924 the company's name was changed to International Business Machines, or IBM. 14 The first programmable digital computer was invented in 1941 by a German civil engineer, Konrad Zuse. His machine was designed to ease the burden of civil engineers in making their calculations. At about the same time, British intelligence invented its own Computera non-programmable model to help it decode German military messages. The machine, called Robinson, became the centerpiece of a massive intelligence-gathering operation involving more than 10,000 people. The Ultra Team, as it was called, successfully cracked the German code, providing the Allies with critical information on German strategic plans and troop movements during the war. 15 In 1944, scientists from Harvard and MIT invented their own programmable computer, the Mark I. The machine was more than 50 feet in length and 8 feet high and was nicknamed the Monster by its inventors. 16. Just 2 years later, scientists at the University of Pennsylvania's Moore School of Engineering unveiled an even more advanced computing machine. The Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, or ENIAC, was made up of 18,000 radio tubes, 65. 70,000 resistors, 10,000 capacitors, 6,000 switches, was 40 feet long and over 20 feet high, and weighed more than 30 tons. 17. Though complex and gangly, the machine was a marvel of modern technology. ENIAC was the first fully electronic general-purpose, programmable, digital computer. It was said that the giant thinking machine was so powerful that the lights of Philadelphia dimmed when its creators first switched it on. Yonji Masuda, the Japanese computer savant, summed up the historical importance of the new invention, observing that for the first time a machine was made to create and supply information. 19. ENIAC's inventors, J. Presper Eckert and John W. Mauchly, sold their machine to Remington Rand, which in turn rechristened it the Universal Automatic Computer, or UNIVAC. The Census Bureau became the first commercial customer, purchasing UNIVAC to help calculate the 1950 census. 20. By 1951, 6 electronic computers were running. When CBS television used the UNIVAC to successfully predict President Eisenhower's landslide victory over Senator Adlai Stevenson, the nation took notice of the strange new machine for the first time. 21. IBM, which had scoffed at the commercial potential of computers just 2 years earlier, predicting a worldwide market of no more than 25 machines, suddenly embraced the new technology. In 1953, IBM came out with the Model 650, a machine that could be rented for $3,000 a month. Again, the company underestimated the potential market, believing it to be no more than a few hundred machines. American businesses were more bullish, grabbing up thousands of IBM computers in the next few years. 22. The early computers were cumbersome, required high-voltage inputs, and generated a great deal of heat. Complex and costly to make, they were continually breaking down. It wasn't long, however, before scientists were able to substitute the more expensive vacuum tube component with small solid-state semiconductors, or transistors. These second-generation computers revolutionized the industry, dramatically reducing the size and cost of computers while increasing both their efficiency and capacity. A third generation of computers emerged in the late 1950s with the introduction of integrated circuitry in a single manufacturing process. In the early 1970s, fourth-generation computers based on microtechnology and microchips emerged, once again reducing costs and streamlining processes, making the computer a ubiquitous part of daily life in every industrial country. 23. 66. Putting computers to work. The emergence of the programmable computer in the 1950s proved propitious. Industry was already engaged in a radical restructuring of operations designed to fully automate as much of the production process as possible. In April 1947, Ford Motor Company Vice President Del Harder set up an automation department. It was the first time that the noun automation had ever been used. 24. Harder had not anticipated the fledgling developments in the computer industry that would soon make automation and computerization synonymous in most people's minds. Rather, his new unit hoped to increase the use of existing technologies, hydraulic, electromechanical, and pneumatic, to speed up operations and enhance productivity on the assembly line. Talk of the automatic factory was in the air. Just 6 months earlier, Fortune announced that the threat and promise of laborless machines is closer than ever. 25. The magazine ran a provocative article by two Canadians entitled Machines Without Men, in which the authors, J. Brown and E.W. Lever, imagined workerless factories in the future, run automatically. The authors pointed to the many breakthroughs in mechanization and the revolutionary potential of the electronics revolution and concluded that the day of the workerless factory was at hand. The authors disparaged human labor as at best a makeshift and argued that the new control technologies being developed are not subject to any human limitations. They do not mind working around the clock. They never feel hunger or fatigue. They are always satisfied with working conditions and never demand higher wages based on the company's ability to pay. They not only cause less trouble than humans doing comparable work, but they can be built to ring an alarm bell in the central control room whenever they are not working properly. 26. The article, and others that followed, offered a grand new visioned prospect of a third industrial revolution. The theme of the automatic factory fell on receptive ears. The end of World War II brought a wave of labor unrest. Angry over wage freezes imposed during the war and anxious to make up for ground lost in collective bargaining because of the no-strike pledge during the conflict, organized labor began to challenge management on a wide front. Between 1945 and 1955, the United States experienced over 43,000 strikes in the most concentrated wave of labor/management confrontations in industrial history. 27. 67. Management were growing concerned over what they perceived as organized labor's invasion of their traditional terrain. Issues of hiring and firing, promotions, discipline actions, health benefits, and safety concerns were brought into the collective bargaining process in every industry. Businessweek warned that the time has come to take a stand against the further encroachment into the province of management. 28. Menaced by the increasing intensity of labor's demands and determined to maintain its long-standing control over the means of production, America's industrial giants turned to the new technology of automation as much to rid themselves of rebellious workers as to enhance their productivity and profit. The new corporate strategy succeeded. In 1961, a U.S. House of Representatives subcommittee published statistics on the impact of automation on jobs in the preceding half-decade. The Steel Workers Union reported a loss of 95,000 jobs, while production increased 121%. The United Auto Workers, UAW, reported more than 160,000 members displaced by automation. The International Union of Electricians, IUE, claimed a loss of 80,000 jobs in the electrical industry, while productivity increased by more than 20%. 29. Between 1956 and 1962, more than 1,500,000 lost their jobs in the manufacturing sector in the United States. 30. Management's dream of a workerless factory came a step closer to reality in the early 1960s with the introduction of the computer on the factory floor. The new thinking machines were capable of managing a far greater range of tasks than could have been conceived by Dell Harder when he set up the first automation division at the Ford Motor Company after the war. The new approach to computer-aided automation was called numerical control, N/C. With numerical control, instructions on how a piece of metal should be rolled, lathed, welded, bolted, or painted are stored in a computer program. The computer program instructs the machine tool on how to produce a part, and instructs robots on the line to shape or assemble parts into a product. Numerical control has been called probably the most significant new development in manufacturing technology since Henry Ford introduced the concept of the moving assembly line. 31. From the management perspective, numerical control greatly enhanced efficiency and productivity while at the same time diminishing the need for human labor on the factory floor. All of the skills, knowledge, and expertise that were heretofore embedded in the minds of the workers were effectively transferred. 68. Onto a tape, allowing the manufacturing process to be controlled from a distance, with far less need of direct supervision or intervention at the point of production. With numerical control, many of the decisions affecting the factory floor and the manufacturing process passed from human workers to programmers and management. The advantages of the new automation technology were not lost on management. From now on, tighter control could be exercised over every aspect of production, including the pace of the manufacturing process itself. Business leaders, especially in the manufacturing sector, were buzzing with excitement over the new automation revolution. The Chicago management consulting firm of Cox & Cox published its report on numerically controlled machine tools, declaring a management revolution is here, the management of machines instead of the management of men. 32. Alan A. Smith of Arthur D. Little Incorporated summed up the feelings of many of his colleagues. Shortly after the first demonstrations of numerical control took place at MIT, he wrote to James McDonough, one of the project coordinators, to express his enthusiasm for the project. Smith proclaimed that the new generation of computer-driven numerical control tools marks our emancipation from human workers. 33. As automation spread across whole industries and worked its way through the country, its effects on people and communities began to be felt. The first group to be impacted was the American Negro. The story of automation's effect on African Americans is one of the least known yet most salient episodes in the social history of the 20th century. The experience of the black community needs to be properly analyzed, for it provides a much-needed historical backdrop for understanding the likely impact that re-engineering and the new automation technologies are going to have on the lives of working people around the world. 5. Technology and the African American experience. At the beginning of the 20th century, more than 0.11% of the black population of the United States still lived below the Mason-Dixon line. The vast majority of blacks were tied to a form of agriculture that had changed little since the first slaves were brought to America. While the Civil War had given black Americans their political emancipation, they still remained yoked to an exploitative economic system that kept them in a state of near servitude. After the Civil War and a short period of Reconstruction, in which blacks made significant political gains, the white plantation owners were able to reassert control over their former slaves by instituting the sharecropper system. Near starvation, landless, and desperate for work, black Americans became reluctant pawns in the new sharecropping scheme. Under the new system, they were leased farmland and provided housing, seed, farm tools, and mules. In return, 40% of their harvest had to be given over to the landowner. Although in principle the remaining harvest was to go to the sharecropper, it seldom worked out that way. The monthly stipend, or finish, provided to the sharecroppers to cover monthly expenses was always too little, forcing tenants to borrow on credit from the plantation general store. Goods were often marked up, and interest rates on credit were generally exorbitant. As a result, by the time the harvest was in and counted, the sharecroppers inevitably found that they owed the landlord more money than their share of the harvest was worth, forcing 69.70 them into further debt and dependency. More often than not, planters fixed the bookkeeping records, cheating the sharecropper still further. A system of rigid segregation laws backed up by a reign of terror ensured white supremacy and a docile workforce. Most black sharecroppers planted cotton, one of the most labor-intensive field crops. Picking cotton bolls at harvest was a grueling exercise. Laborers had to crawl on their knees or stoop over as they worked the cotton fields. The soft puff of cotton was surrounded by a tough stem that constantly pierced the hands. Cotton was picked and put into 75-pound sacks that were dragged on a strap around the shoulder. Cotton picking lasted from sunup to sundown. In that time a seasoned picker could pick more than 200 pounds. Plantation housing was primitive, lacking heating and plumbing. Children were little schooled and generally helped out in the fields. The sharecropping system amounted to little more than slavery by another name. A growing number of blacks began migrating to northern cities during and immediately after World War I, to escape the impoverishment of the rural South. With foreign immigration cut off during the war years, northern manufacturers desperately needed unskilled labor and began recruiting heavily among southern blacks. For many African Americans, the prospects of earning a living wage in northern factories was sufficient to pick up stakes and leave families and friends behind in search of a better life. Most blacks, however, chose to stay, preferring not to risk the uncertainties of life in the northern cities. Then, in October 1944, an event took place in the rural Mississippi Delta that was to forever change the circumstances of African Americans. On October 2, an estimated 3,000 people crowded onto a cotton field just outside of Clarksdale, Mississippi, to watch the first successful demonstration of a mechanical cotton picker. Nicholas Lemon, in his book The Promised Land, describes what took place. The pickers, painted bright red, drove down the white rows of cotton. Each one had mounted in front a row of spindles, looking like a wide mouth, full of metal teeth, that had been turned vertically. The spindles, about the size of human fingers, rotated in a way that stripped the cotton from the plants, then a vacuum pulled it up a tube and into the big wire basket that was mounted on top of the picker. The crowd of onlookers was awed by the sight. In an hour, a laborer could pick 20 pounds of cotton. The mechanical pickers could pick 1,000 pounds of cotton in the same length of time. Each machine could do the work of 50 people. 371. The arrival of the mechanical cotton picker in the South was timely. Many black servicemen, recently back from the war, were beginning to challenge Jim Crow laws and segregation statutes that had kept them in virtual servitude since Reconstruction. Having fought for their country and been exposed to places in the United States and overseas where segregation laws did not exist, many veterans were no longer willing to accept the status quo. Some began to question their circumstances, others began to act. In Greenville, Mississippi, 4 black veterans walked to the country courthouse and asked to register to vote. After repeated rejections, they filed a complaint with the FBI, which in turn sent agents to Greenville to help register the 4 men to vote in the state of Mississippi. 4 whites in Mississippi, and elsewhere in the South, were worried. The rumblings of change were getting louder and threatened to undermine the precarious arrangement that had maintained the plantation economy for so long. A prominent planter in the Delta wrote to the local Cotton Association with a suggestion that was to be taken up, in short order, by white landowners all over the South. His name was Richard Hobson, the brother of Howard Hobson, whose land was used to demonstrate the marvels of the new mechanical cotton picker. In his letter, Hobson reflected on the growing racial tension in the Delta and wrote, "I am confident that you are aware of the serious racial problem which confronts us at this time and which may become more serious as time passes. I strongly advocate the farmers of Mississippi Delta changing as rapidly as possible from the old tenant or sharecropper system of farming, to complete mechanized farming. Mechanized farming will require only a fraction of the amount of labor which is required by the sharecropper system, thereby tending to equalize the white and Negro population, which would automatically make our racial problem easier to handle." 5. In 1949 only 6% of the cotton in the South was harvested mechanically. By 1964, it was 78%. 8 years later, 100% of the cotton was picked by machines. 6. For the first time since they had been brought over as slaves to work the agricultural fields in the South, black hands and backs were no longer needed. Overnight, the sharecropper system was made obsolete by technology. Planters evicted millions of tenants from the land, leaving them homeless and jobless. Other developments hastened the process. Federal programs forced a 40% reduction in cotton acreage in the 1950s. 7. Much of the land was converted to timber or pasture, which required little labor. Restrictions on tractor production. 72. Were lifted after the war, greatly accelerating the substitution of tractors for manpower in the fields. The introduction of chemical defoliants to kill weeds reduced the workforce still further. Black workers had traditionally been used to chop down weeds. When the federal government extended the minimum wage to farm laborers, most Southern planters found it more economical to substitute chemical defoliants for hand chopping, leaving blacks with no source of employment. 8. The push of mechanization in southern agriculture combined with the pull of higher wages in the industrial cities of the north to create what Nicholas Lemon called one of the largest and most rapid mass internal movements of people in history. More than 5 million black men, women, and children migrated north in search of work between 1940 and 1970.9. The migration routes ran from Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia along the Atlantic seaboard to New York City and Boston, from Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Alabama north to Chicago and Detroit, and from Texas and Louisiana west to California. By the time the migration was over, more than half of all black Americans had moved from south to north and from an entrenched rural way of life to become an urban industrial proletariat. The mechanization of farming deeply affected the whole of agriculture, forcing millions of farmers and farm laborers off the land. Its effect, however, on African Americans was more dramatic and immediate because of their greater concentration in the cotton-growing region of the South, where mechanization spread more quickly and forcibly than was the case with other farm technology. Equally important, unlike most other farmers, the vast majority of blacks did not own the land they worked. Since most were sharecroppers at the mercy of the planters, and existed largely outside the money economy, they had no capital at their disposal and therefore no means by which to weather the technological storm that swept over their communities. The Reverend Martin Luther King tells of his surprise in visiting a plantation in Alabama in 1965, meeting sharecroppers who had never before seen U.S. currency. 2. The mechanical cotton picker proved far more effective than the Emancipation Proclamation in freeing blacks from a plantation economy. It did so, however, at a terrible price. The forced eviction from the land and subsequent migration of millions of destitute black Americans to the North would soon unleash social and political forces of unimaginable proportions, forces that would come to test the very 73. Soul of the American Compact. Writing in 1947, Southern lawyer and businessman David Cohn implored the nation to take heed of the storm clouds on the political horizon. He warned, "The country is upon the brink of a process of change as great as any that has occurred since the Industrial Revolution. 5 million people will be removed from the land within the next few years. They must go somewhere. But where? They must do something. But what? They must be housed. But where is the housing? Most of this group are farm Negroes totally unprepared for urban industrial life. How will they be industrially absorbed? What will be the effect of throwing them upon the labor market? What will the effect be upon race relations in the United States? Will the victims of farm mechanization become the victims of race conflict? There is an enormous tragedy in the making unless the United States acts, and acts promptly, upon a problem that affects millions of people and the whole structure of the nation." 12. Caught between technologies. Although African Americans were unaware of it at the time of their trek north, a second technological revolution had already begun in the manufacturing industries of Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and New York that once again would lock them out of gainful employment. This time the economic displacement created in its wake a new and permanent underclass in the inner cities and the conditions for widespread social unrest and violence for the remainder of the century. At first, blacks found limited access to unskilled jobs in the auto, steel, rubber, chemical, and meatpacking industries. Northern industrialists often used them as strike breakers or to fill the vacuum left by the decline in immigrant workers from abroad. The fortunes of black workers in the North improved steadily until 1954 and then began a 40-year historical decline. In the mid-1950s, automation began taking its toll in the nation's manufacturing sector. Hardest hit were unskilled jobs in the very industries where black workers were concentrated. Between 1953 and 1962, 1.6 million blue-collar jobs were lost in the manufacturing 74 sector. 13. Whereas the unemployment rate for black Americans had never exceeded 8.5% between 1947 and 1953, and the white rate of unemployment had never gone beyond 4.6%, by 1964 blacks were experiencing an unemployment rate of 12.4% while white unemployment was only 5.9%. Ever since 1954, black unemployment in the United States has remained twice that of whites. 14. Writing on the problem of the Negro movement in 1964, civil rights activist Tom Kahn quipped, "It is as if racism, having put the Negro in his economic place, stepped aside to watch technology destroy that place." 15. Beginning in the mid-1950s, companies started building more automated manufacturing plants in the newly emerging suburban industrial parks. Automation and suburban relocation created a crisis of tragic dimensions for unskilled black workers. The old multi-storied factories of the central cities began to give way to new single-level plants that were more compatible with the new automation technologies. The limited availability of land and rising tax rates of the cities were a powerful disincentive, pushing manufacturing businesses into the newly emerging suburbs. The newly laid interstate highway system and the ring of metropolitan expressways being built around northern cities increasingly favored truck over train transport of goods, providing a further incentive to relocate plants to the suburbs. 16. Finally, employers anxious to reduce labor costs and weaken the strength of unions saw relocation as a way to draw distance between plants and militant union concentrations. Eventually the same anti-union feelings pushed companies to locate plants in the South, Mexico, and overseas. The new corporate strategy of automation and suburbanization became immediately apparent in the automotive industry. Ford's River Rouge complex in Detroit was long the flagship plant of the company's far-flung operations. The Rouge plant was also the home of the UAW's most vocal and militant local union, whose membership was over 30% black. So powerful was Local 600 of the UAW, that it could cripple Ford's entire operation with a single strike action. 17. Despite the fact that the Rouge complex had plenty of room for expansion, Ford management made the decision to move much of the production away from the site to new automated plants in the suburbs, in large part to weaken the union and regain control over its manufacturing operations. In 1945 the Rouge plant housed 85,000 workers. Just 15 years later the employment rolls had plummeted to less than 30,000. Historian Thomas J. Sugrue notes that from the late 1940s through 1957, Ford spent more than $2.5 billion on automation and plant expansion. Ford initiatives were matched by General Motors and Chrysler. Together, the big three auto companies constructed 25 new, more automated plants in the suburbs surrounding Detroit. 1B. Satellite businesses that serviced the automotive industry also began to automate production in the 1950s, especially companies manufacturing machine tools, wire, car parts, and other metal products. Many auto parts manufacturers like Detroit's Briggs Manufacturing and Murray Auto Body were forced to close up their shops in the mid to late 1950s as the giant automakers began to integrate their production processes, taking over more and more of the manufacturing of component parts in newly automated production lines. 19. The number of manufacturing jobs in Detroit fell dramatically beginning in the mid-1950s as a result of the automation and suburbanization of production. Black workers, who just a few years earlier were displaced by the mechanized cotton picker in the rural South, once again found themselves victims of mechanization. In the 1950s, 25.7% of Chrysler workers and 23% of General Motors workers were African American. Equally important, because the black workers made up the bulk of the unskilled labor force, they were the first to be let go because of automation. In 1960 a mere 24 black workers were counted among the 7,425 skilled workers at Chrysler. At General Motors, only 67 blacks were among the more than 1,000 skilled workers on the payroll. 20 The productivity and unemployment figures tell the rest of the story. Between 1957 and 1964, manufacturing output doubled in the United States, while the number of blue-collar workers fell by 3%. 21 Again, many of the first casualties of the new automation drive were black workers, who were disproportionately represented in the unskilled jobs that were the first to be eliminated by the new machines. In manufacturing operations across the entire northern and western industrial belt, the forces of automation and suburbanization continued to take their toll on unskilled black workers, leaving tens of thousands of permanently unemployed men and women in their wake. The introduction of computers and numerical control technology on the factory floor in the 1960s accelerated the process of technology displacement. In the nation's four largest cities, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Detroit, where blacks made up a large percentage of 76. The unskilled blue-collar workforce, more than 1 million manufacturing, wholesale, and retail jobs were lost, many the result of technology displacement. Author James Boggs voiced the concern of many in the black community when he declared that Cybernation is eliminating the Negro jobs. 22 As businesses fled to the suburbs, millions of white middle and working class families followed suit, relocating in new suburban subdivisions. The central cities became increasingly black and poor in the 1960s and 1970s. Sociologist William Julius Wilson notes that the proportion of blacks living inside central cities increased from 52% in 1960 to 60% in 1973, while the proportion of whites residing inside central cities decreased from 31% to 26%. Wilson blames the exodus for a spiraling decline in the inner-city tax base, a precipitous drop in public services, and the entrapment of millions of black Americans in a self-perpetuating cycle of permanent unemployment and public assistance. In New York City in 1975, more than 15% of the residents were on some form of public assistance. In Chicago it was nearly 19%. 23. In the 1980s, many of the nation's northern cities partially revived by becoming hubs for the new information economy. Scores of downtown areas made the transition from centers of production and distribution of material goods to centers of administration, information exchange, and higher order service provision. 24. The emerging knowledge-based industries have meant increased jobs for high-skilled white-collar and service workers. For large numbers of African Americans, however, the new urban renaissance has only served to accentuate the ever-widening employment and income gap between highly educated whites and poor unskilled blacks. The only significant rise in employment among black Americans in the past 25 years has been in the public sector. More than 55% of the net increase in employment for blacks in the 1960s and 1970s occurred there. 25. Many black professionals found jobs in the federal programs spawned by the Great Society initiatives of President Lyndon Johnson. Others found employment at the local and state levels, administering social service and welfare programs largely for the black community that was being displaced by the new forces of automation and suburbanization. In 1960, 13.3% of the total employed black labor force was working in the public sector. A decade later, more than 21% of all black workers in America were on public payrolls. 26 By 1970, government employed 57% of all black, 77. Male college graduates and 72% of all black female college graduates. 27. Automation and the making of the urban underclass. The corporate drive to automate and relocate manufacturing jobs split the black community into two separate and distinct economic groups. Millions of unskilled workers and their families became part of what social historians now call an underclass, a permanently unemployed part of the population whose unskilled labor is no longer required and who live hand to mouth, generation to generation, as wards of the state. A second smaller group of black middle-class professionals have been put on the public payroll to administer the many public assistance programs designed to assist this new urban underclass. The system represents a kind of welfare colonialism, say authors Michael Brown and Stephen Erie, where blacks were called upon to administer their own state of dependence. 28. It is possible that the country might have taken greater notice of the impact that automation was having on black America in the 1960s and 1970s, had not a significant number of American Americans been absorbed into public sector jobs. As early as 1970, sociologist Sidney Wilhelm observed that the government becomes the foremost employer for the working force in general during the transition into automation, it becomes even more so for the black worker. Indeed, if it were not for the government, Negroes who lost their jobs in the business world would swell the unemployment ratio to fantastic heights. 29. The public image of an affluent and growing black middle class was enough to partially deflect attention away from the growing plight of a large new black underclass that had become the first casualty of automation and the new displacement technologies. Technological unemployment has fundamentally altered the sociology of America's black community. Permanent joblessness has led to an escalating crime wave in the streets of America's cities and the wholesale disintegration of black family life. The statistics are chilling. By the late 1980s, 1 out of every 4 young Rican American males was either in prison or on probation. In the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., 42% of the black male population between 18 and 78. 25 years of age is either in jail, on parole, awaiting trial, or being sought by the police. The leading cause of death among young black males is now murder. 30 in 1965, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, now a U.S. Senator, published a controversial report on employment, income, and the ordeal of the Negro family, in which he argued rather forcefully that the underemployment of the Negro father has led to the breakup of the Negro family. 31. When that report was written, 25% of all black births were out of wedlock and nearly 25% of all black families were headed by women. Single-parent households headed by women are typically locked into a cycle of welfare dependency that is self-perpetuating generation after generation, with a high number of teenage pregnancies out of wedlock, a disproportionate school dropout rate, and continued welfare dependency. Today, 62% of all black families are single-parent households. 32. These statistics are likely to rise in the remainder of the decade, as an increasing number of unskilled black workers are let go in the current wave of re-engineering and downsizing. According to a report issued by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, black wage earners made up nearly 1/3 of the 180,000 manufacturing jobs lost in 1990 and 1990. 1.33 blacks also suffered disproportionately in the loss of white-collar and service jobs in the early 1990s. The reason for the heavy losses in black employment, according to the Wall Street Journal, is that blacks were concentrated in the most expendable jobs. More than half of all black workers held positions in the 4 job categories where companies made net employment cuts: office and clerical, skilled, semi-skilled and laborers. 34. John Johnson, the Director of Labor for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, says that what the whites often don't realize is that while they are in a recession, blacks are in a depression. 35. More than 40 years ago, at the dawn of the computer age, the father of cybernetics, Norbert Wiener, warned of the likely adverse consequences of the new automation technologies. "Let us remember," he said, "that the automatic machine is the precise economic equivalent of slave labor. Any labor which competes with slave labor must accept the economic consequences of slave labor." 36. Not surprisingly, the first community to be devastated by the cybernetics revolution was Black America. With the introduction of automated machines, it was possible to substitute less costly, inanimate forms of 79. Labor for millions of African Americans who had long toiled at the bottom of the economic pyramid, first as plantation slaves, then as sharecroppers, and finally as unskilled labor in northern factories and foundries. For the first time in American history, the African American was no longer needed in the economic system. Sidney Wilhelm summed up the historical significance of what had taken place in his book Who Needs the Negro? With the onset of automation, the Negro moves out of his historical state of oppression into one of uselessness. Increasingly, he is not so much economically exploited as he is irrelevant. The dominant whites no longer need to exploit the black minority. As automation proceeds, it will be easier for the former to disregard the latter. In short, white America, by a more perfect application of mechanization and a vigorous reliance upon automation, disposes of the Negro. Consequently, the Negro transforms from an exploited labor force into an outcast. 37. Writing from his prison cell in the Birmingham jail, the Reverend Martin Luther King lamented the ever-worsening self-image of Black Americans who were forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness. 38 Marx's reserve army of exploited labor had been reduced to Ralph Ellison's specter of the invisible man. Automation had made large numbers of black workers obsolete. The economic constraints that had traditionally kept Black Americans in line and passively dependent on the white power structure for their livelihoods, disappeared. Vanquished and forgotten, thousands of urban Black Americans vented their frustration and anger by taking to the streets in urban ghettos across the country. The rioting began in Watts in 1965 and spread east to Detroit and other northern industrial cities over the remainder of the decade. After the Watts riots, one of the local residents delivered a terse post-mortem warning to the nation that spoke directly to the pent-up rage that had led to the outbreak. The whites, he declared, think they can just bottle people up in an area like Watts and then forget about them. It didn't work. 39. It should be noted that not all civil rights leaders at the time accurately diagnosed the problem at hand. Many traditional leaders in more mainstream Black organizations continued to perceive the Black plight in strictly political terms, arguing that social discrimination was at the root of the crisis and that anti-discrimination laws were the appropriate cure. A few, however, saw what was taking place in the economy as a precursor of a more fundamental change in Black-white 80 relations, with ominous consequences for the future of America. In the conclusion to his poignant book on the subject, Sidney Wilhelm wrote, "An underestimation of the technological revolution can only lead to an underestimation of the concomitant racial revolution from exploitation to uselessness. To misjudge the present as but a continuation of industrialization rather than the dawn of a new technological era, assures an inability to anticipate the vastly different system of race relations awaiting the displaced Negroid." 40 Wilhelm, prediction proved correct. Today, millions of African Americans find themselves hopelessly trapped in a permanent underclass. Unskilled and unneeded, the commodity value of their labor has been rendered virtually useless by the automated technologies that have come to displace them in the new high-tech global economy. 6. The Great Automation Debate. Civil rights leaders, as early as the 1960s, began to warn of the consequences of automation on the African American community. Others began to draw broader implications for society as a whole. A national debate on the probable effects of automation on the economy and employment emerged in the early 1960s, fueled, in large part, by the increasing loss of jobs in the Black community. In March 1963, a group of distinguished scientists, economists, and academicians led by J. Robert Oppenheimer, the director of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton University, published an open letter to the president in the New York Times, warning of the dangers of automation on the future of the American economy and calling for a national dialogue on the subject. The Ad Hoc Committee on the Triple Revolution, whose name derived from its analysis of three new revolutionary changes taking place in society: the Cybernation Revolution, the Weaponry Revolution, and the Human Rights Revolution, argued that the new cybernetic technologies were forcing a fundamental change in the relationship between income and work. The authors pointed out that until the present moment in history, economic resources had always been distributed on the basis of contributions to production. That historic relationship was now being threatened by the new computer-based technologies. They warned that, "New era of production has begun. Its principles of organization are as different as those of the industrial era were different from the agricultural. The Cybernation Revolution has been brought about by the combination of the computer and the automated self-regulating machine. This results in a system of almost unlimited productive capacity which requires progressively less human labor." The committee reiterated that the Negroes are the hardest hit of the many groups being exiled from the economy by cybernation, but predicted that, in time, the new computer revolution would take over more and more of the productive tasks in the economy, leaving millions of workers jobless. 2. The committee urged the President and Congress to consider guaranteeing every citizen an adequate income as a matter of right, as a way of distributing funds to the millions of people made redundant by the new labor-saving technologies. 3. The warnings of the Ad Hoc Committee caught the attention of the White House. In July 1963, President Kennedy called for the establishment of a National Commission on Automation. 6 months later, in his State of the Union message, President Lyndon Johnson proposed the creation of a Commission on Automation, Technology, and Economic Progress. That spring, public hearings were held in Congress and legislation enacted to set up the commission. 5. The government steers a middle course. The Commission report, published in 1965, attempted to steer a middle course between those who argued that the cybernetic revolution required an immediate government response and those, especially in the business community, who argued that technology displacement was a normal outgrowth of economic progress and would eventually be absorbed by a robust economy. According to one extreme view, the world, or at least the United States, is on the verge of a glut of productivity sufficient to make our economic institutions and the notion of gainful employment obsolete. We dissent from that view. However, we also dissent from the other extreme view of complacency that denies the existence of serious social and economic problems related to the impact of technological change. 6. Curiously, although the authors of the government report attempted to draw distance between themselves and critics and establish a centrist approach to the issue, many of their findings reinforced the arguments advanced by the Oppenheimer Committee on the Triple Revolution. For example, they acknowledged the destructive 83. Impact of the new technology revolution on Black America. The report stated, modern farm technology ranging from the cotton picker and huge harvesting combines, to chemical fertilizers and insecticides has resulted in rapid migration of workers to the cities and has contributed to serious urban problems. The technological revolution in agriculture has compounded the difficulties of a large section of our Negro population. Pushed out of rural areas, many of them have migrated to cities in search of livelihood. But many arrive just when advancing technology has been reducing the numbers of the semi-skilled and unskilled manufacturing jobs for which they could qualify. Despite improvements in the past 2 years, there are 700,000 fewer factory production and maintenance jobs than at the close of the Korean War. 7. The Government Commission argued that technology eliminates jobs, not work, in effect making the same argument that Oppenheimer and the authors of the Triple Revolution had made. If the economy was producing work without workers, as both sides seemed to suggest, then some form of government intervention would be necessary to provide a source of income and purchasing power for the increasing numbers of workers displaced by labor-saving technologies and increased productivity. The Commission conceded the point: it is the continuous obligation of economic policy to match increases in productive potential with increases in purchasing power and demand. Otherwise, the potential created by technical progress runs to waste in idle capacity, unemployment, and deprivation. 8. In the end, the Presidential Commission backpedaled on the questions raised by automation, concluding that technology displacement is a necessary and temporary condition engendered along the road to economic progress. Their measured optimism was given a lift by a recent upturn in the economy and a lowering of the unemployment figures brought on, in large measure, by the build-up for the Vietnam conflict. The Commission admitted as much. With the intensification of the war in Vietnam, the prospects are for still further cuts in unemployment. 9. In a prescient aside, the authors of the report warned that the nation should not be lulled into forgetfulness by a short-run need for increased defense expenditures. 0. The warning was drowned out by the drums of war and a massive build-up of the military economy. 84. Labor's capitulation. After years of growing concern over technology displacement, the long overdue debate on automation fizzled in the mid-LG60s. Charles Silbermann, writing in Fortune, declared that the effects of automation on employment have been wildly and irresponsibly exaggerated, principally by social scientists who seem to be engaged in a competition in ominousness. The failure to adequately address the question of technological unemployment is partially the fault of organized labor. The voice of millions of working Americans, the labor movement waffled repeatedly on the issue of automation, only to eventually cast its lot with management, to the detriment of its own constituency. The father of cybernetics, Norbert Wiener, who perhaps more than any other human being was in a position to clearly perceive the long-term consequences of the new automation technologies, warned of the dangers of widespread and permanent technological unemployment. He wrote, "If these changes in the demand for labor come upon us in a haphazard and ill-organized way, we may well be in for the greatest period of unemployment we have yet seen." 12. Wiener became so fearful of the high-tech future he and his colleagues were creating that he wrote an extraordinary letter to Walter Reuther, president of the United Auto Workers, pleading for an audience. He warned Reuther that the cybernetic revolution will undoubtedly lead to the factory without employees. Wiener predicted that in the hands of the present industrial setup, the unemployment produced by such plants can only be disastrous, and promised Reuther his full backing and personal loyalty in any concerted national campaign by organized labor to address the issue. 13. Reuther was initially sympathetic and began to faintly echo Wiener's concerns before congressional committees and in public addresses. He warned that the economy has failed to generate the purchasing power necessary to absorb the volume of goods and services which we have the technologies to produce, and urged the federal government to create the necessary demand. 14. Other union leaders spoke out cautiously against the new technological forces that were threatening millions of jobs. George Meany, the powerful president of the AFL-CIO, warned that the new labor-saving technologies were rapidly becoming a curse to the society, in a mad dash to produce more and more with less and less labor, and 85. Without feeling as to what it may mean to the economy as a whole. 15. Despite all of the public rhetoric, however, organized labor proved far more conciliatory behind closed doors in the collective bargaining process. As historian David Noble documents in The Forces of Production, the unions for the most part capitulated to management on the issues surrounding automation. Fearful of being branded as modern-day Luddites and obstacles to progress, labor leaders were forced on the defensive. Many, including Reuther's own union, openly embraced the new labor-saving technologies. In 1955 the UAW issued a resolution at its annual convention amounting to a ringing endorsement of the very forces of automation that were beginning to seriously erode their membership rolls. The UAW welcomes automation and technological progress. We offer our cooperation, in a common search for policies and programs, that will ensure that greater technological progress will result in greater human progress. 16. Having accepted both the inevitability and even desirability of labor-saving technology, labor began to lose the momentum it had enjoyed since the end of World War II. Boxed into a corner, the union made a hasty retreat, shifting their collective bargaining demands from the issue of control over production and work processes to the call for job retraining. On the eve of the historic transition from mechanization to automation of production, the labor movement made a calculated decision to push for retraining, in the belief that while a vast number of unskilled jobs would be eliminated by the new computer technologies, the number of skilled and technical jobs would be increased. The CIO laid out the new strategy in a pamphlet issued in 1955, entitled Automation. The introduction of automated machines and electronic computers will likely result in layoffs and in the upgrading of the level of skills required in the workforce. The prospect of labor displacement can be eased, in part, by joint consultation between companies and unions and by management planning to schedule the introduction of automation in periods of high employment, to permit attrition, reduce the size of the labor force, and to allow time for the retraining of employees. 17. The AFL-CIO passed a number of resolutions at its annual conventions in the 1960s, calling for retraining provisions in collective bargaining agreements. Employers were more than willing to concede. 86. To labor's new demands. The costs of introducing retraining programs was far less onerous than the prospect of a long and protracted battle with labor over the introduction of new automated technologies on the shop floor. Between 1960 and 1967, the percentage of collective bargaining agreements containing provisions for job retraining increased from 12% to more than 40%. Labor also lent its political muscle to federal legislation to promote job retraining. In 1962 the AFL-CIO mobilized rank and file support behind the passage of the Manpower Development Training Act, which was designed to provide retraining for workers displaced by automation. By abandoning the question of control over the technology in favor of calls for retraining, the unions lost much of their effective bargaining power. Had control issues remained a strong priority, labor might have successfully negotiated collective bargaining agreements with management that would have ensured labor participation in productivity gains brought on by automation. Shorter work weeks and increased wages could have been tied to increases in productivity. Instead, labor capitulated, contenting itself with defensive agreements that provided job security for older workers, phased attrition of the existing workforce, and limited retraining opportunities for its members as ways of dealing with automation. While the unions were correct in their belief that automation would shrink the ranks of the unskilled labor force, they grossly overestimated how many high-skilled jobs would be created by the new technologies. They failed to come to grips with the central dynamic of the automation revolution: management's single-minded determination to replace workers with machines wherever possible, and, by so doing, reduce labor costs, increase control over production, and improve profit margins. Some workers were retrained and found better high-skilled jobs, most did not. There were simply too many displaced workers and too few new high-tech jobs being created. The result was that the unions began to lose members and clout. Eventually, automation destroyed their most important single weapon: the strike. The new technologies allowed management to run plants with skeletal crews during strikes, effectively undermining the union's ability to win significant concessions at the collective bargaining table. To their credit, many unions did fight back, attempting to forestall the inevitable and win as many concessions for their rank and file as possible. The longshoremen, refinery workers, printers' unions, and 87 others used strikes, slowdowns, and various means at their disposal to protect their members from the onslaught of automation. The International Typographers Union was one of the more militant unions in regard to automation. In 1966, its New York local was able to secure a labor agreement with New York newspaper publishers that gave the union absolute authority over the types of technology which could be brought into the composing room. For 8 years the ITU was able to stave off the shift from hot metal printing to cold type and forestall the automation of the composing room. The big three newspapers, the New York Times, the Daily News, and the New York Post, had agreed to the 1966 contract giving the ITU control over the introduction of new technology on the shop floor, in the hope that the union's resistance to cold type would eventually bankrupt their competitors. That is exactly what happened. In that period, New York's 6 smallest newspapers folded, in part because they could no longer afford the increasing labor costs associated with hot type. By 1974 the union was widely viewed as responsible for the bankruptcy of the smaller publishers and the loss of hundreds of jobs. The national media and the business community accused the ITU of being anti-progress and, worse yet, to blame for the loss of the very jobs the union had fought so hard to protect. Public pressure on the union increased, and in 1974 its leaders capitulated to management and public perception, signing an agreement to rescind their veto power over the introduction of new technologies in the composing room. In return, the union was guaranteed lifetime employment for currently employed typesetters and a handsome early retirement program. The agreement also called for systematic reductions of the workforce, phased in over a period of time. The publishers were willing to make short-term wage and benefit concessions, knowing that the historic agreement would mean the death knell for the union in the long run. The union, for its part, felt trapped by the increasing pressures of automation and public opinion and was determined to secure the best terms it could for its remaining members, while resigning itself to eventual extinction. Years later, former New York Times labor reporter A. H. Raskin reflected on what had taken place. He wrote, "The New York publishers' willingness to be so generous in negotiating the 1974 contract stemmed from an awareness of both sides that the packet represented the last hurrah for the typographical union. The union had strength enough to exact a high price for removing its veto power over automated processes, but the advent of automation effectively stripped it of future power." All. 88. That the Union can now look forward to is a precipitous decline, as old-timers retire or die off and the traditional composing room disappears. 20. In the end, the technological forces sweeping through the economy proved too powerful a foe. Their ranks thinned by wave after wave of new technological innovation, as well as by losses suffered at the hands of foreign competition. The nation's blue-collar unions began their historic retreat and now exist as little more than a hollow reminder of their once preeminent role in American economic life. Today, the concerns over automation are being heard once again. This time, however, the field upon which the battle over technology is being fought has grown dramatically to encompass the whole United States economy and much of the global marketplace. Issues surrounding technological unemployment, which a generation ago touched primarily the manufacturing sector of the economy, affecting poor black workers and blue-collar laborers, are now being raised in every sector of the economy, and by virtually every group and class of workers. The bitter experience of black laborers and blue-collar workers in the traditional manufacturing industries over the past quarter century is an augur of what lies ahead as millions of additional workers are idled by massive technological displacement. America's underclass, which is still largely black and urban, is likely to become increasingly white and suburban as the new thinking machines relentlessly make their way up the economic pyramid, absorbing more and more skilled jobs and tasks along the way. The world has changed dramatically in the 3 decades since the National Commission on Automation, Technology, and Economic Progress issued its report. Norbert Wiener's premonition of a world without workers is fast becoming an issue of public concern in the industrialized nations. The Third Industrial Revolution is forcing a worldwide economic crisis of monumental proportions as millions lose their jobs to technological innovation, and global purchasing power plummets. As in the 1920s, we find ourselves dangerously close to another Great Depression, yet not a single world leader seems willing to entertain the possibility that the global economy is moving inexorably toward a shrinking labor market with potentially profound consequences for civilization. Politicians everywhere have failed to grasp the fundamental N.A. 89. Tour of the changes taking place in the global business community. In corporate boardrooms, on plant floors, and in retail stores around the world, a quiet revolution has been going on. Businesses have been busy restructuring their organizations, in effect reinventing themselves, to create new management and marketing structures that can work effectively alongside the extraordinary array of new information and telecommunication technologies being hurried online. The result is a radical transformation in the way the world does business that threatens to bring into question the very role of the mass worker in the coming century. The emerging world of lean management, high-technology production, and global commerce had its beginnings in the mid-LG60s. The ink barely had time to dry on the report issued by the National Commission on Automation, when the world economy began to make its historic shift into the post-Fordist era, laying the organizational groundwork for a workerless future. 7. In the mid-1960s, few Americans were aware of the sweeping changes taking place in management practices inside Japanese companies that would, in less than a generation, force the United States and the world to rethink the very way they do business. In 1965, the United States was the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. Its military might, though shaken by the Russian advances in nuclear weaponry and outer space, was still unassailable. American technology was the envy of the world. U.S. companies dominated international trade and commerce in the mid-1960s. Millions around the world looked for the Made in America label when they purchased products, convinced that U.S. goods meant top-of-the-line quality. On the domestic front, salaries and wages were rising and millions of Americans were enjoying the benefits that go with middle-class status. 1965 was also the year that American corporations saw their after-tax profits rise to a post-war high of 10%. Although no one could have foreseen it at the time, that was to be the high water mark for American business, the last great year of steadily rising profits for the corporate community. By the 1970s, corporate profit had shrunk to less than 6%. A combination of domestic and international factors contributed to the decline. The U.S. consumer market had become saturated with consumer goods. By 1979 there was one car for every 2 Americans, and more than 90% of American households were equipped with refrigerators, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, radios, electric irons, and toasters. At the same time that demand was tapering off, foreign competition for American markets was increasing. Cheap imports flooded the U.S., dramatically cutting the market share of American companies. Between 1969 and 1979, the value of manufactured imports relative to domestic products rose from 14% to 38%. By the mid-1980s, for every dollar spent on goods produced in the United States, American families and businesses were spending 45 cents on imported goods. 2 increases in both corporate taxes and wage benefits to American workers reduced corporate profits still further. The OPEC oil embargo increased the cost of energy, driving corporate profits lower in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The decision to deregulate protected U.S. industries during the Reagan years, especially the airlines, telecommunications, and trucking, heightened competition for market share between traditional corporate giants and newcomers anxious to expand their niche. Again, profits declined. Old line companies that had become complacent during the boom years began to take stock of the new circumstances confronting them. Faced with increasing competition from abroad and greater competition within each industry at home, companies searched for new ways to cut costs and improve market share and profits. They turned to the new computer and information technologies in hopes of increasing productivity in lean times. In the 1980s, U.S. businesses invested more than $1 trillion in information technology. 3 More than 88% of the total investment was made in the service sector, to help improve efficiency and reduce costs. By 1992, virtually every white-collar worker in the country had access to $10,000 in information processing hardware. For despite the large investments, productivity continued to limp along, increasing at about 1% a year. Economists began talking about the productivity paradox. Some, like Harvard's Gary Loveman, spoke openly about the utter failure of the highly touted technological revolution to whom so many had looked for their salvation. We simply can't find evidence that there has been a substantial productivity increase, and in some cases any productivity increase from the substantial growth in information technology, Loveman told his colleagues. 5 Just as corporate CEOs began to sour on the new information technologies, the productivity paradox suddenly disappeared. In 1991, output per hour increased by 2.3%. In 1992, productivity soared to nearly 3%, the best performance of any year in more than 2 decades. 6 MIT's Sloan School of Management published productivity data collected over a 5-year period from 1987 to 1991 for more than 380 giant firms that together generated nearly $2 trillion in output per 92 year. The gains in productivity were impressive, suggesting that the vast amount of money invested in information technology for more than a decade had begun to pay off. The authors of the study, Eric Brynjolfsson and Lauren Hitt, found that between 1987 and 1991, return on investment, ROI, for computer capital averaged 54% in manufacturing and 68% for manufacturing and service combined. Brynjolfsson said that computers not only added a great deal to productivity, but also contributed markedly to downsizing and the decline in the size of firms. 7 Morgan Stanley's Stephen Roach, who, along with others on Wall Street, had raised the issue of a productivity paradox, dropped his earlier reservations, proclaiming that the U.S. economy is now entering its first productivity-driven recovery since the 1960s, courtesy of efficiency gains being realized through the use of information technology. Much of the gain in productivity, says Roach, is coming in white-collar areas and in the service industries. 8 It became increasingly apparent to Roach and everyone else concerned that the failure to achieve productivity gains faster lay not with the new labor-saving, time-saving information technologies, but rather with outmoded organizational structures that were not able to accommodate the new technologies. Michael Boris, of the Berkeley Roundtable on the International Economy, went directly to the heart of the matter, saying, "It simply isn't good enough to spend money on new technology and then use it in old ways." Boris opined that for every company using computers right, there is one using them wrong, and the two negate each other. 9. American corporations and companies around the world had been structured 100 years earlier to produce and distribute goods and services in an age of rail transport and telephone and postal communication. Their organizational apparatus proved wholly inadequate to deal with the speed, agility, and information gathering ability of computer-age technology. Old-fashioned management. Modem management had its birth in the railroad industry in the 1850s. In the early years, railroads ran their trains along a single track. Keeping track of train movements became critical to maintaining safe passage along the line. When the Western Railroad experienced a 93 series of accidents on its Hudson River Rail, culminating in a head-on crash on October 4, 1841, that killed a passenger and conductor, the company responded to the growing safety problem by instituting elaborate changes in its organizational management, including a more systematic process of data collection from its roadmasters and faster dissemination of vital scheduling information to its train crews. The innovations in management, says historian Alfred Chandler, made Western Railroad the first modem, carefully defined, internal organizational structure used by American business enterprise. Low. The invention of the telegraph in 1844 greatly facilitated communications, allowing the railroads to expand across the continent. Together, the rail and telegraph provided the critical transportation and communication infrastructure to serve a national market stretching some 3,000 miles. To meet the needs of this new market, other businesses began to adopt their own increasingly sophisticated managerial schemes. By the time Alfred Sloan of General Motors introduced the multi-divisional organizational model in the 1920s, the Modem Managerial Corporation had grown to maturity and was the driving force behind the American economy. The defining characteristic of the Modem Corporation is its hierarchical management structure. Virtually every Modem Corporation chart appears as a pyramid, with field staff and production workers at the bottom of the hierarchy and an ascending staff of professional managers rising up the hierarchy, with a chief executive officer perched on top of the pyramid. Employees at each rung of the corporate ladder have assigned tasks and are held accountable for their work to those immediately on top of them on the corporate pyramid. Vital information concerning production, distribution, and marketing flows up the chain of command, where it is processed at each level and then carried to the next until it eventually reaches top management, which, in turn, use that information to make command decisions that are then transmitted down the hierarchy and implemented at each descending level of the corporate structure. The organizational chart of the giant Modem Corporation contains hierarchies within hierarchies. Departments like finance and accounting, research and development, and marketing and advertising, each has its own chain of command embedded inside the larger structure. At the very bottom of the corporate hierarchy is the unskilled and semi-skilled workforce whose job is to make and move things or perform the hands-on services that are the company's trademark. Their 94 tasks are for all intents and purposes rigidly routinized along the classical lines of scientific management first espoused by efficiency expert Frederick Taylor at the turn of the century. For the better part of the 20th century, this form of managerial capitalism dominated the American and European economies. The organizational arrangement relied heavily on the increasingly bloated ranks of middle management to both process the flow of information up and down the corporate hierarchy and coordinate and control the many functions of the company. Robert Rifk, the Secretary of Labor, has compared the Modem Corporation to a military bureaucracy. In both instances, the chain of command runs from the top down, with less and less room for independent decision-making at the lower levels of the command structure. In the era of mass production and distribution, with its emphasis on increasing division of labor and standardized goods, the need for absolute control was necessary, says Rifk, if plans were to be implemented exactly. The managerial system of corporate organization was like a lumbering giant, a powerful producer able to turn out a large volume of standardized goods but lacking the flexibility to make the kind of rapid changes necessary to adjust to sudden fluctuations in the domestic or global market. At their apex of power in the late 1950s and early 1960s, 500 giant corporations produced half of the nation's industrial output and nearly 1/4 of the industrial output of the non-communist world. They employed more than 12% of the nation's workforce. General Motors, the world's largest corporation, had earnings in 1955 equivalent to 3% of the GNP of the country. By the 1980s, however, American corporate power was being challenged by new global competitors armed with a very different organizational arrangement better equipped to take advantage of the new technologies of the information revolution. The new form of management emerged first in the Japanese automobile industry after World War II. The new approach to making cars diverged so radically from the kind of management used in Detroit that industry observers began to refer to the Japanese method as post-Fordist production. In their book The Machine That Changed the World, James Womack, Daniel Jones, and Daniel Roos examine the revolutionary changes in the manufacturing of automobiles that have occurred over the past century. They recount the story of the Honourable Evelyn Henry Ellis, a well-to-do member of the British Parliament, who in 1894 paid a visit to the Paris machine tool company of Panhard and Levasseur to commission an automobile. The company's owners, Panhard and Levasseur, met with Ellis, soliciting his ideas about the kind of automobile he wanted. Their skilled craftsmen then set about the task of designing the vehicle and ordering materials to be made by other machine and tool shops in Paris. The custom-ordered parts and components were brought together in the Panhard and Levasseur shop, where they were assembled by hand to make the automobile. Ellis's car, like the few hundred other automobiles made each year by Panhard and Levasseur, was unique and drawn up to meet the very exacting standards of an individual customer. Ellis became the first Englishman to own an automobile. Less than 20 years later, Henry Ford was producing thousands of identical cars each day at a fraction of the cost Ellis paid for his handcrafted vehicle. Ford was the first automaker to mass-produce a standardized product using interchangeable parts. Because the individual components were always cut and shaped exactly the same, they could be attached to each other quickly and simply, without requiring a skilled craftsman to put them together. To quicken the process of attachment, Ford introduced a moving assembly line to the factory floor, an innovation he first observed in the giant slaughterhouses of the Chicago stockyards. By bringing the car directly to the worker, he shaved precious time off the production process and was able to control the pace of movement in the factory. By the 1920s, Ford was mass-producing more than 2 million automobiles a year, each one identical in every detail to the one before and after it on the assembly line. Ford once quipped that his customers could choose any color they wanted for their Model T as long as it was black. This principle of mass-produced standardized products set the norm for manufacturing for more than a half a century. Like other giant manufacturing concerns, Ford and the Detroit automakers were organized along rigid hierarchical lines with a command structure running from top management down a descending line to the shop floor. In strict Tayloresque style, the workforce assembling the cars was stripped of any kind of skilled knowledge and denied independent control over the pace of production. Design and engineering skills and all production and scheduling decisions were placed in the hands of management. The organizational hierarchy was divided into departments, each with responsibility over a specific function or activity and all accountable up the chain of command, with the ultimate authority resting in the hands of top management. 96. The switch to lean production. The mass production system spread from the auto industry to other industries and became the unchallenged standard around the world for how best to conduct the affairs of business and commerce. While the American method was enjoying an unqualified success in world markets in the 1950s, a Japanese auto company, struggling to recover from World War II, began experimenting with a new approach to production, one whose operating assumptions were as different from those of mass production as the latter was from the earlier craft methods of production. The company was Toyota, and its new managerial process was called lean production. The guiding principle behind lean production is to combine new management techniques with increasingly sophisticated machinery to produce more output with fewer resources and less labor. Lean production differs significantly from both craft and industrial production. In craft production, highly skilled workers, using hand tools, craft each product to the design specifications of the buyer. Items are made one at a time. In mass production, skilled professionals design products made by unskilled or semi-skilled workers tending expensive, single-purpose machines. These turn out standardized products in very high volume. In mass production, the machinery is so expensive that downtime has to be avoided at all costs. As a result, management adds buffers in the form of extra inventory and workers to make sure of not running out of inputs or slowing down the production flow. Finally, the high cost of investment in machinery precludes quick retooling for new product designs. The customer benefits from cheap prices but at the expense of variety. Lean production, in contrast, combines the advantage of craft and mass production, while avoiding the high cost of the former and the rigidity of the latter. To meet these production objectives, management brings together teams of multi-skilled workers at every level of the organization to work alongside automated machines, producing high volumes of goods with a great degree of variety to choose from. Lean production is lean, say Womack, Jones, and Roos, because it uses less of everything compared with mass production, half the human effort in the factory, half the manufacturing space, half the investment in tools, half the engineering hours to develop a new product in half the time. Also, it requires keeping far less than half the needed inventory on site, results in many fewer defects, and produces a greater and ever-growing variety of products. 1797. The Japanese form of lean production starts by doing away with the traditional managerial hierarchy and replacing it with multi-skilled teams that work together at the point of production. In the Japanese lean factory, design engineers, computer programmers, and factory workers interact face-to-face, sharing ideas and implementing joint decisions directly on the factory floor. The classical Taylor model of scientific management, which favored the separation of mental from physical labor and the retention of all decision-making in the hands of management, is abandoned in favor of a cooperative team approach designed to harness the full mental capabilities and work experience of everyone involved in the process of making an automobile. For example, in the older mass production model, research and development is separated from the factory and housed in a laboratory. Scientists and engineers design new models and the machinery to produce them in the laboratory and then introduce the changes to the factory floor along with a complete set of detailed instructions and schedules for mass producing the product. Under the new system of lean production, the factory floor becomes in effect the research and development laboratory, a place where the combined expertise of everyone in the production process is utilized to make continual improvements and refinements in the production process and the final product. Workers from every department are even invited to take part in the design of new cars, a process always under the tight control of an engineering elite in the older U.S. auto companies. Concurrent engineering, as it has come to be known, is based on the principle that everyone affected by the design, scale-up, production, distribution, marketing, and sales of a new automobile should participate as early as possible in the development of a new car to ensure that each department's specific needs and requirements are taken into consideration and to help pinpoint potential trouble spots before full-scale production is set. Studies over the years suggest that up to 75% of a product's cost is determined at the conceptual stage. A delay of just 6 months in getting a new product to market can cut profits by up to 33%. Japanese companies have found that by including everyone in at the design stage, crucial bottom-line costs can be held to a minimum. The notion of continual improvement is called Kaizen and is considered the key to the success of Japanese production methods. Unlike the older American model, in which innovations are made infrequently and often in a single changeover, the Japanese production system is set up to encourage continued change and improvement as 98. Part of day-to-day operations. To achieve Kaizen, management harnesses the collective experience of all of its workers and places value on joint problem solving. Work teams on the factory floor are given much greater latitude over the production process. If a machine breaks down or a line slows, the workers themselves often repair the equipment and clear any bottlenecks in the process, a far different approach than that of the Detroit auto manufacturers, where machine breakdowns require notification of supervisors, who, in turn, summon technicians to the floor to fix the equipment. The result is far fewer breakdowns and a more smoothly running line because the workers closest to the production process are better prepared to anticipate problems, and when they do come up, resolve them quickly and efficiently. Again, the data is telling. According to a study conducted by James Harbour on the automotive industry, U.S. equipment was inoperative more than 50% of the time, while machines in Japanese auto factories were down less than 15% of the time. 19. The team-based model of work creates greater efficiencies by encouraging the development of multi-skilled workers. Being well versed in a number of tasks on the production floor gives individual workers a far better understanding of the overall manufacturing process, knowledge that can be used effectively within team settings to pinpoint problems and make suggestions for improvements. To assist workers in seeing how their work fits into the larger production process, Japanese companies provide employees with access to all computerized information generated within the company. One Japanese manager explained the importance his company attached to sharing information with workers. One of our most important jobs is to make all of our employees willing to cooperate fully, and to make them want to continually improve themselves. To achieve this, it is necessary for us to provide all kinds of information equally to everyone. Every employee has the right of access to all computerized information within the company. 20. Unlike the older corporate model of management, where decision-making is continually being pushed up higher on the managerial hierarchy, the Japanese teamwork model attempts to push decision-making authority as far down the managerial ladder as possible so as to be closer to the point of production. This creates a more egalitarian atmosphere within the factory and far less friction between management and workers. In most Japanese automotive factories, workers and management share a common cafeteria and parking lot. Managers as 99. Well as workers wear company uniforms. To encourage further openness and a closer working relationship, managers sit at open desks on the factory floor next to the production facility. Because most managers are recruited directly from the workforce, they are far more likely to understand the special needs of the employees in their work teams and better prepared to cement strong personal bonds with members of their work teams. In the Japanese system, workers even meet in special quality circles before or after regular work hours to discuss improvements in the production process. In a recent survey, 76% of Japanese workers were found to take part in quality circles. 21. The Japanese production model also places a high priority on what is called just-in-time production, or stockless production. The idea behind just-in-time came from a visit to the United States by Taiki Ono of Toyota Motors in the 1950s. Ono was far more impressed with America's giant supermarkets than with its automotive plants. He later recounted his surprise at the speed and efficiency by which the supermarkets kept shelves stocked with exactly the products customers desired in just the amount needed. 1/supermarket is where a customer can get 1. What is needed, 2. At the time needed, 3. In the amount needed. We hoped that this would help us approach our just-in-time goal, and, in 1953, we actually applied the system in our machine shop at the main plant. 22. Womack, Jones, and Rustella being stunned by the difference in physical appearance on the factory floor at a General Motors plant they visited in Framingham, Massachusetts, and a Toyota plant in Japan. At the General Motors facility, parts of the production line were down, workers were milling around with nothing to do, weeks' worth of inventory were piled up in the aisles, and trash cans were filled with defective parts. In stark contrast, at the Toyota plant the aisles were clear and the workers were all at their workstations performing their tasks. No workstation had more than an hour's worth of inventory piled up. As soon as defective parts were discovered, they were immediately tagged and sent off to a quality control center for replacement. 23. The American manufacturing philosophy is based on just-in-case production. Automobile manufacturers store large and redundant inventories of materials and equipment along the entire production line in anticipation of having to replace defective parts or faulty equipment. This process is viewed by Japanese management as costly and unnecessary. The Japanese system of just-in-time production is based on exacting standards of quality control and crisis management. 100. Designed to ferret out potential problems before they force a major breakdown in the production process. The radical differences in production philosophy at General Motors and Toyota showed up in the bottom-line figures for both companies. In a MIT study of the two plants, researchers found that at the Toyota facility, it took 16 hours to build a car in 4.8 square feet of workspace per vehicle per year, with 0.45 defects per car. At GM Framingham it took nearly 31 hours in 8.15 square feet with 1.3 defects. 24. Toyota was able to build a car quicker, in less space, with fewer defects, and with half the labor. In recent years, Japanese manufacturers have combined the new lean management techniques with increasingly sophisticated computer and other information technologies to create the factory of the future, automated production facilities with few workers, which more nearly resemble a laboratory than a factory. Social scientists Martin Kenny and Richard Florida talk of the new lean factories that are more cerebral than physical in appearance. Under past forms of industrial production, including mass production Fordism, much of work was physical. The emergence of digitization increases the importance of abstract intelligence in production and thus requires that workers actively undertake what were previously thought of as intellectual activities. In this new environment, workers are no longer covered with grease and sweat, because the factory increasingly resembles a laboratory for experimentation and technical advance. 25. The operating assumptions of lean management, with their strong emphasis on process rather than structure and function, made Japanese manufacturers ideally suited to take advantage of the new computer-based information technologies. Re-engineering the workplace. Womack, Jones, and Roos predicted that the lean production method of management developed by the Japanese would spread beyond the automotive industry and change everything in almost every industry. 26. Their optimistic forecast is now becoming a reality. Borrowing from the Japanese model of lean production, American and European companies have begun to introduce their own changes in organizational structure to accommodate the new computer technologies. Under the broad rubric of re-engineering, corporations are flattening. 101. Traditional organizational pyramids and transferring more and more decision-making responsibilities to networks and teams. The re-engineering phenomenon is forcing a fundamental overhaul in the way business is handled, and, in the process, deeply cutting into employment roles, eliminating millions of jobs and hundreds of job categories. While unskilled and semi-skilled jobs continue to be cut by the introduction of new information and communication technologies, other positions in the corporate hierarchy are also being threatened with extinction. No group is being harder hit than middle management. Traditionally, middle managers have been responsible for coordinating the flow up and down the organizational ladder. With the introduction of sophisticated new computer technologies, these jobs become increasingly unnecessary and costly. The new information and communication technologies have both increased the volume and accelerated the flow of activity at every level of society. The compression of time requires quicker responses and faster decision-making to remain competitive. In the emerging nanosecond culture, the traditional control and coordination functions of management are woefully slow and utterly incapable of responding, in real time, to the speed and volume of information coming into the organization. In the information era, time is the critical commodity, and corporations bogged down by old-fashioned hierarchical management schemes cannot hope to make decisions fast enough to keep up with the flow of information that requires resolution. Today, a growing number of companies are deconstructing their organizational hierarchies and eliminating more and more middle management by compressing several jobs into a single process. They are then using the computer to perform the coordination functions previously carried out by many people often working in separate departments and locations within the company. Gary Loveman says that the restructuring of the corporation is fast eliminating middle management from the organizational chart. He points out that while better jobs are being created for a fortunate few at the top levels of management, the men and women in garden variety middle management jobs are getting crucified by corporate re-engineering and the introduction of sophisticated new information and communication technologies. 27 departments create divisions and borders that inevitably slow down the decision-making process. Companies are eliminating those borders by reassigning personnel into networks or teams that can work 102 together to process information and coordinate vital decisions, thus bypassing the long delays that invariably accompany the shuffling of paper reports and memoranda between various divisions and levels of authority. The computer has made all of this possible. Now, any employee at any location within the company can access all of the information being generated and directed through the organization. Instant access to information means that the control and coordination of activity can be exercised quickly and at lower levels of command that are closer to the action. The introduction of computer-based technologies allows information to be processed horizontally rather than vertically, in effect collapsing the traditional corporate pyramid in favor of networks operating along a common plane. By eliminating the slow climb up and down the old-fashioned decision-making pyramid, information can be processed at a speed commensurate with the capabilities of the new computer equipment. Michael Hammer and James Champy, whose book Re-engineering the Corporation helped focus public attention on the current restructuring phenomenon, use the example of IBM Credit to explain how re-engineering works in practice. IBM Credit finances the computer equipment purchased by IBM customers. Before re-engineering, customer requests for financing had to go through several departments and levels of decision-making, often taking many days to process. An IBM salesperson would call in with a request for financing. One of 14 people would take down the information on a piece of paper. The slip of paper was then delivered upstairs to the credit department, where a second person logged the information into a computer and did a background check on the customer's creditworthiness. The credit check information was attached to the original sales request form and then delivered to the business practices department using its own computer. The department modified the terms of the agreement to match the customer's request and then attached the special terms to the request form. The paper form then went to a pricer, who, using his or her own computer, determined the appropriate interest rate to charge the customer. The information was written onto the paper form and sent to a clerical group. At that department, all the information that had been collected along the way was reworked and put into a quote letter, which was then delivered to IBM sales representatives by way of Federal Express. 28 sales representatives were frustrated over the slow response time in processing customer requests for financing, and complained about 103 customers canceling orders or finding alternative financing with other companies. Concerned over the delays, 2 IBM senior managers walked a customer request through all 5 departments, asking each to process the information without the usual delay that results from request forms backing up for days on people's desks. They found that the actual time it took to process the entire order was less than 90 minutes. The remainder of the 7 days was used up in handing the form off from one department to the next. 29. IBM management eliminated the 5 separate offices and handed over the task of handling a customer's request for financing to a single case worker called a deal structurer. One generalist, armed with a computer, now handles the entire process. According to Hammer and Champy, when IBM looked closely at the old management scheme, they found that most of it was little more than clerical, finding a credit rating in a database, plugging numbers into a standard model, pulling boilerplate clauses from a standard file. These tasks fall well within the capability of a single individual when he or she is supported by an easy-to-use computer system that provides access to all the data and tools the specialist would use. 30. IBM Credit reduced the time it took to process a request for financing from 7 days to less than 4 hours, using less labor in the process. Hammer and Champy report that a case worker or case team approach to production operates 10 times faster than the older hierarchical approach to management activity, with its reliance on separate departments and vertical chains of command. 31. Hammer believes that re-engineering is going to have a massive impact on jobs in the next several decades. The former MIT professor says that a very large amount of productivity gains still remain to be achieved even during this first wave of re-engineering. I don't think that we've come close, in fact, to squeezing out what's available to be squeezed, says Hammer. Re-engineering the economy, according to Hammer, could result in an unofficial unemployment figure of as much as 20% by the time the current re-engineering phenomenon runs its course. 32. The re-engineering revolution has achieved some of its most dramatic successes in the retail sector. Quick response systems are cutting both time and labor from the entire distribution process. Barcoding allows retailers to keep a continuously updated record of exactly what items are being sold, and in what quantities. Point of sale, POS, data eliminates pricing and cashier errors and greatly reduces 104. The time spent on ticketing products. Barcode marking on shipping containers, SCM, allows the customer to log in and verify the contents of packages without having to open them for inspection. Electronic data interchange, EDI, allows companies to substitute electronic transmission of information like purchase orders, invoices, and payment for paper correspondence, reducing the need for both transportation and clerical handling. Together, all of these information tools allow companies to bypass traditional channels of distribution and communication and deal instantaneously and directly with warehouses and suppliers, ensuring just-in-time inventories to meet customer needs. The giant discount chain Walmart owes some measure of its success to its pioneering role in harnessing these new information technologies. Walmart uses information gathered by scanners at the point of sale and transmits it by electronic data interchange directly to its suppliers like Procter & Gamble, who, in turn, make the decision on what items to ship and in what quantities. Suppliers ship directly to the stores, bypassing the warehouse altogether. The process eliminates purchase orders, bills of lading, large inventories on hand, and reduces clerical costs by eliminating the labor needed at each step of the traditional process to handle orders, shipping, and warehousing. 33 Saturn Auto retailers use computer terminals in showrooms to punch in the specific options and colors a customer would like for his or her car and transmit the information electronically directly to the production plant. The manufacturer then makes the automobile to the customer's requirements. Made to order rather than made to inventory is becoming increasingly common as businesses compete for each and every customer's loyalty while attempting to hold down the costs of keeping large inventories on hand. 34 Japan's national bicycle company is even more advanced in its quick response, made-to-order operations. A customer is measured on a machine in the showroom and fitted to an appropriate size and shape of bicycle with the help of a computer-aided design system. The customer then picks the make and model of brakes, chain, tire, derailleur, and color. He or she can even choose to have a personalized name put on the bike. The information is electronically transmitted to the company's factory, and the finished, made-to-order bicycle can be manufactured, assembled, and shipped within less than 3 hours. Ironically, the company has discovered through its marketing studies that its response is too quick and dampens the enthusiasm of its 105 customers, so it purposely delays delivery for a week so that the customer can experience the joy of anticipation. 35. Companies across the country are discovering countless new ways to use re-engineering to compress time and reduce labor costs. Increasingly, computers are providing needed information and helping to structure the coordination and flow of activity in the economic process, eliminating the need for salespersons, account executives, truck drivers, warehouse handlers, shipping department personnel, and billing department people. While the new information and telecommunication technologies are eliminating jobs at every rung of the corporate hierarchy, the impact on middle management has been particularly unsettling to many in the business community. Authors William Davidow and Michael Malone sum up the growing consensus. Computers can gather most information more accurately and cost-effectively than people. They can produce summaries with electronic speeds, and they can transmit the information to decision makers at the speed of light. Most interesting is that, frequently, this information is so good and the analysis so precise that an executive decision is no longer required. A well-trained employee dealing directly with the situation can now make the decision faster and in a more responsive fashion than the remote manager miles away. 36. Franklin Mint has cut its management layers from 6 to 4 and doubled sales. Eastman Kodak has reduced its management levels from 13 to 4. Intel has cut its management hierarchy in some of its operations from 10 to 5 levels. 37. John D. O'Brien, Vice President for Human Resources at BorgWarner, predicts the very term staff function will become extinct sometime in the 1990s. 38. The re-engineering of work is eliminating jobs of all kinds and in greater numbers than at any time in recent memory. In Japan, Nikko Research estimates that there are more than 1 million redundant employees in Japanese companies that could be replaced by re-engineering and the new information technologies. 39. Corporate re-engineering is only in its infancy, and already unemployment is rising, consumer purchasing power is dropping, and domestic economies are reeling from the aftershocks of flattening giant corporate bureaucracies. All of these problems are likely to accelerate dramatically in the years ahead as companies, faced with more intense global competition, use increasingly sophisticated technologies to raise productivity and reduce labor force requirements. The prospect of farms, factories, offices, and retail stores producing, marketing, and 106. Selling goods with fewer and fewer workers at the helm is no longer unthinkable. A survey of recent technological developments and trends in the agricultural, manufacturing, and service sectors suggests that a near workerless world is fast approaching and may arrive well before society has sufficient time to either debate its broad implications or prepare for its full impact. Part 3. The decline of the global labor force. 8. The high-technology revolution is not normally associated with farming. Yet some of the most impressive advances in automation are occurring in agriculture. While public attention of late has focused on the effects of technology displacement on the manufacturing and service sectors, an equally profound technology revolution is changing the nature of modern agriculture and, in the process, raising serious questions about the future of farm labor in countries around the world. Nearly half the human beings on the planet still farm the land. Now, however, new breakthroughs in the information and life sciences threaten to end much of outdoor farming by the middle decades of the coming century. The technological changes in the production of food are leading to a world without farmers, with untold consequences for the 2.4 billion who rely on the land for their survival. The mechanization of agriculture began more than 100 years ago. In 1880 it took more than 20 man-hours to harvest an acre of a wheatland. By 1916 the number of man-hours was reduced to 12.7. Just 20 years later only 6.1 man-hours were required. 2. The productivity gains in agriculture were so swift and effective that by the late 1920s economic instability was no longer fueled by crop failures but, rather, by overproduction. The mechanization of the agricultural sector was heralded as a triumph of industrial society. One leading agriculturalist of the day boasted, "We no longer raise wheat here, we manufacture it. We are not husbandrymen, we are not farmers. We are producing a product to sell." 3. The technological changes in American agriculture transformed the country from a largely agricultural society to an urban, industrial nation, in little more than 100 years. In 1850, 60% of the working population were employed in agriculture. Today, less than 2.7% of the workforce is engaged directly in farming. Since World War II, more than 15 million men and women have left the farm in the United States. 4. The decline in the farm population has left fewer and bigger farms. Between 1935 and 1987 the average size of farms rose from 139 to 462 acres. 5. The high cost of machine capital and increases in productivity resulting from economies of scale have favored the large over the small producer. Currently, 32,023 large-scale farms account for more than 38% of total product sales in the United States. 6. Although the farm population is less than 3 million, it sustains a food industry employing more than 20 million. 7. In our highly industrialized urban culture, most people would probably be surprised to learn that the food and fiber industry is the single largest industry in the United States. More than 20% of the GNP and 22% of the workforce is dependent on crops grown on America's agricultural lands and animals raised on feedlots and in factory farms. 8. Farm mechanization, which began with the horse-drawn steel plow in the mid-1850s, is nearing completion today with the introduction of sophisticated computerized robots in the fields. The short history of farm mechanization provides an object lesson of the tremendous potential of modern technology to replace and eventually eliminate human beings from the production process. The replacement of handcrafted wood plows with mass-produced cast iron plows in the last century greatly improved farm productivity. John Deere, of Illinois, produced the first iron plow with a steel cutting edge in 1837. It was so effective at cutting through the heavy, sticky soils of Illinois farmland that it became known as the singing plow. By the mid-1850s the John Deere Company was producing more than 10,000 iron plows a year. The lighter plows allowed farmers to shift from oxen to horses, quickening the speed of plowing fields and reducing the labor time in preparing the soil for seeding. 9. While the new iron steel plows quickened the spring seeding, the introduction of mechanical reapers, at about the same time, greatly increased the speed of harvesting. As late as the 1840s, farmers were still using hand tools to cut the fall harvest. The horse-drawn mechanical reaper cut the work time required to harvest grain by more than half. Cyrus McCormick's reaper gained widespread acceptance in the 1850s and became synonymous with farm equipment over the remaining decades of the 19th century. Grain threshing machines also became popular. In the West, giant grain combines, weighing up to 15 tons and pulled by 40 horses, cut swaths of grain up to 35 feet wide. 10. The first gasoline-powered tractor was built in 1892 by John Frulick in Iowa. By 1910, 25,000 tractors were in use in the United States. In 1917 Henry Ford introduced the Fordson, a cheap mass-produced tractor. Overnight, tractor sales soared. By 1920, 246,000 tractors were in use on the nation's farms. 2 decades later, more than 1.6 million were being used for a wide range of tasks on the farm, and by 1960 more than 4.7 million of them were working the agricultural fields. While the horse, mule, and oxen, once the primary sources of power on the farm, had been eclipsed and virtually eliminated by the internal combustion engine. The workhorse disappeared from American farms in the early 1950s. Motor trucks also increased on the farms during the same time period. In 1915 there were 25,000 trucks being used for farm work. By 1980 more than 3.5 million trucks were in use. The gasoline engine, harnessed to tractors, trucks, and harvesting machines, now does all the heavy work on the farm. 13. Mechanization of agriculture went hand in hand with new plant breeding techniques designed to introduce varieties and strains that were more uniform and easier to manipulate by machines. We already described the mechanical cotton picker. The first mechanical picker proved ineffective because cotton bolls opened irregularly over a period of many weeks, making it difficult to run a machine through partially unharvestable fields. Plant breeders were finally able to develop a strain of cotton in which the bolls grew higher up on the stalks and opened up more quickly, making the machine picker feasible for the first time. 14. Tomatoes offer still another example of the symbiotic relationship that developed between breeders and engineers in agriculture. A new variety of tomato was introduced in the 1960s that would ripen at the same time and be strong enough to withstand machine handling. A new harvesting machine was designed specifically for harvesting the new variety, and within less than 24 years from 1963 to 1987 the harvesting of tomatoes in California went from hand-picking by Mexican immigrant labor to automated machine handling. 15 Aside from being more uniform and easier to manipulate, virtually all of the new varieties being developed by plant biologists were high-yield crops. The early hybrid COM varieties often tripled the yield per acre. 16 The introduction of industrial quantities of nitrogen fertilizer onto the soil greatly increased crop yields and allowed for more intensive farming practices. Fields no longer had to be left fallow to restore fertility but could be used over and over again with the introduction of increasing amounts of artificial chemicals. Greater productivity meant that fewer farm workers and farms were necessary to produce an expanded output. The introduction of high-yield monoculture crops also led to the widespread use of chemical pesticides and herbicides. Monocultures were found to be more susceptible to pest infestation and disease, and more vulnerable to weeds. The use of insecticides, herbicides, and fungicides greatly reduced the number of farm laborers needed to tend the fields. Animal husbandry practices also became increasingly mechanized and industrialized over the course of the current century. Innovative breeding technologies, specialized feeds, and new animal-based pharmaceuticals greatly improved the growth and productivity of farm animals. Factory feedlots of cattle and swine and factory farming of poultry allowed large-scale operators to produce meat, dairy, and other animal-derived products in record volume with a greatly reduced labor force. By the 1980s, giant cattle feedlots in the Midwest were handling upwards of 50,000 head of cattle at a time. Today, some 15 poultry companies produce more than 3.7 billion chickens a year, using streamlined factory methods that differ little from those used in the manufacture of inanimate products. 17 The mechanical, biological, and chemical revolutions in agriculture have put millions of farm laborers out of work. Between 1940 and 1950, human labor on the farm declined by 26%. In the following decade it declined again, this time by more than 35%. The decline was even more dramatic in the 1960s. Nearly 40% of the remaining agricultural workforce was replaced by machinery in that single decade. 18 At the same time, farm productivity has increased more in the past 100 years than at any time since the dawn of the Neolithic Revolution. In 1850 a single farm worker produced enough food to feed 4 people. Today, in the United States, a single farmer supplies enough to feed more than 78 people. 19 Agricultural productivity has registered remarkable gains over the past half-century. Output increased by 25% in the 1940s, 20% in the 1950s, and 17% in the 1960s. In the 1980s agricultural productivity grew by more than 28%. 113. The spectacular gains in productivity have had a devastating impact on the family farm. Higher yields and greater output have created a crisis of oversupply for most of the current century, continually pushing prices down for farmers. Depressed prices in TUM have forced farmers to produce even more in order to cover fixed costs and overhead, only perpetuating the cycle of overproduction and falling prices. Ever since the Depression years of the 1930s, price and commodity supports have been used to both artificially prop up the price of farm commodities and pay farmers not to produce in order to curtail production. Again, says law, that supply creates its own demand, has proven wrong. Agricultural production, even more than manufacturing production and service, has been stymied by ever-increasing output pitted against ineffective demand, with terrible consequences for farm families and rural communities. The massive displacement and dislocation of farm labor over the past century has deprived millions of people of a livable wage. There are currently more than 9 million persons living under the poverty line in depressed rural areas across the United States, all casualties of the great strides in farm technology that have made the United States the #1 food producer in the world and made American agriculture the envy of every nation. 21. Soil and software. The decline in the number of farms is likely to accelerate in the coming years with advances in agricultural software and farm robotics. Agricultural software is already being developed to assist farmers in monitoring the environment, locating problem areas, devising intervention strategies, and implementing action plans. In the near future, computerized expert systems will collect data on weather changes, soil conditions, and other variables from computer-based sensors located on the land and use the information to make specific recommendations to the farmer. Highly specialized robots will be instructed, in TUM, to carry out many of the computer-generated action plans. Many expert systems are currently being tested around the country. Virginia Tech has developed the Crop Rotation Planning System, CROPS, to assist farmers in evaluating the risk of soil erosion and nutrient and pesticide leaching and runoff. The farmer enters data on soil type, topography, land use, and field size into the computer. The computer then uses the information to devise an overall program of farm production, balancing acreage targets and profit objectives with the need to reduce environmental risks to an acceptable level. 22 expert systems are currently being developed to assist farmers in a range of integrated crop management decisions covering irrigation, fertilization, nutrition, weed and insect control, and herbicide application. The Department of Agriculture has an expert system online for managing cotton. Called GOSM, COMAX, it uses a simulation model that collects weather data and then forecasts when to irrigate and fertilize to achieve optimal agronomic goals. The system is already being used by more than 500 cotton farms in 15 states. The USDA Agriculture Research Service has developed its own expert system for determining whether insects will become a problem in stored wheat and help select the most appropriate prophylactic or remedial actions. Pennsylvania State University has designed a similar system, called GRAPES, to help farmers assess the risks of insects and diseases in vineyards and make recommendations for abating the problem. The University of Manitoba has created an expert system that acts as a fertilization selection advisor, helping farmers choose the right mix of fertilizers for different soil bases and moisture contents. 23. Expert systems are also being developed and used in animal husbandry management. The University of Minnesota has created expert software to diagnose herd mastitis, an infection of the udder. By analyzing DRI somatic cell data, the computer can make expert evaluations and suggest appropriate remedial action. The university has developed several other expert systems for dairy, including one that assists in manure management. Other expert systems tell farmers when to keep or cull commercial beef cows and how to manage sheep and swine. Slayer, an expert system used in poultry production, can diagnose and make recommendations for over 80 separate production management problems that affect the profitability of flocks. 24. In addition to individual expert systems, agricultural software companies are beginning to develop full text retrieval systems allowing individual farmers instant access to journal articles and other relevant agricultural data from anywhere in the world. By the end of the current decade, industry analysts hope to integrate many of these separate systems, providing the farmer with the information to make complex decisions governing a wide range of production problems and financial matters. Currently, only 15 to 27% of farm managers are using computers as management tools. Still, scientists are predicting that no more FANUS 115. Within less than 20 years, virtually every aspect of farming will have come under the control of computers monitoring, analyzing, and making recommendations in every conceivable area of farm management. 25. A new generation of sophisticated computer-driven robots may soon replace many of the remaining manual tasks on the land, potentially transforming the modem farm into an automated outdoor factory. Israel's farmers are already well along the way to advanced robotized farming. Concerned over the potential security risks involved in employing Palestinian migrant labor, the Israelis turned to the Institute of Agricultural Engineering for help in developing mechanical farm laborers. In a growing number of kibbutzim, it is not unusual to see self-guided machines traveling on tracks laid out between rows of plants, spraying pesticides on the crops. We turn the machines on and then go to eat lunch, says one Israeli farmer. 26. The Israelis are currently experimenting with a robotic melon picker developed jointly by the Institute of Agricultural Engineering and Purdue University researchers. The robotic harvester can be used to transplant, cultivate, and harvest round or head crops including melons, pumpkins, cabbage, and lettuce. Named Romper, robotic melon picker, the robot is mounted on a trailer frame and equipped with cameras that scan the rows of plants while a fan blows leaves aside to expose hidden produce. An onboard computer analyzes the images, looking for a round bright spot and identifying it as the crop to be picked. Even more impressive, the romper is able to confirm whether or not the crop is ripe to pick by smell. Special sensors measure ethylene levels, the naturally occurring hormone that causes fruit to ripen, and can judge ripeness of the crop to within 1 day. 27 During harvesting season, more than 30,000 Palestinians are employed by Israeli farmers. The introduction of the romper and other automated machinery is going to dramatically affect their economic prospects. If we mechanize, says Ezra Sadin, head of the Volcani Research Center, which oversees the Institute of Agricultural Engineering, we need to accept the fact that many Palestinians will go hungry. 28. In the United States, Purdue University scientists say they expect to see the romper in use in every Indiana county by the end of the decade. 29. Similar R&D efforts are underway in Western Europe, where scientists hope to introduce automated robots equipped with artificial intelligence and sophisticated sensors, to plow and seed fields. 30. Robots are also being readied for use in livestock management. The Australian Wool Corporation has been experimenting with a robotized shearing machine that can replace the high cost of professional shearers. The sheep is picked up off the ground and placed in a fixture that resembles an iron cage. The robot is equipped with a computer and a software program for shearing a generic sheep. Once in the fixture, the sheep is probed by the robot and the data is fed into the generic program, which then creates a sheep-specific program, to ensure that the robot shearers cut exactly to the girth of the animal being sheared. The automated shears are programmed to ride just a half centimeter off the quivering sheep's body. An observer explains what comes next. At this point the sheep is somewhat distraught, breathing heavily, heaving and wriggling around. There is a preferred shearing pattern that involves taking 2 swipes down the sheep's back and then proceeding to strip the body sides from shorn back to belly. The robot arms must position the shears on a bouncing target and make clean cuts right next to the sheep's skin without inflicting wounds or leaving a punk rocker's hairdo. 31. The robotized sheep shearer is likely to be perfected and fully operational before the end of the decade. Computerized systems with robotized extensions are already being used to feed dairy cows. Each cow wears a necklace pendant around her neck identifying her. The dairyman enters into a computer each cow's ration number and the amount of grain to be given each day. The cow goes to a feeding station. Her pendant makes contact with a metal plate on the feeder, allowing the computer to identify the specific cow. The computer checks to see if the cow has already eaten her food allotment. If not, the computer activates a motor switch which runs an auger. The auger turns, delivering the grain to the cow. 32 Scientists are working on even more advanced monitoring systems and computer-controlled handling systems. Researchers say the day is not far off when sensors will be implanted on the skin of the animals to monitor external environmental conditions. Any changes, for example, in the outside environment picked up by the sensors could trigger automated systems to turn on and off lights, fans, water misters, and the like. Changes in blood, milk, and urine content could also be automatically monitored and analyzed by a computer that would in turn dispense the appropriate drug in the feed ration during the animal's next visit to the automated feed station. 33. Writing in the journal Science, Donald A. Holt, Associate Dean of the University of Illinois College of Agriculture, envisioned a fully 117 automated farm of the future, running virtually by computers and robots much like the new workerless factories coming online in Japan. The scene is a Midwest farm on a June morning. During the night, the farm computer automatically dialed several local and national databases to obtain information on current fertilizer, seed, fuel, and pesticide supplies and prices, weather, markets, insect and disease predictions, and buyer offers. Information gathered and processed by the computer during the night appears on the bedroom monitor. Sensors in nose rings, ear tags, and implanted devices have been scanned to assess the physiological conditions of the farm's animals. The automatic feed grinders and mixers functioned satisfactorily during the night. All animals were automatically fed and watered, the quantities of feed distributed, recorded, and the amounts consumed by each animal estimated and registered. Environmental conditions in all farm buildings and facilities were monitored continuously during the night and automatically checked against acceptable standards and schedules. Actions to illuminate, darken, heat, cool, dry, humidify, ventilate, and move animal wastes to digesters were initiated by computer. The computer has been scanning by telemetry a number of miniature portable weather stations placed in the fields. On this particular day it anticipates low soil moisture in sands near the river and has activated the pivot irrigation system in that field. One simulator has identified this day as the optimum time in terms of weather conditions and plant growth stage for dealing with foxtail infestation in the soybean field, by treating it with a photo-activated herbicide. The herbicide will be applied, by high-clearance ground equipment with precise microprocessors control and monitoring of steering, ground speed, pump pressure, and application rate of the active ingredient. 34. Holt goes on to detail other automated production processes on the farm, including the use of computerized harvesting equipment and expert systems designed to assist the farmer with up-to-the-minute financial data and recommendations. Many of the technologies in this scenario already exist and others are in the prototype stage. Researchers predict that the fully automated factory farm is less than 20 years away. 118. Molecular farming. While the new information technologies and robotics are changing the nature of farm management, replacing machines for human labor in virtually every area of activity, the new gene splicing technologies are changing the very way plants and animals are produced. Genetic engineering is the application of engineering standards to the manipulation of genes. Those engineering standards include quality controls, quantifiable standards of measurement, accuracy, efficiency, and utility. The long-term impacts of the new biotechnologies are likely to be as significant as the impact of pyrotechnologies over the course of the first 5 millennia of recorded history. For thousands of years human beings have been using fire to bomb, solder, forge, and melt metallic ores, creating a range of useful materials. Now, for the first time, molecular biologists are able to add, delete, recombine, insert, stitch, and edit together genetic materials across biological boundaries, creating novel new microorganisms, plant strains, and animal breeds that have never before existed in nature. The shift from pyrotechnologies to biotechnologies is epochal, with potentially profound consequences to the way future generations will reshape their relationship to the biosphere. Although some in the scientific community continue to perceive gene splicing technology as merely a sophisticated extension of classical breeding techniques, others acknowledge its qualitative break from any known procedures for manipulating nature. We need cite only 3 examples to illustrate the vast differences that exist between classical breeding and the new gene splicing techniques. At the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Ralph Brinster and a team of researchers inserted human growth hormone genes into the biological code of mice embryos in vitro. The embryos were implanted into a female mouse and gestated. At birth, the mice contained fully functioning human genes in their biological makeup. The mice with human growth hormone genes grew to be nearly twice as large as ordinary ones, and passed the human gene into successive generations of their offspring. In a second experiment, scientists inserted the gene that emits light in a firefly into the genetic code of a tobacco plant, forcing the plant to glow 24 hours a day. In a third experiment, scientists at the University of California at Davis, using cell fusion technology, combined the embryonic cells of a sheep and a goat, 2 unrelated species, and transplanted the embryo to a surrogate sheep. 119. That gave birth to a jeep. The strange new animal chimera has the head of a goat and the body of a sheep. 35. None of these experiments could have been accomplished through classical breeding technologies. Although it is possible to use traditional breeding to cross some biological boundaries, for example, crossing a horse and a donkey to create a mule, nature places limits on what is possible. The new gene splicing and cell fusion techniques allow scientists to cross virtually all biological boundaries, recombining genes from totally unrelated species. Species are no longer viewed in organismic terms as indivisible entities, but more as mainframes containing programmed genetic cassettes that can be read-written, resequenced, and recombined by proper manipulation in the laboratory. From a production perspective, the importance of gene splicing lies in the ability to manipulate living entities, for the first time, on the level of their component parts, to treat life as an assemblage of individual genetic traits. By eliminating the constraints imposed by biological boundaries, and by reducing microorganisms, plants, and animals to their constituent building blocks, scientists can begin to organize life as a manufactured process. The tremendous economic potential of biotechnology has drawn chemical, pharmaceutical, agribusiness, and medical companies together into a new life science complex whose commercial clout is likely to equal or surpass that of the petrochemical complex of the past century. In 1980, the U.S. Supreme Court awarded the first patent on a genetically engineered creature, a microorganism created in the laboratories of General Electric that was designed and manufactured to eat up oil spills on the high seas. In 1987, the Patent and Trademark Office extended patent protection to any man-made creature, recognizing life, for the first time, as a manufacture. Today, thousands of microorganisms and plants have been patented, as well as 6 animals. More than 200 genetically engineered animals are awaiting patent approval at the Patent and Trademark Office. By granting broad patent protection over genetically engineered life forms, the government is giving its imprimatur to the idea that living creatures are reducible to the status of manufactured inventions, subject to the same engineering standards and commercial exploitation as inanimate objects. The global agribusiness complex hopes to make the transition from petrochemical-based agriculture to gene-based agriculture in the coming century. Toward this end, researchers and corporations are 120. Engineering thousands of new plant varieties and animal breeds in the laboratory. As in other manufacturing processes, the primary goal is to increase productivity and lessen labor requirements. To eliminate the cost of insecticides and the labor required to monitor and spray crops, scientists are engineering pest-resistant genes directly into the biological codes of plants. Researchers have isolated and cloned the gene that codes for the toxin in a spore-forming bacterium called Bacillus thuringiensis, Bt, and inserted it into the biological makeup of tobacco, tomatoes, cotton, and other plant crops. The transgenic plants produce a continuous supply of the Bt toxin that kills invading insects. 36 scientists have also successfully inserted genes into plants that make them resistant to common herbicides. Monsanto has created genetically engineered plants that are resistant to the company's own herbicide Roundup. The company has patented the new genetic strains and hopes to market both the patented seeds and the herbicide together as a single package. 37 other companies are experimenting with transferring genes into plants that make them better able to tolerate drought or extreme heat and cold. Scientists have implanted a frost-resistant gene from a fish into the genetic code of a tomato plant in hopes of conferring frost resistance. The ability to insert specific genes into plants to improve their tolerance to drought, heat, and cold could save billions of dollars in equipment and labor costs by reducing the need to build, install, and manage expensive irrigation systems and frost protection equipment. Researchers have even transferred nitrogen-fixing genes to non-nitrogen-fixing crops. Molecular biologists look to the day when such genetically engineered crops will substantially reduce the need for nitrogen fertilizers as well as the labor required to manufacture, transport, and apply the chemicals on the soil. 38 Genetic engineering is also being used to increase animal productivity and reduce labor requirements in animal husbandry. Bovine growth hormone, also known as bovine somatotropin, is a naturally occurring hormone that stimulates the production of milk in cows. Scientists have successfully isolated the key growth-stimulating gene and cloned industrial portions in the laboratory. The genetically engineered growth hormone is then injected back into the cow, forcing the animal to produce between 10 and 20% more milk. 4 companies, Monsanto, American Cyanamid, Eli Lilly, and Upjohn, have spent more than $1 billion in research and development to bring the controversial product to market. 121. By greatly increasing the productivity of dairy cows, genetically engineered BGH threatens the livelihood of thousands of dairy farmers in North America, Europe, and elsewhere. Most industrial nations are already overproducing milk. Faced with a milk glut, depressed prices, and ineffective demand, the United States and other industrial nations have long pursued a policy of price supports and subsidies to keep dairy farmers in business. Now, with the commercial introduction of BGH in the United States, even more milk will be produced, requiring even greater price supports. According to a report prepared by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, for the Clinton administration, the government's milk support program will increase by more than $6,000,000 a year in 1995 because of the introduction of BGH into the market. 39. Another study conducted several years ago predicted that within 3 years of the introduction of BGH into the marketplace, upwards of 1/3 of all remaining U.S. dairy farmers may be forced out of business because of overproduction, falling prices, and dwindling consumer demand. 40. Many industry analysts argue that BGH will benefit the giant corporate dairy farms in California at the expense of small family farms in states like Wisconsin and Minnesota. The large operations are highly automated and can produce more milk with fewer cows, significantly reducing the amount of human labor required to get the milk to market. To increase productivity even further, researchers are currently experimenting with insertion of a revved-up growth hormone gene directly into the biological code of the animal at the embryonic stage of development so that the adult animal will produce more milk without needing injections. Swine producers are experimenting with a porcine growth hormone, PST, designed to increase feed efficiency and weight gain in pigs. According to a recent report published by the Office of Technology Assessment, OTA, pigs administered porcine somatotropin, PST, for a period of 30 to 77 days show increased average daily weight gains of approximately 10 to 20%, improved feed efficiency of 15 to 35%, decreased adipose, fat, tissue mass and lipid formation rates of as much as 50 to 80%, without adversely affecting the quality of the meat. 41. At the University of Adelaide in Australia, scientists have succeeded in producing genetically engineered pigs that are 30% more efficient and brought to market 7 weeks earlier than normal pigs. A faster production schedule will mean less labor is required to produce a pound of flesh. The Australian Commonwealth Scientific. 122. An industrial research organization has produced genetically engineered sheep that grow 30% faster than normal ones, and are currently working on transplanting genes into the genetic code of sheep to make their wool grow faster. 42. Scientists have even transferred human and bovine genes to fish to create faster growing transgenic salmon, carp, and trout. In one study, the trout somatotropin gene was transferred to other fish, increasing their growth by 22%. 43. In 1993, researchers at the University of Wisconsin announced a successful attempt to increase the productivity of brooding hens by deleting the gene that codes for the protein prolactin. Scientists were concerned that mother hens were spending too much time sitting on their eggs. Brooding hens lay 1/4 to 1/3 fewer eggs than non-brooding ones. Since up to 20% of an average flock is made up of brooding hens, broodiness disrupts production and costs producers a lot of money. By eliminating the prolactin hormone, researchers were able to curtail the natural brooding instinct in hens. The new genetically engineered hens no longer exhibit the mothering instinct. They do, however, produce more eggs. 44. Transgenic animals are also being created in the laboratory to serve as chemical factories, producing useful drugs in their milk and blood. A new field, farming, has emerged over the past decade and promises to revolutionize the way drugs are made. Researchers have successfully inserted human genes into sheep embryos that will cause the mature adult sheep to produce the human protein alpha-lantitrypsin. Antitrypsin is used to fight emphysema and is normally extracted from human blood serum, but in such small amounts that it cannot meet the demand. At Pharmaceutical Proteins Limited, PPL, in Edinburgh, Scotland, scientists have produced transgenic sheep that can chum out antitrypsin at levels 15 times what can be produced by blood plasma. The productivity gains are so spectacular that a flock of 1,000 ewes could match the entire world production of the protein 45. Scientists at Virginia Polytechnic and State University have created transgenic pigs that produce protein C in their milk. Protein C is an anticoagulant that has medical promise as a pharmaceutical to help stroke and heart attack victims. 46. Other transgenic farm animals are being created in laboratories around the world. Pharmaceutical companies hope to raise productivity, increase their profit margins, and significantly reduce their laboratory workforce by shifting over, where possible, to farm husbandry. 123. All of the breakthroughs in gene splicing depend on the efforts of computers and sophisticated information technologies. The computer and its software are the means used to decipher, isolate, and analyze genetic information and are indispensable in the creation of new transgenic farm animals and plants. The computer, then, is the critical tool used to manipulate living systems on both the macro and micro level and will be increasingly relied on to assist in farm management as well as in the engineering of new farm crops and animal breeds. The end of outdoor agriculture. The coming together of the computer revolution and the biotechnology revolution into a single technological complex foreshadows a new era of food production, one divorced from land, climate, and changing seasons, long the conditioning agents of agricultural output. In the coming half-century, traditional agriculture is likely to wane, a victim of technological forces that are fast replacing outdoor farming with manipulation of molecules in the laboratory. While the first technological revolution in agriculture replaced animal power and human labor with machinery and chemicals, an emerging biotechnology revolution is soon going to replace land cultivation with laboratory cultures, changing forever the way the world views the production of food. Authors David Goodman, Bernardo Sorge, and John Wilkinson sum up the historical significance of the changes occurring in worldwide agricultural production. The emerging nexus between biotechnology and automation increasingly will transform the food industry into a high-technology sector, facilitating its incorporation within a larger generic raw materials transformation industry. The farmer will give way to the biomanager and observation will be replaced by software. Biotechnology and information technologies therefore go hand in hand to create the new production process in agriculture. In this perspective, biotechnology and microelectronics mark the end of the prehistory of the food industry and its incorporation within the broader dynamics of the industrial system and post-industrial society. 47. Chemical companies are already investing heavily in indoor tissue culture production in the hope of removing farming from the soil by 124. The early decades of the 21st century. Recently, two US-based biotechnology firms announced they had successfully produced vanilla from plant cell cultures in the laboratory. Vanilla is the most popular flavor in America. 1/3 of all the ice cream sold in the United States is vanilla. Over 98% of the world's vanilla crop is grown in the small island countries of Madagascar, Reunion, and Comoros. In Madagascar alone, which produces more than 70% of the world's harvest, 70,000 peasant farmers rely on this single crop for their livelihood. 48. Vanilla, however, is expensive to produce. The vanilla orchard has to be hand-pollinated and requires special attention in the harvesting and curing process. Now, the new gene splicing technologies allow researchers to produce commercial volumes of vanilla in laboratory vats by isolating the gene that codes for the vanilla protein and cloning it in a bacterial bath, eliminating the bean, the plant, the soil, the cultivation, the harvest, and the farmer. Pat Mooney, of the Rural Advancement Fund International, Raffi, and Carrie Fowler, of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, who have written extensively on the potential impact that the new biotechnologies will have on third world economies, explain how the tissue cell process works. The basic technique used to produce vanilla flavor by means of tissue culture technology involves the selection of high-yielding cell tissue from the vanilla plant. The cell tissues are then propagated in suspended cultures. Careful regulator of culture conditions, nutrient mediums, and metabolic regulations are then used to induce the production of the desired chemical-flavored compound vanilla 49. Escogenetics, a startup biotechnology company headquartered in San Carlos, California, has produced vanilla in tissue culture at a fraction of the cost of producing natural vanilla. While natural vanilla sells on the world market for about $1,200 per pound, Escogenetics says it can sell its genetically engineered version for less than $25 per pound. The company has recently applied for patent protection on its laboratory-produced vanilla. With the worldwide market for vanilla approaching $2 million, companies like Escogenetics are eager to bring their product to market, convinced that it will drive farm-grown vanilla out of business. 50 For the tiny island nations of the Indian Ocean, the indoor farming of vanilla is likely to mean economic catastrophe. The export of vanilla beans accounts for more than low % of the total annual export earnings of Madagascar. In Comoros, vanilla represents 2/3 of no more Fanus 125. The country's export earnings. Altogether, more than 100,000 farmers in the 3 vanilla-producing countries are expected to lose their livelihood over the next several decades. 51 Vanilla is only the beginning. The global market for food flavors is hovering near $3 billion and is expected to grow at a rate of 30% or more a year. 52 Eager to cash in on new biotechnologies that promise to greatly reduce operating costs and raise productivity and profits, other companies are looking to tissue cell culture food production practices. Several biotechnology firms are currently concentrating on the laboratory production of thaumatin, a sweetener derived from the fruit of the thaumatin plant, grown in West Africa. Thaumatin is the sweetest substance yet discovered in nature, and in its pure form is 100,000 times sweeter than sugar. In the mid-1980s, the gene that codes for the thaumatin protein was successfully cloned by scientists at Unilever in the Netherlands and at Engene in Santa Monica, California. 53. The laboratory production of thaumatin and other sweeteners is likely to further weaken the worldwide sugar market, which has already been hurt by the introduction of sweeteners and sugar substitutes like NutraSweet. Sugar imports to the United States declined from $686 million in 1981 to $250 million in 1985.54 according to a Dutch study. Upwards of 10 million farmers in the Third World may face a loss of livelihood as laboratory-produced sweeteners begin invading world markets in the next several years. 55 Scientists are just beginning to explore the great potential of tissue culture production in the laboratory. Researchers have successfully grown orange and lemon vesicles from tissue culture, and some industry analysts believe that the day is not far off when orange juice will be grown in vats, eliminating the need for planting orange groves. 56 Recently, researchers at the Department of Agriculture tricked loose cotton cells into growing by immersing them in a vat of nutrients. Because the cotton is grown under sterile conditions, free of microbial contamination, scientists say it could be used to make sterile gauze. 57 Although the production of cotton in vitro did not use gene splicing technology, it provides still another example of the potential of reducing agricultural commodities to their component parts and then mass-producing them. Tissue culture is seen by many as the inevitable next stage of a process that has continued to reduce the market share of farming in 126. The food production system. For the better part of the 20th century, farming has declined in importance as an increasing number of its activities have been expropriated by the input sector on the one end and the marketing sector on the other. For example, chemical fertilizers have replaced animal manuring on the farm. Commercial pesticides have replaced crop rotation, mechanical tillage, and hand weeding. Tractors have replaced horses and manual labor. Today only a handful of farmers package their own produce or transport it to retail markets. These functions have been increasingly taken over by agribusiness companies. Now, chemical and pharmaceutical companies hope to use genetic engineering technologies to eliminate the farmer altogether. The goal is to convert food production into a wholly industrial process by bypassing both the organism and the outdoors, and farming at the molecular level in the factory. Martin H. Rogoff and Stephen L. Rollins, biologists and research administrators with the Department of Agriculture, envision a food production system in which fields would be planted only with perennial biomass crops. The crops would be harvested and converted to sugar solution by the use of enzymes. The solution would then be piped to urban factories and used as a nutrient source to produce large quantities of pulp from tissue cultures. The pulp would then be reconstituted and fabricated into different shapes and textures to mimic the traditional forms associated with soil-grown crops. Rollins says that the new factories would be highly automated and require few workers. 58 Indoor tissue culture food production will eliminate millions of jobs along the entire agricultural grid. In addition to making most farmers redundant, a small percentage of them will still be required to manage biomass crops. Continuous process food production will eliminate jobs in auxiliary industries related to the farm sector, including the manufacturers of farm equipment and long-distance haulers. The advantages, argue the proponents of tissue culture farming, include reduced use of land, less soil erosion, less agri-chemicals, and reduced energy and transportation costs. Continuous process production in the laboratory also means that production can be regulated to daily market demand and not be dependent on the uncertainties of climate, seasonal disruptions, and political influences. With the new laboratory processes, multinationals will be able to exert far greater economic control over world markets, with far less risks to themselves. Controlling genes in the laboratory is far less troublesome than Con. 127. Trolling climate, land, and workers in a third world country. Food Technology magazine summed up the economic and political advantages of the revolutionary new approach to food production. Many of our flavors and other products come from remote parts of the world, where the political instability of governments or the vagaries of weather yield inconsistent supply, cost, and product quality from season to season. In a plant tissue culture process, all parameters can be controlled. 59. The era of whole commodities food production is likely to decline in the decades ahead as chemical, pharmaceutical, and biotech companies are able to increasingly substitute tissue culture production, significantly lowering the price of food products on world markets. The economic impact on farmers, especially in the Third World, could be catastrophic. Many Third World nations rely on the sale of one or two key export crops. Tissue culture substitution could mean the near collapse of national economies, unprecedented unemployment, and default on international loans, which, in turn, could lead to the destabilization of commercial banking and to bank failures in first world nations. 60. The recent technological breakthroughs in world agriculture promise increased productivity and reductions in labor requirements more spectacular than any comparable technology revolution in world history. The human price of commercial progress is likely to be staggering. Hundreds of millions of farmers across the globe face the prospect of permanent elimination from the economic process. Their marginalization could lead to social upheaval on a global scale and the reorganization of social and political life along radically new lines in the coming century. The specter of the world's farmers being made redundant and irrelevant by the computer and biotechnology revolutions is deeply troubling. Even more unsettling, the manufacturing and service sectors, which have traditionally absorbed displaced rural workers, are undergoing their own technology revolution, shedding millions of jobs to make room for re-engineered, highly automated work environments. Transnationals are entering a new era of fast communications, lean production practices, and just-in-time marketing and distribution operations relying increasingly on a new generation of silicon-collar workers. Much of the human workforce is being left behind and will likely never cross over into the new high-tech global economy. 9. Hanging up the blue collar. In his autobiography, America's first great labor leader, Samuel Gompers, recalled an experience in early childhood that was to have a profound effect in shaping his lifelong efforts on behalf of working men and women. One of my most vivid early recollections is the great trouble that came to the silk weavers when machinery was invented to replace their skill and take their jobs. No thought was given to these men whose trade was gone. Misery and suspense filled the neighborhood with a depressing air of dread. The narrow streets echoed with the tramp of men walking in groups with no work to do. From the very beginning of the Industrial Revolution, machines and inanimate forms of energy have been used to boost production and reduce the amount of labor required to make a product. As early as the 1880s, manufacturers such as the American Tobacco Company, Quaker Oats, Pillsbury, Diamond Match, Campbell Soup, Procter & Gamble, H.J. Heinz, and Eastman Kodak began experimenting with continuous process machinery in manufacturing. This machinery required little human tending and turned out a massive volume of goods more or less automatically. Workers merely fed materials into it and let the equipment shape, mold, and package the product. In 1881, James Bonsack patented a cigarette machine that rolled cigarettes automatically without human labor. The machine swept the tobacco onto the endless tape, compressed it into a round form, wrapped it with tape and paper, carried it to a covering tube which shaped the cigarette, pasted the paper, and then cut the resulting rod. 128. 129. Into the length of cigarette desired. By the late 1880s, the continuous process machine was producing 120,000 cigarettes per day. Most skilled hand workers were only able to make at best some 3,000 cigarettes per day. So productive was the new equipment that fewer than 30 machines could fulfill the entire national demand for cigarettes in 1885, using only a handful of workers. 2. The Diamond Match Company introduced continuous process machinery in 1881, and was soon producing billions of matches automatically. About the same time, Procter & Gamble introduced continuous manufacturing into the production of soap, making its new product, Ivory, a household name within less than a decade. George Eastman invented a continuous process method for making photographic negatives, propelling his company to national prominence. Pillsbury and other grain companies introduced continuous process machinery into milling, producing high-quality flour in large volume and at a low cost, again using far less labor in the process. 3. The continuous process technologies introduced a radical new approach to manufacturing. The idea of automatic machinery producing goods with little or no human input was no longer just a utopian dream. Today, the new information and communication technologies are making possible far more sophisticated continuous process manufacturing. Automating the automobile. Some of the most dramatic breakthroughs in re-engineering and technology displacement are occurring in the automotive industry. As noted earlier, post-Fordism is rapidly transforming the automobile industry around the world. At the same time, post-Fordist restructuring is resulting in massive layoffs of blue-collar workers on the assembly line. The world's largest manufacturing activity, auto manufacturers produce more than 50 million new vehicles each year. Peter Drucker once christened auto manufacturing the industry of industries. 4. The automobile and its related industrial enterprises are responsible for generating 1 out of every 12 manufacturing jobs in the United States and are serviced by more than 50,000 satellite suppliers. One enthusiastic supporter in the 1930s exclaimed, "Think of the results to the industrial world of putting on the market a product that doubles the malleable iron consumption, triples the plate glass 130 consumption, and quadruples the use of rubber." As a consumer of raw material, the automobile has no equal in the history of the world. 5. The importance of the automobile to the globe economy and jobs is unquestionable. From the time Henry Ford installed the first moving assembly line, automakers have experimented with thousands of innovations to increase production and reduce labor in the production process. Ford himself took pride in his company's ability to substitute technology for physical labor, and was continually engaged in finding new ways to reduce tasks to simple effortless operations. He claimed in his autobiography, My Life and Work, that while producing a Model T required 7,882 distinct tasks, only 949 of those tasks required strong able-bodied, and practically physically perfect men. As to the rest of the tasks, Ford claimed that 670 could be filled by legless men, 2,637 by one-legged men, 2 by armless men, 715 by one-armed men, and 10 by blind men. 6. Ford's vision of an assembly line is advancing rapidly, and the Japanese are leading the way. Industry experts predict that by the end of the current decade, Japanese-owned factories will be able to produce a finished automobile in less than 8 hours. 7. The shortening of production time means far fewer workers are required on the line. 8. Following Japan's lead, U.S. automakers are beginning to re-engineer their own operations in the hope of increasing productivity, reducing labor roles, and improving on their market share and profit margin. In 1993, General Motors President John F. Smith, Jr., announced plans to implement much-needed re-engineering reforms at GM plants and estimated that the changes in production practices could eliminate as many as 90,000 auto jobs, or one-third of its workforce, by the late 1990s. These new cuts come on top of the 250,000 jobs GM has already eliminated since 1978. 9 Other global automakers are also re-engineering their operations and eliminating large numbers of workers. Mercedes-Benz announced in September of 1993 that it would seek to increase efficiency in its facilities by 15% in 1994, and would cut more than 14,000 jobs. By 1995, industry analysts predict that German automakers could eliminate as many as 1 in 7 jobs. This in a country where 10% of the entire industrial workforce is either in the automotive industry or services it. Automakers view labor displacing technology as their best bet to reduce costs and improve profit performance. Despite the fact that labor costs are less than 10 to 15% of total costs, they represent a 131 larger percentage of sales than do profits, and are easily reducible with the substitution of new information technologies. The International Labor Organization of the United Nations estimates that by reducing labor costs in half, global automakers could triple their profits. GM hopes that by eliminating 1/4 of its workforce and re-engineering its operations, it can save more than $5 billion a year by 1995. Why robots are becoming increasingly attractive as a cost-cutting alternative to human labor on the automobile assembly line. The Japanese, far ahead of other automakers, have robotized much of their production lines. Mazda Motor Corporation announced in 1993 that it was targeting a 30% automation of final assembly at its new Hofu, Japan plant. The company hopes to have a 50% automated final assembly line by the year 2012. As the new generation of smart robots, armed with greater intelligence and flexibility, make their way to the market, automakers are far more likely to substitute them for workers because they are most cost-effective. The trade journal Machinery and Production Engineering stated the corporate view in blunt terms: the payment of higher wages to workers who cannot be described by any standards as anything more elevated than machine minders is rapidly becoming unattractive, and where a man is employed solely for unloading one machine and loading another. The substitution of a robot is not only a glaringly obvious course but also increasingly easy to justify financially. Moreover, a robot is not subject to the random variations in performance, and is for all practical purposes working as hard, as conscientiously, and as consistently at the end of the shift as it is at the beginning. 13. Industrial engineers are currently developing even more advanced machine surrogates with such capabilities as voice communication, a general-purpose programming language, learning from experience, three-dimensional vision with color sensitivity, multiple hand-to-hand coordination, walking and self-navigating skills, and self-diagnostic and correction skills. The goal, says sociologist Michael Wallace, is to approach, as closely as possible, the human capabilities to process environmental data and to solve problems, while avoiding the problems, e.g. absenteeism and turnover, presented by human agents. 14. It is estimated that each robot replaces 4 jobs in the economy, and if in constant use 24 hours a day, will pay for itself in just over 1 year. In 1991, according to the International Federation of 132 Robotics, the world's robot population stood at 630,000. That number is expected to rise dramatically in the coming decades as thinking machines become far more intelligent, versatile, and flexible. 16. Computing steel. While the global auto industry is quickly re-engineering its operations and investing in new labor-displacing information technologies, related industries are doing the same, eliminating more and more jobs in the process. The steel industry's fortunes are so closely linked to those of the automotive industry that it is not surprising to see the same sweeping changes in organization and production taking place in steel as are occurring in the car business. The steel industry is the heart and soul of industrial power. The great steel mills of England, Germany, and the United States provided the material infrastructure for the modern industrial economy. Giant blast furnaces in industrial towns like Sheffield, Essen, and Pittsburgh converted massive amounts of iron ore into smooth rolled steel that was used to make rails, build frames for locomotives and later automobiles, cast girders for giant skyscrapers and factories and, in the United States, roll barbed wire to fence the Great Plains of the Western Range. By the 1890s the United States was the leader in steel production. Andrew Carnegie's furnaces, the largest in the world, were producing 2,000 tons per week. At the turn of the century, a modern American rolling mill was producing as much steel in a day as a mid-century mill produced in a year. 17. Steel was king of the smokestack industries and the price of entry for every country that desired to become part of the industrial club. America enjoyed preeminence in steel production by dint of its superior technologies and organizational methods and its access to cheap raw materials and continent-wide markets. Today, that competitive edge has been seriously eroded, in large part because of the failure of U.S. companies to keep up with the new technologies of the information revolution that have remade the steel industry. Authors Martin Kenny and Richard Florida contrast 2 very different steel factories located within an hour of each other in America's Rust Belt. The first is a sprawling complex of old rusted buildings and sheds housing hundreds of workers toiling in near Dickensian. 133. Conditions. Caked with grease and grime, they tend aged steel furnaces, transforming molten metal into steel slabs. The mudded floors are cluttered with rusted out parts, abandoned tools, and chemical containers. The noise is deafening. The steel is moved by overhead chains across the cavernous factory, as supervisors shout commands to each other, often amidst the confused coming and going of material and men. Outside the factory, broken down machines and trucks are visible and piles of rusted steel slabs and coils litter the property. The second mill is a gleaming white structure that looks more like a laboratory than a factory. Inside are brightly colored machines turning out sheets of steel. In the center of the factory is a glass enclosed booth full of computer and electronic equipment. Workers in clean, crisp uniforms program and monitor the computers that oversee and control the production process. None of the men handle the steel directly. The process itself is nearly fully automated and produces cold-rolled steel in less than 1 hour. The same process in an older integrated steel mill used to take as much as 12 days. 18. The computerized mill belongs to Nippon Steel, which, along with other Japanese steel manufacturers like Kawasaki, Sumitomo, and Kobe, are opening up plants in the United States, some in partnership with American steel companies. The new high-technology mills have successfully transformed steel making from a batch process to a highly automated continuous operation by combining formerly separated procedures into a single operation that is similar to the production of rolls of paper in a paper factory. 19. In the traditional cold rolling process, thick steel coils are taken through a number of discrete steps and transformed into thinner sheet steel for use in automobiles, refrigerators, washing machines, and other household appliances. First, the steel coils are taken to a machine that scrapes the rust and oxidation off the surface. Then the steel is carried to another machine that bathes it in a chemical solution to complete the cleaning process. From there, the steel is taken to a machine for drying, after which it is sent to still another machine for pressing to the desired thickness. Finally, the steel is cut and prepared. 20. Nippon and other Japanese steel producers have collapsed all of these discrete stages into a uniform flow and in so doing revolutionized steel making. They began by combining the entry and scraping processes. They then combined the cleaning and drying processes. Computer controls were added to automate production. Nippon's new 134. $400 million cold rolling mill near Gary, Indiana, a joint venture with Inland Steel, is run by a small team of technicians. By reducing production time from 12 days to 1 hour at the new automated facility, Inland's management was able to significantly reduce its workforce, closing down 2 older mills and laying off hundreds of workers. 21 Employment in the steel industry has also been dramatically affected by the introduction of mini mills. These new computerized, highly automated factories use electric arc furnaces to convert scrap steel into wire rods and bar products. Much cheaper to operate than integrated steel mills, the new mini mills are already producing 1/3 of all the steel in the United States. The high-tech workforce in the mini mills is few in number and skilled in chemistry, metallurgy, and computer programming. With its computerized manufacturing process, the mini mill can produce a ton of steel with less than 1/12 the human labor of a giant integrated steel mill. 22. The increasing automation of steel production has left thousands of blue-collar workers jobless. In 1980, United States Steel, the largest integrated steel company in the United States, employed 120,000 workers. By 1990 it was producing roughly the same output using only 20,000. 23. These numbers are projected to fall even further in the next 10 to 20 years as new, even more advanced, computerized operations are introduced into the manufacturing process. The new, highly automated manufacturing methods are being combined with radical restructuring of the management hierarchy to bring steel making into the era of lean production. Job classifications in the steel industry have become so complex and labyrinthine over the years that even those responsible for overseeing the process aren't exactly sure how many separate categories and demarcations exist. In some companies there are between 300 and 400 different job classifications. Japanese companies, with joint ventures in United States, have re-engineered traditional plant operations and job classifications in the process. At the LTV Sumitomo plant, the job categories have been reduced from 100 to 3. The new classifications are entry-level, intermediate, and advanced. 24. Workers have been taken off hourly wages and put on salaries. New self-managing work teams have been given greater control over the shop floor, significantly reducing the number of managers on the payroll. Management hierarchies have also been flattened. Inland Steel has reduced its management layers from 10 to 6. 25. The same re-engineering process is at work in steel plants around the world. 135. According to the International Labour Organization, finished steel output from 1974 to 1989 dropped only 6% in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, countries, while employment fell by more than 50%. More than 1 million jobs were lost in the steel industry in OECD nations during this 15-year period. In up to 90% of the cases, says the ILO, the basic explanation for the reduction in employment is therefore not changes in the level of output but improvement in productivity. 26. Other industries that use steel to make products are also undergoing a fundamental overhaul, reflecting the new emphasis on lean production practices. The metalworking machinery industry is a good case in point. Just 3 decades ago, the International Association of Machinists posted a sign over the front door of their union's headquarters in Washington, D.C., saying 1 million strong. Over the subsequent years the sign remained, while the number of machinists in the country dwindled to less than 600,000. 27 William Wimpesinger, the former president of the LAM, catalogues the many revolutionary changes in materials and technologies that have shrunk the ranks of skilled machinists around the world. He cites the example of bars of raw steel that have traditionally been cut, ground, deburred, and polished by expert machinists to make components for aircraft engines. Today, powderized metals are merely poured from bags like cement mix into pressurized molds which shape the component parts. In some instances, lightweight ceramics and plastics are substituted for powderized metals and put through the same mold process. 28. Making precision-made parts from molds and casts has eliminated the jobs of thousands of skilled machinists. The metalworking machinery industry encompasses a range of sub-industries including metal forming machine tools, rolling mill machinery, welding apparatus, metal cutting machine tools, special dies, jigs, and fixtures. 29 In all of these industries, computerized, numerically controlled machine tools, computer-aided design, manufacturing and engineering systems, flexible manufacturing cells, and automated sensor-based inspection equipment have reduced the need for skilled machinists. Wimpesinger says that while we shouldn't stand in the way of advances which make work easier, we have to prepare to take care of those workers who may be displaced by the new technology. 30. Between 1979 and 1990, employment in the metalworking industry declined by an average annual rate of 1.7%. The Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts an overall loss of an additional 14,136 workers by the year 2005. For operators, fabricators, and laborers, the decline in employment is expected to be even higher, reaching 14% between now and the first decade of the coming century. 31 In countries such as Germany, where skilled machinists are a national treasure and much revered for their expert craftsmanship, the new automated processes are likely to have a powerful psychological as well as economic impact on the national economy. The silicon-collar workforce. In industry after industry, companies are replacing human labor with machinery, and in the process changing the nature of industrial production. One of the industries most affected by re-engineering and the new information-based technologies is rubber. Kenny and Florida recount the story of a Firestone tire facility in La Vernia, Tennessee. Conditions in the plant were so poor, said one union official, that it made it difficult to believe that tires could actually be produced there. 32. Although this plant was one of Firestone's most technologically advanced facilities, poor management labor relations had so poisoned the work environment over the years that production had nearly ground to a halt. The factory floor was so disorganized and unclean that foreign materials like cigarette butts, nails, and paper cups would become embedded in tires. In 1982, Bridgestone, a Japanese rubber producer, acquired the Firestone facility and immediately began re-engineering the operations to conform with its own high standards of lean production. It introduced work teams, flattened the organizational hierarchy from 8 to 5 levels, reduced job classifications, instituted job retraining programs to improve quality control, and invested $70 million in new equipment designed to automate the production process. In less than 5 years, the production increased from 16,400 to 82,175 tires per month. In the same time period, the production of tires with blemishes declined by 86%. 33. Goodyear, a company long associated with quality tires in the United States, claims a similar success story. Goodyear earned a record $352 million in 1992 on sales of $0.8 billion. The company is producing 30% more tires than in 1988 with 24,000 fewer employees. 34. The Bridgestone and Goodyear experience is being duplicated in other tire plants around the world. In the United Kingdom, Sumitomo. 137. Another Japanese tire producer, acquired Dunlop facilities and converted them to lean production practices. Today, productivity has increased by more than 40% with 30% fewer workers. 35 The extractive industries have also been affected by automation. In 1992, 45,000 jobs were eliminated in mining in the United States. 36. Mining, like agriculture, has been undergoing a steady process of technology displacement for nearly 70 years. In 1925, 588,000 men, nearly 1.3% of the nation's entire workforce, mined 520 million tons of bituminous coal and lignite. In 1982, fewer than 208,000 men and women produced more than 774 million tons of coal. 37. With the use of advanced computer technology, faster excavating and transportation equipment, improved blasting technologies, and new processing methods, mining companies have been able to increase output at an average annual rate of 3% since 1970.38. The increasing automation of the mining industry has resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in the coal-producing regions of the country. By the first decade of the coming century, fewer than 113,200 people, a labor force 24% smaller than at present, will produce all of the coal needed to meet both domestic and overseas demand. 39. Like mining, the chemical refining industry has also been substituting machines for human labor. Texaco's Port Arthur refinery was the first chemical facility to introduce digital computer control in 1959. Between 1959 and 1964, productivity soared and the number of workers in the chemical industry declined from 112,500 to 81,900 as companies like Monsanto and Goodrich turned their operations over to digital computer control. The dramatic changes in production practices brought about by computerization and continuous process operations became apparent to the Oil, Atomic, and Chemical Workers Union when their members struck oil refining facilities in the early 1960s. Walkouts failed to significantly slow production at the new automated factories. The plants virtually ran themselves. 40. In the succeeding years, the chemical industry continued to automate its production facilities, laying off more and more workers. From 1990 to mid-1992, productivity increased while the number of production and supervisory personnel declined by 6% of the industry's entire workforce. Today, as Harry Braverman points out, the work of the chemical operator is generally clean, and it has to do with reading instruments and keeping charts. 41. Not surprisingly, some of the most significant strides in 138. Re-engineering and automation have occurred in the electronic industry. General Electric, a world leader in electronic manufacturing, has reduced worldwide employment from 400,000 in 1981 to less than 230,000 in 1993, while tripling its sales. GE flattened its managerial hierarchy in the 1980s and began to introduce new highly automated equipment on the factory floor. At the GE Fanuc automation plant in Charlottesville, Virginia, new high-technology equipment places electronic components into circuit boards in half the time of the older technology. 42. At the Victor Company in Japan, automated vehicles deliver camcorder components and materials to 64 robots, which in turn perform 150 different assembly and inspection tasks. Only 2 human beings are present on the factory floor. Before the introduction of intelligent machines and robots, 150 workers were required to manufacture the camcorders at Victor. 43. In the household appliance industry, new high-technology equipment, including computer-aided design, engineering, and manufacturing systems, robots and automated conveyors and transport systems are increasing productivity and eliminating jobs at every stage of the production process. Between 1973 and 1991, output in the household appliance industry in the United States increased at an annual rate of 0.5%. In the same time period, output per employee hour increased at an average rate of 2.7%. As in other industries, productivity gains resulting from the introduction of new labor and time-saving technologies has meant a decline in employment. Between 1973 and 1991, employment declined sharply from 196,300 to 117,100, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics expects it to continue to shrink. By the year 2005, a mere 93,500 workers, fewer than half the number employed in 1973, will be producing the nation's total output of home appliances. 44. The loss of production workers by product category in the appliance industry is staggering. In 1973, 49,000 workers were employed in the refrigeration and freezer industry. By 1991 the number had fallen to 25,700, for an average annual decline of 3.5%. Laundry equipment manufacturers reduced their workforce from 28,300 in 1973 to 20,600 in 1991. In the electric housewares and fans industry, employment declined in the same period from 56,300 to 31,000. According to the Department of Labor, virtually none of this employment decline has resulted from growing imports or falling demand. 45. In a detailed study of the home appliance industry, the 139 department found that, despite these employment declines, the electrical housewares and fans industrial segment is a major success story in manufacturing. The continuing strength of demand for housewares and fans reflect attractive prices and a significant expansion in the number of products available to consumers. 46. No industry is more associated with the Industrial Revolution than textiles. More than 200 years ago the first steam-powered machines were applied to the spinning of wool in England, launching a revolution in the way goods are produced. Today, while other industries have raced ahead into the age of automation, textiles has lagged behind, in large part because of the labor-intensiveness of the sewing process. A study of the garment industry found that it takes upwards of 66 weeks for a garment style to move from design and fiber production to retail distribution. The long lead times and slow delivery schedules cost the industry more than $25 billion a year in lost potential sales. Most of the losses occur at the retail end, when stores are forced to mark down goods because of changes in fashion or changing seasons. Lost sales potential also results from out-of-stock items. 47. In recent years, however, textile manufacturing has begun to catch up with other manufacturing industries by introducing lean production practices and advanced computer automation systems. The goal is to introduce flexible manufacturing and just-in-time delivery so that orders can be tailor-made to individual consumer demand. Some companies, like England's Allied Textile Co., Parkland Textile Co., and Courtaulds, have begun to introduce robotization into their manufacturing process. Computer-aided design, CAD, has reduced the design time for a garment from weeks to minutes. Computerized dyeing and finishing systems have also been introduced. Computerized systems are also streamlining the storage, handling, packing, and shipping of garments. 48. Although the sewing of garments still remains labor-intensive, companies have been able to cut production time in other areas of the manufacturing process. Some now use computerized automated cloth laying and cutting machines. Microelectronic sewing machines have also been introduced into the sewing rooms, helping deliver a pre-programmed number of stitches accompanied by an automatic cut-off upon completion. 49. Jack Schenkman, president of the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union, says that textile is fast becoming a high-tech industry. According to Schenkman, the labor 140 component has been reduced significantly in recent years and accounts for little more than 30% of the production process. The rest of the process is automated. 50. The new technologies are beginning to make garment manufacturing in the industrial nations cost competitive with firms operating in low-wage countries. As more and more of the manufacturing process bends to re-engineering and automation, even third-world exporters, like China and India, will be forced to shift over from current labor-intensive manufacturing processes to cheaper and faster methods of mechanized production. The automation of high-end manufacturing, the making of fine garments, is already resulting in a record loss of jobs. In the textile companies surveyed in a recent English study, productivity and profits were found to be rising while employment roles were declining. For example, at Allied Textile Company, pre-tax profit increased by 114% between 1981 and 1986 while employment shrank from 2,048 workers to 1,409.51 in virtually every major manufacturing activity. Human labor is being steadily replaced by machines. Today, millions of working men and women around the world find themselves trapped between economic eras and increasingly marginalized by the introduction of new labor-saving technology. By the mid-decades of the coming century, the blue-collar worker will have passed from history, a casualty of the Third Industrial Revolution and the relentless march toward ever greater technological efficiency. 10. The last. Service worker. For more than 40 years, the service sector has been absorbing the job losses in the manufacturing industries. Until recently, most economists and business leaders remained confident that the trend would continue. Their hopes are now being tempered as new information technologies begin to make major inroads in the service sector itself, raising productivity and displacing labor across the entire expanse of service-related industries. In February 1994, the Wall Street Journal ran a front-page story warning that a historic shift was occurring in the service sector, with growing numbers of workers being permanently replaced by the new information technologies. According to the journal, much of the huge U.S. service sector seems to be on the verge of an upheaval similar to that which hit farming and manufacturing, where employment plunged for years while production increased steadily. Technological advances are now so rapid that companies can shed far more workers than they need to hire to implement the technology or support expanding sales. AT&T has announced that it is replacing more than 6,000 long-distance operators with computerized voice recognition technology. In addition to eliminating one-third of its long-distance operators, the company said it would close down 31 offices in 11 states and cut 400 management jobs. The new robotic technology, pioneered by AT&T Bell Laboratories in New Jersey, is able to distinguish keywords and respond to callers' requests. For example, once the caller is on the line, the silicon operator asks if he or she would like to make a 142 collect or person-to-person call, or charge the call to a third number. When the call is put through, the computer system tells the called party, "I have a collect call from Mr. So-and-so. Do you accept the call?" AT&T expects to replace more than half of its long-distance operators with robotized voice recognition technology over the next several years. The new silicon operators are the latest in a string of technological advances that have allowed AT&T to handle 50% more calls with 40% fewer workers in recent years. Between 1950 and the early 1980s, AT&T led the service industries in introducing labor-replacing technology. In that period of time, the firm eliminated more than 40,000 operators across the country. 3 Many of the remaining ones are destined for pink slips by the end of the current decade. Recent technology innovations, including fiber optic cable networks, digital switching systems, digital transmission, satellite communications, and office automation have kept the telephone industry's output per employee increasing at nearly 5.9% a year, making it one of the key pace setters in the new high-tech economy. Dramatic gains in productivity have led to the elimination of jobs in virtually every area of the telephone industry. Between 1981 and 1988, employment declined by 179,800. Many of the unemployed are installers and repairers who have been laid off as a result of recent technological innovations. The introduction of modular pre-assembled equipment makes for easier repairs and requires less maintenance. Plug-in phones have eliminated the need for constant installation visits. Buried cable with quick connect functions means fewer and faster repairs. Digital switching systems, using advanced computers and software, greatly increase the volume of telephone service while significantly lowering unit labor requirements. This means fewer installers and repair personnel are needed in central offices. The number of workers employed in central office repair is expected to decline by more than 20% by the year 2000. 5 equally dramatic developments are taking place in the United States Postal Service. In 1991, Postmaster General Anthony Frank announced that he would be replacing more than 47,000 workers by 1995 with automated machines capable of sight recognition. The new silicon sorters can read street addresses on letters and cards and automatically sort them faster than postal workers, who often spend up to 4 hours a day hand-sorting mail for their routes. Frank predicts that the new automation technologies will effect greater changes in the way mail is delivered in the next 6 years than in the past 200 years of U.S. postal operations. 6. At your service. Computers that can understand speech, read script, and perform tasks previously carried out by human beings foreshadow a new era in which service industries come increasingly under the domain of automation. The computerization and automation of the service sector has barely begun, but is already having a deep effect on the state of the economy, impacting both productivity and employment. Economist Stephen Roach of Morgan Stanley says that the service sector has lost its role as America's unbridled engine of job creation and cautions that we have yet to see the emergence of any new industries to replace it. 7. Global service centers like New York City have been the first to feel the economic aftershocks of the new electronic innovations. New York City's economy rebounded in the 1990s and is prospering despite growing unemployment and rising poverty. Re-engineering and the new information technologies are transforming the nature of work in the premier service center of the world. While service industries are experiencing rapid gains in productivity and profit, they are doing so with fewer workers. 9 out of 10 jobs in New York City are in the service sector. Many of them are being lost as scores of New York employers from Merrill Lynch and Gray Advertising to Arthur Andersen and 9X are making quantum leaps in learning how to produce ever more work with ever fewer people. From 1989 to 1993, productivity gains in industries like banking, insurance, accounting, law, communication, airlines, retailers, and hotels surpassed the expectations of even the most bullish forecasters. In the same time period, the city lost more than 350,000 jobs. The good news, according to the New York Times, is that ultimately this remarkable innovation could help increase New York's competitiveness in the intensifying battle for global markets. The price for global success, however, is likely to be costly for New York's workforce. The city's former controller, Elizabeth Holtzman, painted the employment picture in stark contrasts. What we may be moving towards here, she said, is a tale of two cities, growth in higher-paying jobs and a shrinking in lower-paying jobs. Holtzman warned that unless new 144 low-skill jobs can be found to fill the vacuum created by the new displacement technologies, the city will face turmoil, more social dislocation, more crime, more poverty. The economic problems facing New York City are occurring throughout the country and in every developed nation with an advanced service sector. Routine personal services and an increasing number of more complex service functions are being taken over by intelligent machines. The nation's banking and insurance industries have already begun making the transition to the third industrial revolution. The number of banks in the United States will likely decline by 25% by the year 2000, and more than 20% of bank employees will lose their jobs by the twin processes of re-engineering and automation. In a study of the nation's banking sector, Andersen Consulting concluded that the application of automation and process simplification can result in productivity gains of 20 to 30%. 9. At Cleveland's Society National Bank, more than 70% of customer service calls are handled by a voicemail system, greatly reducing the amount of time representatives have to spend answering inquiries. At Fleet Financial Corp in Providence, a customer service center, operating 24 hours a day, processes 1.5 million calls a month, 80% of which are entirely handled by computer. The new automated computer system has allowed Fleet to reduce its customer service workforce by 40%. 10 automatic teller machines, once a rarity, have become ubiquitous in U.S. cities and suburbs, significantly reducing the number of human tellers. The machines reduce transaction times, are available 24 hours a day, and operate at a fraction of the cost of employing human tellers. A human teller can handle up to 200 transactions a day, works 30 hours a week, gets a salary anywhere from $8,000 to $20,000 a year plus fringe benefits, gets coffee breaks, a vacation, and sick time. In contrast, an automated teller can handle 2,000 transactions a day, works 168 hours a week, costs about $22,000 a year to run, and doesn't take coffee breaks or vacation. Why? Between 1983 and 1993, banks eliminated 179,000 human tellers, or 37% of their workforce, replacing them with automated teller machines. By the year 2000, upwards of 90% of banking customers will use automated teller machines. 12. Debit and point-of-sale banking are also gaining wider use. A growing number of supermarkets and other retailers are installing 145 debit machines at the cash register, allowing customers to pay by way of electronic check, which automatically and instantly debits the bank account at the point of sale, eliminating check writing, credit clearance, handling, posting, record entry, and the many other steps involved in processing paper checks. By the year 2000, 30 to 40% of all bank customers will probably be using online debit cards at point of sale. 13. Many of the back-office functions of banks are routine and mathematical and therefore easily amenable to automation. Increasingly, banks are outsourcing the processing of checks and loans, that is, contracting with other companies to perform services that used to be handled in-house. By the year 2000, more than one-third of the banks in the country will be outsourcing their data center operations. 14. The insurance industry is also making a quick transition into the new high-tech era. Mutual Benefit Life, MBL, was among the first of the nation's giant insurance companies to re-engineer its operations. Under its old system of processing applications, as many as 30 separate steps involving 5 departments and 19 different people were required. Most claims took upwards of 22 days to process, although the actual work time expended on the application was less than 17 minutes. The rest of the time was eaten up in the transfer of information from person to person and department to department. MBL did away with the slow, cumbersome, multilayered process and installed a single case manager to process applications. Armed with a sophisticated PC-based workstation and programmed with an expert system to help answer questions, the caseworker can process an application in less than 4 hours. The average turnaround now at MBL is only 2 to 5 days. The savings in labor have been as dramatic as the savings in time. MBL has been able to eliminate low field office staff, while the new reduced workforce of caseworkers can process twice the volume of applications as before. 15. Aetna Life and Casualty Co. enjoyed similar success in its re-engineering reforms. In 1992, Aetna's business centers had mushroomed to 22 offices with a staff of more than 3,000. By flattening the organizational hierarchy and replacing supervisors and agents with work teams and computers, Aetna compressed the time it takes to process an application from 15 days to 5. Today, the operations have been reduced to 4 business centers staffed by just 700 workers. Aetna has now reorganized all of its major divisions, cutting 5,000 employees, or nearly 9% of its workforce. It 146 expects to save more than $100 million annually from its re-engineering changes. 16. Imaging technology, expert systems, and mobile computing are key tools in the new re-engineering arsenal. Imaging systems digitize documents and store them on optical discs, making them immediately accessible to any employee with a desktop computer. Expert systems contain the stored knowledge of insurance experts that can be instantly accessed in handling insurance applications and claims. Mobile computing allows agents to answer clients' questions, draw up applications, and process claims on site, bypassing the long delays experienced in forwarding information back and forth between the field and headquarters. Aetna's Hartford-based small business market group uses laptops with sophisticated software to enroll prospective members at the customer's site, even printing out ID cards instantly. The application process, which used to take 2 months and involve volumes of paperwork and labor, is now performed in less than 4 hours p. The virtual office. The technological changes taking place in the banking and insurance industries are indicative of the kinds of sweeping reforms that are redefining every aspect of white-collar and service work. At the heart of these changes is the transformation of the traditional office from a paper handling to an electronic processing operation. The paperless electronic office has now become a goal of modem business. The changes in office technologies and operations over the course of the Industrial Revolution have been extraordinary. We need only recall that blotting paper, pencils with erasers, and steel pens were introduced less than 150 years ago. Carbon paper and the keyboard typewriter were first introduced into offices in the 1870s. The keyboard calculator and punch card tabulator followed in the late 1880s. The mimeograph was invented in 1890.18 together with the telephone. These advances in office technology greatly increased the productivity of business and commerce during the growth stage of industrial capitalism. Now, as the global economy metamorphoses into a third industrial revolution, the office is evolving to better coordinate and control the accelerating flow of economic activity. The electronic office will eliminate millions of clerical workers by the end of the decade. 147. Each business day in the United States, 600 million pages of computer printouts are produced, 76 million letters are generated, and 45 sheets of paper are filed per employee. American businesses consume nearly 1 trillion pages of paper annually, enough to cover the Earth's entire surface. A single optical disc stores more than 15 million pages of paper. Today % of all information is still stored on paper, while 5% is on microfiche and another 5% in electronic media. 19. With new image processing equipment, however, businesses are now beginning to convert their offices to electronic workrooms. Image processing, as Businessweek Riley observes, allows employees to move digital pictures of documents through their offices at the speed of electrons, rather than at the speed of the guy from the mailroom. 20. Industry analysts expect the U.S. imaging market to grow dramatically between now and the opening decades of the 21st century. Nordstrom, the Seattle-based department